One of the questions I am asked most commonly is if any of the stories I tell stick with me. The answer is yes. There are a ton of stories that I remember, even months after telling them. Tonight, I figured I would share my top 25 of 2019. These are the stories that I feel have had a lasting imprint. I try to dig back towards the beginning of the year for a lot of these, so they may not be repeats for all of you. This will also be fun because I feel I've gotten a lot better at narrating over the year, so I'm sure the old ones will be obvious. A huge thank you to all of the authors for either sending in a story or allowing me to share their work upon request. Likes and comments are always appreciated if you enjoy. Subscribing if you're new is as well. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. This happened last year, and I've only now gathered enough courage to share my story. I think it's because I'm not completely blameless, and that's terrifying to me. In fact, I'm probably the main reason this happened, and I live in guilt of this every day still. My therapist said it'll help if I share this incident with someone I trust. But it felt more difficult for me to say the words out loud rather than type them out. So here I am, posting this online, hoping this will help in my journey to heal from a rather traumatic experience. Hoping nobody would judge me for my actions. So here goes. On the 4th of July weekend last year, a few of my friends and I planned to hike a trail up a mountain. It's a pretty popular trail, and the hike is only supposed to be 5 hours round trip, and the view at the top is spectacular. We packed a small lunch and filled up our bottles with water. We needed to take 2 cars since there was 7 of us. I immediately opted to go into Rebecca's car. When I told my best friend, Kevin, who was driving the other car, he just sighed and rolled his eyes, and muttered about how predictable I was. My other best friend, Taylor, wanted to come in Rebecca's car too. I was hesitant because I wanted to spend some time alone with Rebecca, but Taylor had been really adamant, saying that I never hang out with her anymore. Never mind that Rebecca and Taylor didn't get along very well. Needless to say, I wasn't too happy about the arrangement, but I relented, since it would balance out the cars more evenly. Taylor complained the whole car ride that there would be too many people on the trail, since Rebecca had picked us up 20 minutes late. I could see Rebecca's hands tightening on the steering wheel every time Taylor made a comment, so I made a few lame jokes to try to diffuse the tension. Taylor just said, "You're such an idiot, Jackson," every time. We were running late. Meanwhile, Kevin's carpool had got there on time. We told them they could start the hike, and we'd catch up. After 10 minutes of driving around looking for parking, we finally found a spot when a solo hiker left. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide. I asked him if he was okay, but he just hurriedly got into his car and drove away as fast as he could. As if he couldn't get away quick enough. I caught a strange whiff of rotten eggs from his BO. As he pulled out, he kept his eyes glued to the rearview mirrors until he was completely out of sight. We shrugged it off. Just happy to find a parking spot. As aforementioned, this was a pretty popular trail, and well, people are pretty weird. We won't even get to see the others. We might as well have gone on a different hike. Taylor whined. I thought Taylor had a crush on Kevin. I asked her once, and she looked angry for a second, before letting out a sigh and responded with a, "You're an idiot, Jackson." Taylor said that to me a lot. I'm her best guy friend, so maybe she was embarrassed to talk to a guy about it. Rebecca and I exchanged a look. I said, "We're going to meet up for drinks after anyway." I was getting pretty short with Taylor after a whole car ride of her non-stop complaining. We got to the trail, and it was nice to finally be in nature. Taylor's mood was also lifting. It wasn't so bad to have just the 3 of us, and it has been a while since I've actually hung out with Taylor. We were actually having a really good time, but the crowd was so thick, we were having a hard time making up for lost time. We definitely were not going to be meeting up with the other group until drinks. I hoped we would catch them on their way down, too. About a third into the trail, Taylor stopped whining. Rebecca and I were so deep into conversation that we had to backtrack for a good minute. Taylor was waving her phone around. "Damn it, I can't get my phone to load," Taylor said. "There's no reception," I said, gesturing to the trees and, well, nature in general. "You can upload it on Instagram later," Rebecca said, and I noticed she rolled her eyes. The problem was, so did Taylor. I could practically see Taylor shake in anger. "I'm not trying to upload anything onto Instagram," Taylor bit out. At this point, Rebecca and I are getting pretty impatient as a large family bypassed us. We urged her to move along, but Taylor wouldn't budge. Her head snapped up from her phone. Okay, I remember. It's this way, Taylor said. What's that way? I asked. Okay, so on the drive up, I was looking up shortcuts up the... No way. I cut her off. I could just picture this ending horribly with the three of us being rescued and being put on the front page of our shitty college newspaper. Taylor rolled her eyes. I want to meet up with the others. She looked around and pointed somewhere into the trees. It's over here. No way, I said firmly. No, trust me. I actually remember the way. This tree with the super gnarly roots and... We walked closer to the incline, and her eyes lit up in recognition. The hollow one right beside it. To the left for 5 minutes, and we'll see another dirt path. She sounded really confident, which in turn made me believe her. Rebecca and I looked at each other. Taylor continued. Trust me, it's steeper, but there's also less people, and it cuts the hike up by 40 minutes. The idea of there being less people was appealing to me, and Taylor sounded really certain of the directions. You're sure? I asked. Rebecca shook her head in disbelief. What? I asked. You can't actually be serious, Rebecca said. Taylor grabbed my arm. Come on, it's just this way, Jackson. I have no reason to doubt her, and she sounds like she knows exactly where she's going, so I hesitantly follow. I looked back at Rebecca and urged her to follow us. She shook her head. I mumbled out an apology to Taylor, taking my arm out of her grip. Let's just go the regular path. We'll see them when we see them. Rebecca looked upset, and now I was really feeling bad. Taylor, let's just go the regular trail, Rebecca said. I don't want to get lost. Taylor scoffed. If you two assholes want to go the long way, then go. There's no way I'm spending 2 more hours of you two ignoring me. I made a disbelieving sound. We're not ignoring you. Can you please just do the regular trail with us? Instead, Taylor just grabbed onto the hollow tree and pulled herself up onto a ledge. Now screw you, Jackson. Don't bother. I'm not waiting for you guys, she said. Then she turned to Rebecca and added, and there's no way I'm getting into your cheap-ass car ever again. Rebecca called after her. Fine, then get a ride from someone else. Kevin's car is 100 times nicer than yours, Taylor shot back. Then she turned around and stomped into the thick forest. Rebecca and I just stood there for a while and decided to go on the hike at a leisurely pace. I know I should have gone with Taylor, but she was being so difficult. Hopefully this would give her a chance to cool off. Rebecca and I didn't really talk much, nor did we end up seeing our friends at the top. We must have missed them on their way down too. I hope Taylor was with them. When Rebecca and I got back to her car, we got right in and we decided to go straight home instead. Our friends wanted to go for dinner and beers after, but I wanted to spend some time with Rebecca and wasn't really in the mood to see Taylor. Life went on. Rebecca and I started seeing each other. It wasn't anything serious, but at the beginning of something. You're so wrapped up in the other person, you lose touch with everything else. A couple weeks after, our mutual friend Kelly was having a birthday party at her place, and everyone was invited. I was still a bit pissed at Taylor, but Kelly's pretty cool, and it'd be unfair to skip out because of Taylor. Before the party, I got a call from Taylor. I guess she was trying to squash the beef before we saw each other, so I picked up and... nothing. All I heard was static. I wondered if I paid my phone bill on time this month. We're all college students, and the rent of housing near campus is a real killer. I have 3 roommates, which I barely ever talk to. I think our only friends that have their own places are Taylor and Kelly. I got a text from Taylor. It said, "Come here." Her place wasn't exactly out of the way, but I didn't really feel like going over. To let her know I wasn't still mad, I wrote back, "I'll see you at the party." And she proceeded to text me, "I see you." She probably meant, "I'll see you." So I just wrote back, "See ya." Then I got 5 more texts from Taylor. "I see you. You're an idiot, Jackson. I see you. You're an idiot, Jackson. I see you." Okay, this was weird. Suddenly I got a weird chill as if someone was watching me. I'm getting paranoid. I convinced myself that she was probably having connectivity issues, and the texts were resending on a glitch. I figured she probably wasn't receiving my texts either, and I would see her at Kelly's anyway. I got another text. I put my phone on silent as the notifications kept coming up. I looked down just as a call was coming through the phone, which was now on silent, and decided to pick up. "Taylor, what's wrong with your phone?" I asked. More static. The feeling I was being watched returned. Something felt wrong. Behind the static sounds, I could hear heavy gasps of breath, as if someone was choking and desperate for air. Then, a huge crunching sound, and a thick squelch, as if flesh was being torn apart. The hairs on my arms were raising with an impending feel that something was actually very wrong now. "Taylor," I shouted. "What is going on?" The raspy breaths started getting faster and more ragged. "This isn't funny." Again, no response. Just breathing and then a choking wheeze, as if air was being squeezed out of her. "I'm coming over right now." Though I secretly hoped it would be a joke, rather than having her call me while choking or being attacked by someone. I hang up so I can drive to her place. Another text. I look down at my phone a bit confused, because I know for a fact I put my phone on silent. It was another text from Taylor. "I see you." I started suspecting that it was a really shitty joke, or her way of getting me to come over to her place before the party. I pushed back the strange feeling to the back of my mind. I was a bit irritated when I wrote back a short, "I'll see you at Kelly's." I see I had gotten a few more missed calls and a few more messages, but I didn't check them. When my car pulled up at Kelly's apartment, I see Rebecca waiting at the curb. I got out and waved at her, and started making my way towards Kelly's when she said, "We need to check on Taylor, like, right now." I looked at her and laughed a bit, trying to play it cool. "Is she mad at you too?" She looked very serious. "I think something's wrong." "What? Why?" Rebecca looked at me. "Nobody has seen her since." "Since when?" I asked dumbly. Am I missing something? "Since hiking. She never met them at the top." I felt sick. The heavy feeling in my gut comes back, and a huge weight settles over my chest, as if blocking it from moving when I breathe. How do you know?" "Jackson, nobody has seen or heard from her since we left there 2 weeks ago. We have to check on her. What if she didn't get back home?" At this point, I honestly can't tell if my friends are all in on a prank. They would do something annoying like that, but I doubt Rebecca would volunteer to be front woman of the joke. There was also the possibility that Rebecca might not be in on the joke. "How certain are you that they're not joking?" "She just texted and called me. This sounds like some shit Kevin would come up with." I sighed. Rebecca looked surprised when I flashed her my phone to show her over 70 messages from Taylor. So, maybe Taylor is in on a prank, with all her friends to get us back for leaving her to climb the shortcut by herself. Or that she probably got some other friend to come pick her up from the hike. It's a pretty far drive. I get why she's pissed. It was shitty of us to just leave her, but it's not really our fault she wanted to scale the mountain rather than hike it. Rebecca suggested we go look for Taylor, since we were the last ones to see her just in case. Even though I was hoping Taylor would just be at the party, we hopped into my car, and I drove to Taylor's. Luckily, Taylor's apartment doesn't have security, since it's not a very nice, overpriced apartment near the college. Despite Taylor's parents being very well off, and dishing out a fortune for her place, the student housing areas are actually the worst. It crossed my mind that we could be burglars as we walk up the stairs to her apartment, since there are no elevators either. I guess nobody would climb up a flight of stairs to rob broke college students anyway. I knocked a few times, and nobody answered. As if on cue, my phone gives out a resounding ding. Even though I definitely still have it on silent, I looked down at my phone, as I felt my brows knit together in confusion. Is nobody else getting any texts? Rebecca shakes her head no. I take my phone out and surely, there's a text from Taylor. It's just another "I see you" text. We hear a loud bang inside. "She's definitely inside," I said. As I said that, the door creaked open, and the strong scent of rotten eggs permeated the air. I choked back a gag, and my hands flew instinctively to block the smell from my nose. Rebecca covered her mouth and held back a gag from the stench. I peeked inside and called out to Taylor. Taylor's apartment is pitch dark. I flick the light switch, but nothing happens. Rebecca flashed her phone's flashlight around as we cautiously walked into the apartment. I followed her lead because I'm scared as hell. We get to Taylor's room, and Rebecca pushes the door open. The foul odor gets stronger by tenfold. I feel my eyes watering. and my throat starts to convulse, failing to hold back the bile threatening to spill itself. When I finish losing my dinner right on the floorboards, I notice that Rebecca is frozen at the doorway of Taylor's room. I peered in to see what she was so fixated on. Taylor was sitting at her desk, with her back faced towards us, but something was horribly wrong. Her hair is completely matted down with dirt, and her neck is bent in a weird angle. "Taylor, are you okay?" The words flew out of my mouth. Taylor's body flinched as if struck, and I automatically moved forward to see if she's okay. Rebecca grabbed my hand and jerked me back. I almost fought her off until I see Taylor's desk chair turning. Taylor's face was so pale and ashen. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her nose was broken. Her neck was jutting out, and she let out a wet, choking gasp. I wanted to go forward and help her, but I feel a weird sinking feeling in my stomach telling me to run. Her eyes were intensely trained on me, and the ends of her mouth shakenly turned upwards, until it split her face into a grin so wide it looked as if it hurt. I could feel that something horrible was happening in my gut, and the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. Rebecca yanked my arm back, as I reached forward again, almost as if my body was moving on its own. "We need to go," Rebecca said, keeping a firm grip on my bicep and pulling me towards the door while not taking her eyes off Taylor. I nodded dumbly. I heard the door to Taylor's room creaking shut behind us, but Rebecca's hand shot out to stop it before it could close all the way. She used all her strength to keep it open, while still holding my arm with her other hand. Finally, I snapped out of whatever reverie I was in, and I helped her pull the door wide enough so we could both slip out. Behind us, I could see Taylor stumbling out after us, and her lips were still split shakingly into its sinister smile. She reached out at me, and it looked like her mouth was trying to move to form words, but couldn't because of the smile. I looked at my best friend, knowing everything was wrong. I couldn't help but sob. "Taylor?" Again she flinched as if pained, but the grin remained. "We gotta go," Rebecca said forcefully. She kept hold on my arm and practically manhandled me all the way to my car. I could feel the heaviness on my chest lift a bit, but I was a mess. I unlocked my car and Rebecca and I both got in. I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. When I closed my eyes, I could see that smile on Taylor's face, and the intense look in her eyes. Taylor was... What exactly was wrong with her? Rebecca was already explaining everything to the police, panic evident in her shaky voice. "I don't know, but something is definitely wrong. Please come to..." Taylor's address. "A welfare check then. Anything. Right now, please. It is an emergency." When she hung up, I finally found my voice. I cleared my parched throat from a combination of running and fright. "What happened in there? I don't understand," I asked, trying to steady the cracks in my voice. "I don't know," she replied. She looked over at me, eyes imploring. "I mean, how do we know we're not imagining it? It might have been guilt." "Oh, okay." I was lying to myself again. "I should call her mom," I said. I pulled out my phone, and it was blowing up from messages from Taylor to the point it was draining my batteries. I actually didn't have Taylor's mom's information, but I was friends with her sister on Facebook. Her sister immediately wrote me back that her family was worried since Taylor hadn't contacted them at all since the day before the hiking trail. I filled them in that something was wrong when we saw Taylor at her apartment, and we'd called the police. I was at a loss of what to even say, since I'm not exactly sure what I witnessed. As I finished corresponding, I told Rebecca, "They're going to drive over tomorrow morning." I paused, and then said, "Why couldn't she just follow us on the regular trail?" Rebecca bit her lip, and looked as if she was ready to break down into tears. "She should have come with us. We should have waited. We should have made sure she was okay." I knew in my heart and gut, right then and there, that Rebecca was right. We should have waited, and made sure she was okay. About 2 weeks passed, and I continued getting random phone calls and texts from Taylor. It got to the point that I don't even keep it charged anymore. They officially declared Taylor dead, and Rebecca and I were the last people listed to have seen her. I wonder if maybe we should have stayed, and tried to help her in her apartment, if there was anything at all we could have done. The doorbell rang, and it was Rebecca. "What is it?" I wasn't really in the mood to see anyone, and things have been weird since we saw Taylor. It was hard for us to look at each other without remembering that incident. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Rebecca asked. You of all people should know why, I said. The autopsy is back, she said quietly. That was really fast. I knew something was wrong by the way she spoke, and avoided eye contact. I stayed quiet and let her continue. Taylor's sister was messaging you, to let you know, but you never responded. She reached out to me instead. Rebecca worried her lip between her teeth, hesitating to say something. I weakly rasped out, "What is it?" She died a day or something after the hiking incident. A bunch of her bones were broken after she died. They got the results back yesterday. I thought you should know too, and you weren't picking up your phone, Rebecca said. My eyes widened. Wait. How? We saw her 2 weeks ago, still moving in her apartment. You saw her too, right? In her apartment? Yeah, I saw her too. I don't know. Then she lamely added, "Maybe we imagined it?" I blurted, How? How do you unsee that? They think someone picked her up on the way back from the hike. They're opening up an investigation. I don't think Taylor's sister was supposed to tell us anything about the autopsy, but the police know it wasn't us. Rebecca sounded emotionless as she recited this, as if she was detached. This was so wrong. The words exploded from my mouth. But we saw her move. She cut in. They think that we found her dead and imagined it, from the guilt. We stood there in stunned silence. Neither of us believed this. We could both tell. What do we do now? I asked. We have to move on, she said. I smiled weakly and said, okay, what else could we do? I've only seen Rebecca a handful of times since that day, and we both pretended that incident never happened. I got a new phone number, and it seemed to stop Taylor's messages. That was shocking that it worked. I've been living day by day. It doesn't get better, and it doesn't get easier, but the days do go by. Slowly, the burden of guilt gets lighter on some days. Some days I don't think about it until I close my eyes, and I remember the stench coming from her apartment, and I almost swear I smell it coming from right next to me. Being a single father, and late, is an unfortunately powerful recipe, if you're looking to whip up some quick mishaps. My phone slipped from the dresser, and for whatever reason, managed to turn itself on. So when the rays of sun peeking through the window landed on my eyelids and woke me up, I was in a bit of a hurry. I yelled across the hall trying to wake Bethany up for school, and gathered my clothing and started the shower. Quickly running over to her room, I shook her awake, and pleaded her to get ready before we were both late. She shot a quick scowl before twisting around under the covers and mumbling something resembling compliance. Ever since my wife passed, it has been hard to keep up with everything. When I and she discovered we couldn't have children, we went with adoption. Unfortunately, during what was a lengthy process, my wife was struck by a car. When we met Bethany at the agency, she was so excited to have a new home, and my wife couldn't stop talking about it. I knew it would be hard, but even after her passing, I decided I would still go through with the adoption. It's what she would have wanted. Being a single parent to a child that is still somewhat of a stranger is challenging to say the least. Bethany isn't a bad kid, she's just distant, and sometimes it's like my words don't reach her. Through the warm water of the shower pelting my face, I could hear the faint shufflings of Bethany moving around the house. Relieved that we might just make it in time, after all, I shut the shower off and threw all my things together. Bethany was pulling her school books off the table, and I reached to get my work binders, and that's where the mix-up must have happened. Neither of us noticed. It wasn't until I had finally settled down at my desk, after dropping her off at school, did I realize it. Without looking, I pulled what I thought was my work notebook from my binder and pried it open. Looking down at the white pages, I quickly discovered that what I had taken wasn't my notebook, it was Bethany's. Honestly, it wasn't my intention to peek at her thoughts. I knew that we needed boundaries, if we were going to grow together. It was hard to act like I didn't see it immediately though, and once I did, I couldn't take my eyes off it. On the second page wasn't her thoughts or aspirations. It was a cluttered list of names. Curious, I pulled the other page over, and saw that the list continued, and it would do so for another 10 pages, before the last page was only half full. On the last page, however, was a grouping of names that I recognized. In particular, was another girl from Bethany's school, as she mentioned a few times around the house. Bethany would say how much she disliked the girl. Under the girl's name, I saw 2 others with the same last name. My fingers tapped neurotically against the name as I considered what the list of names could be and what to do about it. I figured maybe I would contact the parents and see if they knew of any issues between our 2 daughters. Daughter, that's still so weird to say. Or right, I suppose. I had expected Bethany to bring that up, that I had taken her notebook, but instead, I was able to slip it among her belongings when she got home. The next morning wasn't as hectic as my phone's alarm rang out to wake me up on time. Bethany had school, but I was off from work, so I drove her to school and made sure she got in safe. Fortunately, I knew the parents listed in the notebook already. You make a lot of connections in my line of work. They were only a few minutes away from the school, and their daughter took the bus, so I figured at least one of them would be home. I had expected that the girl was bullying my daughter, but as it turned out, it was the other way around. The parents, who were all but burning holes in my chest, went on about how Bethany would push their daughter around and poke her with pencils. Whenever the girl would tell someone at school about Bethany, nothing would come of it. I assured them that I didn't know about any of it, and that I would have a talk with Bethany. Even through their rage, they tried to be understanding. They knew about my situation. I made a few calls to the school and talked to whoever they would let me talk to. I didn't want to bring it up to Bethany and accuse her of something she didn't do. I also called the adoption agency to see if there was a history of violent behavior. Both calls yielded the same result. Both informed me that she would be aggressive towards others. Neither the school nor the agency could explain what caused the issue. It was like Bethany would just choose a mark and try to hurt them. So I practiced what I would say to her. How I would try to be her dad without coming on too strong and scaring her. The drive home was pretty quiet. I didn't want to bring it up in the car, as I wanted the environment to be as comfortable as possible. We walked into the house, and as Bethany sat her things down, I asked her if we could talk. Her face dropped slightly, and I guessed that she had noticed that I had seen her notebook after all. Those small fingers clutching the straps of her backpack almost offensively. With a soft tone, I told her that I wasn't trying to make her feel bad, that I knew she was having issues in school, and if I could help her in any way. I planned to leave it open, and not directly accuse her of anything. Give her enough room to explain it, how she wanted to, and then I'd sort out the details. She stood in the living room biting her teeth for a few moments of silence. Just as I began to think she was shutting me out, she spoke. Bethany told me that I wouldn't believe her, that no one ever does. I gave her my friendliest smile, and told her that we need to be able to open up to each other, and that I would listen to anything she had to say. Her fingers gripped the backpack even harder, and her eye contact with me became sparse. Swinging the backpack around, she unzipped it and pulled the notebook out. Walking over to the table, she set it down and opened it. She turned her head like she was beckoning me over, so I followed her and looked down at the paper. No one else can see them, she said with her finger placed on the name of her classmate. Looking at the paper, I noticed that a few more names had been written down. I told her that I went to see the girl's parents, that I didn't understand what she meant, that I could see them. Not like I do, she replied. Her fingers pushed under the page and lifted it. She turned the page a few more times. With each page turn, I could see a faint outline becoming bolder. A lump in my throat caught as she approached whatever the black mass was. When Bethany reached the page with the drawing, she stopped and shot me a hesitant glance. I could only see her nervous expression out of the corner of my eye. It was hard to take my eyes off the drawing. I recognized the person she had depicted on the page. It was the woman that had helped me, and my wife at the adoption agency. Turning the pages of the notebook back, I looked through the earlier list of names until I found hers, and then turned back to the drawing. It was of the woman, but she had thin black lines running off of her. The lines went upwards until hitting the edge of the page. I looked at Bethany. She could see the confusion painted on my face. Then she turned the page again. On the newly turned page was another figure. Judging by the small circle she had drawn to represent the earth, the new figure was much larger. It looked like a human, but its features were sharp and unsettling. I could only gather so much in the child's drawing. It looked like an enormous doll was holding planks of wood that dripped strings onto the world. Slowly, I flipped from one page to the other, trying to take it all in. I could see Bethany the whole time. She wasn't proud to show me her drawings, or excited to see what I'd think. She was pulling back, already afraid of me admonishing her. I stared at the large, human-like figure moving the people with strings stuck to them. If Bethany did see these strings, maybe she was trying to find ways to free people from them by pushing them off the strings or poking at where they connect. Or maybe she's just a little girl struggling to connect and fabricating a narrative around her struggle. I couldn't handle the expression of her face anymore. I closed the book and flashed the same smile I had earlier. "I believe you," I told her. I wasn't completely lying. I believe she thinks that's what's going on. She had me now though, and I could show her what a real family is like, and what real friends are like. It'll take a while, but over time, I can teach her how to connect. Her face relaxed. She wanted to smile. I could see that much. Bethany is a smart kid, and a pretty good artist. She would know there was doubt behind my words, but maybe someone at least trying to see it her way was enough. We went through our day, and I think we made a powerful step forward. Dinner was full of conversation, and it felt like everything was going to work out. It was my plan the next day to go over to the girl's parents once more, and try to explain the situation and come up with a conclusion. I pulled up to the school, and watched Bethany open the door to get out, and she stopped. Quickly going through her backpack, she pulled a notebook out and handed it to me. "You take this one," she spoke softly. Reaching over, I pulled the notebook from her hands. She was going to school without it, and she trusted me with it. Something I had seen her protecting like it held the secrets to the world. She trusted me. Wonder if she saw me fighting back the tears. I couldn't help but think how proud my wife would have been. "Have a good day at school," I replied, putting the notebook on my lap. When she left the car and made it into the school, I opened the notebook again. Turning to the drawings, I stared at them, illuminated by harsh sunlight. The lines of the creature with his hands almost clutching the earth. I thought they were scribbles initially. Looking at it closer, each bit of it was purposeful though. It was made of the very same strings that connected to the agency woman on the page before. I could feel myself getting sucked into drawing. Like a good book, the narrative was tugging away at my suspension of belief. Shutting the book, I allowed myself to take a deep breath and bring myself back to reality. A few short minutes later, I was once again at the door of the parents I had spoken to previously, and rapping my knuckles on their door. The father pulled the door open, and I stood on the porch explaining everything that I discovered. It all went better than I thought it would, and Bethany was even invited to his daughter's birthday party. That being said, I don't think we're going to go. The whole time we were talking, I couldn't help but think of his name written in pencil on that list. I couldn't help but think about the strings coming off of that woman in the drawing, that Bethany would have seen them above him. When he turned away to walk back inside, I watched him. I watched the folds on his shirt shifting around. I could see a fold on his shirt that acted on its own, like someone was tugging it. Something I would never have noticed if I wasn't looking for it. And in the brief time I observed it, I began to notice a thick, black line reaching upwards. Even with the door closed, I kept my eyes on where I thought he might still be, as I slowly and carefully backed away from the house. Each step off the porch revealing more and more in my line of sight, until I was far enough away I could see the whole house. A collection of bold, dark lines blocked the blue sky, like telephone wires. They rose into the sky until disappearing beyond my perception. They weren't the only ones though. As I turned around to observe the neighborhood, the same inky lines were running up from various houses. Not every house had them, and some only had a few, but the lines painted the skyline. I watched in awe as the wires moved around, as a man would exit his house, and the wires would conduct him into his car. Keeping my eyes on the road as I drove, to wait for Bethany was difficult. Someone a few cars ahead of me had wires lifting from the roof of their car. As I sat and waited in the parking lot, I pulled out the notebook again. I looked at some of the others, waiting for their children to be released. I recognized some of them, even with the distracting lines coming off of them. With pen in hand, I scribbled their names down one after the other. You know a lot of names in my line of work. Through the sheets of paper, that mass of black that Bethany had drawn was always calling to me. My mind wandered to the things she had drawn around the world. When I looked up at the blue sky, I could tell there was something beyond it. Something dark was tainting the once perfectly blue overhead. A group of wires running towards the darkness like lines of the road, trying to lead me into its grasp. I must have zoned out looking into the sky, trying to see what Bethany had drawn,
I didn't even notice her get into the car and sit beside me. "You see them?" Her quaint voice broke the daze I was in and pulled my attention. Replying that I did, she smiled. Not only did I believe her, but she finally had someone to connect with. "So what do we do?" I asked her, looking for advice from a child. She held a long, thoughtful gaze before telling me that we'd have to figure that out together. She's very smart for her age. I guess she would have to be. Truth is, I don't know what to do moving forward. I can't take my eyes off them. All the strings in my office, on the drive to work, they're everywhere. My wife used to knit. She would always keep a pair of scissors with her in her kit, in case we were out and she wanted to work on something. She used to always joke that those scissors could cut through anything. They're right next to me as I type. Their shining metal reflecting the moonlight. Should we even do something? If we could cut those wires, what would that mean? Every day, I'm able to see that thing in the sky clearer. The more I see of those wires, the more its figure is revealed. It seems like people who don't have the wires the day before would have them the next time I see them. Was I just unable to see them? Or were they just attached? Do we all have these wires? If not, what happens when we do? I think I have to try something. So I'm writing this all down. Bethany tried to do as much as she could without bringing too much attention to herself or getting in trouble. I don't have restrictions like that. I can do more. I'm going to see what happens when you cut those strings. After putting up my post last night, detailing how my daughter's journal led me to discover people with strings coming out of them, I spent a long time just sitting at my desk with my chin resting on my open palm. Bethany had long since been put to bed, and I just sat in the darkness, staring at the bleak shadows of my room. My left hand continued to tap the smooth and silver metal of my wife's scissors. I could feel their chill each time my finger made contact. I thought about what my wife would have done in a situation like this. I wondered if I was just going crazy due to her passing. Maybe I was looking for an escape too, and bought into Bethany's fantasy. If that were the case though, I would have nothing to lose by trying to cut the strings coming out of people. I would look weird for a moment is all. It wasn't until I heard a car starting up that I was shaken from my trance. Looking at the clock, I had noticed it had already become 3, which meant several hours had slipped away from me. Getting up, I got up and felt the dizzying effects of my statue-like state. Once my head was straight, I walked over to the window. There was a set of headlights piercing the darkness a few houses down. A gentle rumbling of the motor, and the exhaust spilling out light gray smoke, stuck out from within the night. The headlights bounced off a garage door and landed on a set of wires that were jutting out from the car's roof. I could tell the driver was alone by the number of wires. Without knowing it, I had carried the scissors over to the window with me, and was clutching the metal hard enough to dig into my own skin. It's hard to explain, but watching that car idling in the driveway was like a beacon. The driver was all alone. Making my way through the house as silently as I could, I got my keys, a heavy jacket, and a scarf to cover my face. There was no plan. Even as I started my car up in the dead of night, I didn't know what to do. Making sure to keep my headlights off, I slowly pulled out of my driveway and began to follow the other car. We drove straight for a good while. Eventually, I turned my headlights on. After a few red lights, I thought there's no way the man didn't see me. Several times I thought about just turning around and forgetting about it, but the streets seemed to be so empty, like fate had orchestrated it to be just me and him on the road. As we passed by residential areas and business, I could see the wires lifting into the sky like hundreds of pillars trying to hold up the night. Another few intersections passed us by until the man in front of me turned down into an alleyway off a side street. Normally I would have been too nervous to follow him into somewhere so narrow, but my curiosity was guiding me the same way his strings pulled him along. When I pulled around the corner into the alley, I noticed the red hue of his brake lights, partially blocked by his figure. He was standing in front of his open trunk. I was already trying to think of excuses for why I was following him as I stepped out of my car. That's when I saw another wire on his person. This one was small and black like the others, but they ran from the headphones on his head to his pocket. It all seemed too perfect. I should have realized there was no way he didn't know someone was tailing him. No way he didn't see my headlights follow him into an alley. All the same, I tiptoed as lightly as I could until I was close enough to reach out. Perhaps my boldness stemmed from knowing I had no intention to hurt the man. Someone I know now that I had never seen before. All I had to do was reach out and bring the handles of her scissors together around one of those wires. So that's what I did. Watching the wires tugging at his clothing very carefully, I reached a pair of scissors over his left arm, with the blades on either side of the thick, black line. I quickly brought my fingers together and snipped the cord. To my surprise, there was no resistance. So little feeling associated his snipping the man's wire that I initially assumed it just didn't work. That wasn't until I heard the thud. The wire I was keeping my eye on seemed to zip off into the sky when I cut it, like a cosmic being slurped up pasta. I stepped back as the man straightened his posture. It felt like my ability to control my body had been stripped away before. Not because of wires, but because I had never seen a severed arm in person. My eyes were stuck looking at it. His left arm laid still on the floor, severed perfectly where the wire had been cut by his shoulder. There wasn't any blood pouring out of some gaping wound. Even the shirt's fabric was cleanly cut. You would have thought it was a prosthetic arm. That wasn't the worst of it. What I had been assuming was just some neighbor I hadn't met yet started turning to face me. Slow and calm, like he wasn't put off in the slightest. With the benefit of my headlights, I was able to witness every detail as he faced me. From the splitting points where his arm used to be, I could see small hints of black protruding out and wriggling around. When I went to look him in the eyes, all I could see was the same wriggling black threads. Even within his toothy smile, the same wires that led into the night sky were pushing through his gums. "I see you too." Those words, spoken by the man, still echo through my head. The voice was a poor imitation of human speech. There was a noticeable metallic twinge behind him. It sounded as if the words were being produced by rubbing metal together. After hearing him speak, I quickly backed up and fumbled around trying to get back into my car. As I backed out of the alley, I watched as the man, still smiling, started to rise into the air. The strings that pulled him upwards were vibrating as they did so. A thread reached down and picked up the arm that had fallen off as well. The drive home felt like it took much longer than it did getting to the alley, every black line along the way sticking out more. It felt like the strings were trying to get my attention, almost as if they wanted me to look at the sky. I refused. My daughter's drawing still burned into the back of my mind. Getting home, I repeated my silent escape in reverse, and retreated to my room after making sure Bethany was safe and sound. There was no way I would be able to sleep after what I had witnessed, so I decided to try and figure it out. It was while I sat there thinking that I decided to take a second look at the house the man left from. Fingers landing on the windowsill, I pulled open, letting the night's air in, and leaned out the window to get a better look at the house. I knew that house. I had worked with the owners recently to get better insurance on the very same home. Neither of them looked like that man. They were an old couple who didn't even own a car. I thought maybe the man was a relative, but I didn't remember seeing a car in the driveway on the way home. The further thoughts, I came to the conclusion that if the car starting up was enough to snap me out of my trance, why didn't he arriving catch my attention? It's not like he could have just fallen out of the sky, was the very thought swimming through my head when I figured it out. Leaving the house at 3, driving around town, and eventually pulling into an alley, paying no mind to me. I had to accept that I had very likely just been played. Even without threads tugging at me, I was played with like a puppet. It had scared me. That's what it wanted to do, I think. It's not that I hadn't noticed. I was just trying to ignore it. All the time I had been out driving, and even when I got home and looked out the window, there wasn't a single star in the sky. The thing had messed up though. In the alley, I discovered that I could in fact cut the cord. Some little girl with no understanding of what she was looking at, or how to handle it, was one thing, but it wouldn't want me snooping around, right? I assumed, somehow in my naivety, that I had gained the upper hand against some cosmic being. Sleep was starting to take over, even though I knew that these strings would attach to more people as time went on. My eyelids could not have been heavier. My last thoughts when falling asleep were ponderings on what would happen if those strings got all of us. When my eyes opened again, it was Bethany shaking me awake. She had found me slumped over at my desk, and was worried since I always wake her. I could hear her calling me by my first name. I don't know why, but I always assumed the title of Dad would have come more naturally. so hearing her echo my name is odd. I lifted from my stupor and gave her a smile. She informed me that we were late for school and work. She was filled with glee when I told her that neither of us had to go in today, until she noticed that dark circles under my eyes. Perceptive. Instead of recounting the entire story, I instead slid the scissors across the desk, resting my fingers on them. I told her how they belonged to my wife, the woman who was going to adopt her with me. I told her that my wife's scissors were able to cut the wires she's been seeing, that I was going to help her. We talked for a while about her. My wife, I mean. Bethany wanted to know all sorts of things, expressing more interest in the pretty lady in all the pictures around the house than all the strings obscuring the sky. It was nice to talk about her for a while, and get to share with Bethany like that, to connect. Once the talk had gone on long enough that Bethany had realized she was hungry, we walked downstairs and prepared something to eat. All the while, I was thinking of what to do next, if I should challenge that beast Bethany had drawn. With breakfast all said and done, I decided at the very least, one person couldn't hurt. I needed to know. I remembered the family I had talked to about Bethany's issues in school, how they had invited her to party, and decided I would head over there. That's where I first saw the wires after all. So before I knew it, my car was resting curbside by their house. Scissors stuffed in my pocket, I exited the car and walked up to their porch. I had called ahead of time, under the pretense of talking more. I told them I had to rush out last time for an emergency, before we could properly go over things. Part of me feels like they were just looking for more parent friends to connect with. The husband once again swung the door open, and greeted me with a smile. I tried to return it, while staring at the black lines above him. He turned around after inviting me in, and started to lead the way into his house. Luckily, I was taller than him, so when he turned his back, I just went for it. The situation had presented itself, and I had to take it. Slipping the scissors from my pocket, I quickly swept the scissors above his head, like I was cutting construction paper. It was much easier to see the threads splitting apart in broad daylight. Like before, the threads I had cut was lifted away free of their host. Even the small bits hanging off his clothing seemed to turn into ash and drift off. He straightened his back and began turning to me. Flashbacks of the night before playing in my mind. "Did you feel that?" He asked me like a ghost had just walked through him. I replied that I didn't feel anything, and he scoffed. Felt light for a moment there. He was clearly out of sorts, but none of his body parts had fallen off, so I took it as a win. His mouth opened to speak again, but I couldn't hear anything. Moments after the cords were severed, a noise like a horn sounded out. It was so loud that I could feel it rattling the fabric of my clothing, but the man standing across from me didn't seem disturbed by it, or he couldn't even hear it. Along with the roar was the feeling of a breeze sweeping around me. I could tell where the noise was coming from. An intense roar emitted from the sky above me, like some wounded animal crying for help. As the man continued trying to talk, I saw his wife standing in the kitchen behind him. She was just standing there, staring right into my eyes, until her mouth moved. Even though her mouth was moving, the words she was saying was coming from above, hidden within the scream. "I see you too." Even focused on my own mounting fear, and the woman, I could see a perplexed expression forming on the man's face. His lips stopped moving, and the confusion painted more. As the roaring ceased, he spoke again. "What the hell are they doing?" I swiveled to see what he was referring to, and when I did, I saw a chorus of black threads leading people out of their houses. All of them standing on porches, or by the side of the road just staring right at me. A few of the closer ones started walking towards me, and I wasted no time sprinting to my car, ignoring those around me. As I desperately raced home, worried about Bethany, I caught occasional glimpses of the bright blue sky, and what was behind it. Two bright orbs, like the moon, hung space from each other, and I could see the vague imagery of a figure attached to them looming over the town. All the threads, as I drove home, led right to it. Pulling up to the house, I could already see a few people guided by the threads moving in my direction. Stumbling over myself, I rushed into the house and closed the door behind me, my fingers shaking as I struggled with the lock. I heard the wood floor creak behind me and gripped the scissors in my pocket. Quickly turning around, I saw Bethany. My tension escaped as a sigh, and I dropped to the floor. "There's a lot of wire people outside," she spoke. I could hear it quivering behind her words, the same that would have been behind mine if she didn't speak first. Gathering myself, I got up and brought her into her bedroom. Wanting to calm her nerves, I told her that if we make a fort, they couldn't get us. We worked together putting pillows on top of each other and throwing the sheets over the top to close it off. We climbed inside, and I made sure to tell her I'd protect her no matter what. We spent a long time in that fort, playing various games and coloring in her book. Anything I could come up with to distract her. I don't know how we played patty cake for nearly an hour, but we managed. Before long, the dark lines that stuck out so well on the blue backdrop became hidden against the night sky. I knew they were still here though, surrounding our house. Every time I got the courage to look outside, there was more of them, and I couldn't imagine a way out. Finally, there was a knock at the door. I and Bethany nearly screamed when we heard it. We were so focused on coloring in one of the characters, on some after-school program, that we had forgotten about the outside world. With a whisper, I told Bethany to stay in the fort no matter what. She tried to protest, but I showed her I had the scissors and guaranteed her I would be safe. Leaving the fort, I quietly paced my way to the stairs. The knocking would periodically sound out during my slow descent down the steps, placing both of my hands on the door ready to brace it if something tried to break it down. Whatever good that'd do. I looked through the peephole. On the other side it was my wife, looking just like she did the day she left, the day she got into her accident. With the porch light illuminating her like a halo, I could see her fair skin and rosy cheeks. I know she died. I know that, but it's her. She's out here right now knocking on the door. She's asking if she can come in. I know she's dead. I can see the wires, but it's her. Maybe I can be with her again. I couldn't possibly express how long I was standing at the other side of that door. My hand gently pressed against the wood, feeling the occasional vibration. Time could have bled into absolute nothing around me, and I'd still be there with my eye pressed against the peephole. It was her. There was no doubt in my mind that my wife, or some semblance of her, was standing on the other side of the door. Her smile showing the teeth that had been cracked during the car crash, and the scar running down her face, stitched with wire. Most importantly, I could see the faint glimmering of her wedding ring. Every so often I would feel my hand sliding across the door. Heading towards the doorknob, I would just accept it. I could see the strings that controlled her movements. I knew my wife was dead, and she wasn't coming back. But if I went to meet her by her design, then maybe that would be okay. Minutes could have passed, or hours could have swept me by, before eventually my hand did fall on the handle. All it would take was one turn, and the door would unlock. There would be nothing between me and her. The other wired people standing outside would be free to flood into the house, and I'd be with her. My fingers tightened around the door handle, and like I was being manipulated, I began to turn. "Daddy?" Her voice sounded like it was whispered and carried by the wind, drifting ever so gently into my ears. With one turn, I was face to face with her, staring into the eyes of my baby girl, her hands nervously cusped together. Bethany's eyes reflected the remaining moonlight so powerfully. I thought she'd light the whole room. My hands still on the door handle, I stared into Bethany's eyes. I echoed my own words in my head, about how I would trust her and protect her. How after moving from house to house, never knowing when she'd have to find a new family, that I would save her from that. Like it or not, we all have strings on us. Things that tie to us and pull us every which way, and sometimes it's hard to break free. Whether it's a job that makes you miserable, or it's an abusive relationship, we all have wires that pull us like puppets. Even something as hard as losing a loved one, or not having a consistent family. Looking at Bethany, I never saw strings, but they were there. But over time, I'll sever those too. I'll show her she doesn't need to fear connection. My ties were on the other side of the door. Ever since she'd passed, I'd been stuck, drifting from home to work like I was being tugged along. Even with Bethany, I had trouble feeling like I'd ever been free from that pain. But we don't need to be free of pain. We just need to stop letting it control us. I felt a softness I hadn't experienced in a long time, seeing Bethany standing there, worried she was about to lose me. With our eyes still locked, I twisted my hand and heard the firm click of the door unlocking. Then the door swung open. Standing firmly, I saw my wife, inches away from me with nothing between us. I saw the horde of wired puppets littering my lawn, watching just as Bethany was. My wife stepped forward, her movements slow and crooked. My desire to reach out and hold her, to embrace even just the memory burned hot. Another step forward. I could see the colors in her eye had faded since the last time I got lost in them. Another step forward. I was able to see the faint scuffs of dirt still clinging to her clothing and the brown resting under chipped fingernails. Another step forward. The wood inside creaked under her weight. Her skin wasn't as pale as the first time I saw it. She was turning a sickly purple. She reached out her arms, gesturing for an embrace. I reached my arm out to her. One smooth movement swung over her head. Scissors in hand, I saw the wires split like a sword slicing through the water. All the wires that had been cut zipped into the sky, and the same shriek as last time followed it. This time though, I could see the other wires. All the strings connected to the other people. All vibrated when the creature above cried out. It causes pain. The body of my wife dropped to the dirt, and her colors began to shift until her entire body took on a metallic black. It was difficult to watch something resembling the woman I loved, falling apart until she was just a bundle of strings. I didn't have much time to think. As the wired people started making their advance, quickly I went over everything in my head. After all was said and done, all the conclusions I brought myself to, all I knew is my daughter is something special. All the names in her notebook were people she knew. She had personal connections to, even if it was faint, or if the possibility of a connection was there. She would put these names in her journal, even going as far to draw her social worker, someone who would be the closest to her. When she told me about everything, I started to see the strings just like she did. And then the strings began to spread faster, because I had connections all over the city. I was looking at Bethany again. I could hear the others stepping inside the house behind me. What would they do if they caught me? Put wires on me too? Make sure I could never make my own decisions? Never leave Bethany? How alone can one girl get before she desires connection so bad? How desperate can one man be to see his wife again? There was no cosmic entity, no great force from another dimension manipulating the people in a small town. There was just me and Bethany. Our inability to cope with our fears of losing, terrified of change beyond our control. It was no wonder my wife's scissors could slice the threads above the people. I gave them the power to do so. Before the other wired individuals got close enough, I quickly stepped over to Bethany and knelt to her. She was worried I'd push her away if I discovered the strings she saw hanging over people's heads, so worried that I would send her back. Place yours on mine, I spoke, holding out my open palm. She hesitated at first, but eventually her small hand pressed against mine. The people behind me had stopped moving completely, or at least I couldn't hear them. I lifted my other hand and circled our touching hands. She looked at me curiously. I asked her if she could see the thread. She stared at me for a while as I continued wrapping our hands together. Her face lit up and she nodded her head. Help me tie it? She used her other, and together we tied the thin red string that I saw in my head around our hands. I smiled at her. She returned the expression. Now no matter what, we're tied together, okay? I questioned, hoping I was on the right track. Still beaming, she nodded her head. I heard the people behind me starting to stir again, creaking the wood as they moved. Anxious, I turned around to observe them walking. Only they were leaving the house, and my heart became light. Standing up, still holding Bethany's hand, we walked to the front door and watched the citizens spreading out, the strings directing them home. Once all of them seemed far enough away, the strings that held them in chorus started lifting into the air. One after another, the people in town were being freed of their strings. Bethany had found her connection, something she can hold on to without forcing people to be with her. Well, I'll never get the knowledge that I don't get to be with my wife anymore. I have a light in my life again. A beaming little girl with a big heart and a dangerous imagination. As the night sky finally became vacant of those black lines I had come to know over the last few days, I couldn't help but think one thing. I'm not looking forward to when Bethany is a teenager.
Every old-timer in Alum Creek has their own version of what happened. Hell, even half the young people think they know how it went down. Don't listen to anyone who wasn't there. It's like that game we used to play as youngsters, where you take a piece of yarn tied to 2 cups and pass it around a circle, repeating some message. Telephone, that's what they called it. Only difference is that in Telephone, the story starts as something simple and gets more and more ridiculous as it goes. But this story, it gets more and more plausible the younger the teller. Almost like it's too much to be believed. So listeners correct for realism when they retell it so as to not sound crazy. My own grandson told me the other day that I remember it wrong. That it was all just some tragic accident and an albino bear. Something ain't right about that. 12-year-old kid telling his grandfather what he should and shouldn't remember. So don't listen to the young people. They weren't there. Truth is, most of us old folk weren't there either. The way we talk, you'd guess every miner in town was caught up in it all. Like how every boomer will tell you he was at Woodstock. It was only about 20 of us. Of those, a slight more than half are dead and buried. Except for old Rashi Sang. He had himself cremated. I'll start over. You'll forgive me if I repeat myself. 1956. Like near every other young man, I worked the mines. Hard work, but honest. Plus, nothing else paid as good. Nothing I was qualified for, at any rate. And I had a wife, 1 child, and another on the way to support. Besides, my friends were miners. Ralph, Roshnik, and Sid. We'd usually hit the bars after work, me leaving early on account of the family, and Rashi would order juice. Now, Ralph didn't much care for the bartender. Most of us didn't. Jesse tended bar not because he was especially good at it, but because he didn't have the stomach for man's work. He even hired kids to mow his lawn and do landscaping. Wasn't ashamed of it neither. Thought it made him smarter than the rest of us. I don't know if I ever caught Jesse in town without some fool sideways grin. Ralph suspected that Felt got his job by sleeping with the widowed bar owner. I didn't think so. But it wasn't impossible. Jesse had taken the first fruits, if you'll beg my pardon, of at least 2 girls in town, and had nearly half a dozen ex or current lovers. He was smooth with women, and had a pretty face. High cheekbones, sharp nose. That was enough reason for most of us to dislike him. Ralph had more claim to hate Felt than most. Y'all who aren't from West Virginia probably know all about the Hatfields and McCoys. But that's water under the bridge compared to the Hatfields and the Felts. See, during the Coal Wars, Hatfields fought for the Unions and Felts owned the mines. But if you gave Jesse a hard time about it, he'd come back with some quip. Felt was always a funny guy. That, combined with the fact that he never got angry, kept the rest of us from truly hating him, save Ralph. June 10th was when it all started, cicada season. They were bad that year too. So many insects you could hydroplane on their guts if your tire treads were bare. The mine was a haven for them. For the workday, at least. You didn't have to listen to the never-ending screech, but this season the mine was even worse than the outside. It echoed. It isn't even pretty sounding like a cricket, least not to me, so it's no wonder we worked deeper in than usual. We got far enough that we couldn't hear a peep and went to work. A couple hours into the day, I spotted a neck into a new room, but this one was real narrow, as in too narrow for most folks to fit through. But Rashi was a skinny guy and could almost fit through the bars on a baby's crib. Anytime there was a crack the rest of us were nervous to slide through, Sang had it covered. We waited around for no more than 10 minutes before Rashi squeezed back towards us. I'd never seen the man so excited. "Stop all other mining," he said with a thick accent. "It's a treasure room." In most mines, the demolitions expert calculates the proper amount of black powder, and then everyone draws straws on who has to light the fuse. But most mines didn't employ Sid. The craziest son of a bitch I ever knew. Sid did all the blasting himself. He loved to be as close to the explosion as sanity allowed. Most of us figured he'd go the way of his Ireland-born grandfather and die in such a blast. But he blew the neck wide open without a vent, and we all had a look for ourselves at Roshi's treasure room. What we saw was a gold mine. Well, no, it wasn't. It was a coal mine, but it was a hell of a lot of coal, and mighty easy to collect. The owner was ecstatic. He hired everyone in town not already working for him at twice the normal rates. Even Felt couldn't resist a few weeks of hard labor for that kind of cash. We worked like dogs all week, taking as many hours at double pay as possible. Predictably, Jesse was the laziest of us all, but we needed him to have enough energy to pour our drinks after work, so no one said a thing. Now, I'm not sure who saw it. I want to say it was Felt who came strutting back with a proud smile to tell us all what he found. If my memory serves, and it was Felt, that's what they call cruel irony. Anyway, Felt, or whoever it was that found yet another neck, one wide enough that anyone could walk through. The new room was small, but filled with coal. Loose coal, too. That should have made us wary. Coal doesn't just sit on the surface, stacked knee-deep, ready to be scooped into bags. But we were greedy, and now we had 2 rooms to work. A handful of guys I barely knew worked the smaller room. We called it the pirate's chest. I'll admit we were greedy. We robbed pillars and were too aggressive with the cutting machine. But that room should not have collapsed. I've been in natural collapses before. That was not one of them. Some of the miners will tell you that everything was quiet and normal-like right up until the cave-in. But no, there was one sound. That sound haunts me even still. Most rational explanation is the men in the pirate's chest shouted before the rocks gave way. But I know what I heard. It was a scream, alright, but not a human one. It wasn't a shout of anger or fear. If you ask me, I figure a demon might yawn. I'd tell you I don't have to guess. I know. That sound, that was us waking something up. Something buried under all the coal. The 3 or so men working the treasure room got sucked under the big pile of black, like there was some giant hoover underneath. Then the collapse started. It was the big chamber that went first. The one me and my buddies were working. The hallway Sid had blasted out fell in on itself, without so much as a groan to warn us. Most were able to run through the corridor in time and make it out. A couple were buried in the rubble, crushed flat as pancakes. Hooper Collins had his leg pinned under a boulder, which would be the death of him. 19 or 20, I think. Guy had a pretty wife and no kids by her yet. Death sure knows how to pick 'em. Anyway, when the dust cleared and I was through coughing, I noticed poor Hooper hollerin' and screamin'. I did my damnedest to roll the rock off his femur. Hadn't finished before Ralph screamed and pointed. A couple of the new recruits had pushed into the small room to avoid the boulders. Stupid. Now the screams I heard next definitely were human. I didn't watch, but you can't mistake the sound of flesh being yanked apart. So I gave up on Collins and ran for the rest of the survivors. I've tried to forget how he begged me not to run. The words he used, I've failed at that. I ran. Not far, just around a corner, and soon every healthy body was huddled around the cave-in, desperately trying to dig out. It was futile, but I jumped in anyway. What else could I do? When the screams stopped, the eating began. It must have gone on for half an hour. Tearing, cracking, suckling. We all knew what the entree was, and each of us dug all the faster. Eventually, of course, the panic wore off and we had time to think. What was back there? More importantly, what would it do when it finished its meal? And we all knew that we hadn't made progress escaping. West Virginians are just stubborn, I guess. As horrifying as the rending sounds were, The silence was far worse. The dinner was done. Hopefully it was filling. "Damn it, everyone stop. We need to figure this out," screamed Sid. The Irishman held up his lantern, and we all faced the light. Over a dozen of us were huddled, some crying, others had shat themselves, but all of us were shaking as if naked in a blizzard. We took a break from the frantic digging, and shut up for a moment. All but Rodney, the preacher's son, who fell to his knees and wouldn't stop praying, no matter what the rest of us did. Rodney wasn't half as holy as his father, but at least one of us was asking heaven for help. Finally, someone spoke. Ralph. He always had a clear head, even did a couple years of college. He kept his voice lower than Sid had, what with the creature around the corner, so we leaned in. "It'll take days to dig ourselves out. That thing will get us if dehydration doesn't. And it's guarding the TNT. If that becomes our only option, we can post a watch. Guards to make sure it doesn't come in here." It was Jesse who said it, trying poorly to maintain his composure. "Are you volunteering? You'd rather stand around than dig like the rest of us?" said Ralph. "No, Most of the water and lights are in the room with it," said Sid. "We've got it outnumbered. Can it die?" "Of course," said Ralph. "I read a whole issue on undiscovered species in the National Geographic. Most life in the ocean is unknown, and there's all sorts of cave creatures we never knew about. This thing is an animal. Animals can die." "What's it eat then?" I asked. No one responded for a minute, then Ralph nodded. "The coal. Coal's energy too. Made of carbon, just like living things. There's beasts out there that digest minerals. They call them lithophiles." Now, I can't speak to the accuracy of Ralph's claims, or even the exactness of my memory, but I'd like to think Ralph was right. It was an animal. Don't know that I believe it though. Around that time, Rodney stopped muttering and shouted at us, "It's no animal. It's no natural thing at all." "Shut up, man," hissed Sid through his teeth. "It's a demon, drawn to our greed and wickedness." "Rod, please," said Jesse Felt in a whisper. "We need to repent. We need..." I think it was Sid that walloped him in the back of the head, not hard enough to knock Rodney unconscious, but with plenty of force to knock him over and shut him up. "Fuck," I said, and a few of us took a step back. Right away, Rashi knelt to tend to Rod, giving Mick Namera a sharp glare. No one else seemed to care. "I don't know of many animals that can survive being hit with 8 pickaxes," said someone whose name and face I can't recall. 9 by my count. It was Ralph. He didn't have to tell us the math, that there weren't enough axes for everybody. Rod could barely walk, and Paul had a broken arm, which left me and 2 others to fight with rocks. Sang was a little luckier. He kept this special blade on him everywhere he went. They called it a kirpan, and it's this longish dagger with all sorts of ornaments. In the 50s in Appalachia, a knife wouldn't bother anybody. Shoot, back then it wasn't uncommon for a guy to walk through town with a 6-shooter on his belt. None of us had a gun, of course, but I would have traded my rock for a good knife any day. Biggest threat here is going to be friendly fire. Who was the fellow who said that? I can't get his name. I remember his stories, and that he'd been a sergeant in Korea. Age is a hell of a thing. Anyway, the vet advised us a bit. Watch where you swing, but don't stop hitting it until it stops moving. We quickly drew up a battle plan with Sarge's help. We'd approach from what angle, pairing up with battle partners. The longer we waited, the more we feared we'd lose our nerve. That the creature hadn't made a sound for so long only added to our worries. Was it planning something? Was it even smart enough for plans? As a unit, we rounded the bend and shined our lanterns best we could. Half the standing lights were out, and of the remainder, most were knocked over. Little strips of white shined in random directions, like some sort of plaid pattern. But unless it was hiding in the shadows, no creature. Blood and gut trails told a story, that the thing had drugged the dead into the pirate's chest to feast. Hooper's legs were still pinned under the boulder, but there was no sign of the rest of him. No one was eager to be first in line, so we crept towards what had to be the monster's lair real slow, weapons raised. About halfway there, something dropped onto us, or rather, onto Sarge. We hadn't figured an attack from above, so the whole plan was shot. Half of us ran, half attacked. I did a little of both. Before I go farther, I'll try my best to describe the creature. Just keep in mind this was nearly 30 years ago. It moved faster than a rabbit. Light was scarce. And I only ever got a real good look at it once. At least with my eyes. Can't count how many times I've seen it in my dreams. But I suppose I saw it well enough for any man. I'm certain it was tall, but how tall I can't even guess, because it was bent over with the twistiest damn pretzel of a spine I ever saw. At least 4 legs and as many arms, and at the end of each limb a dozen fingers. Or maybe they were antennae, tentacles, those spindly legs on a shrimp. I don't really know. I know it didn't have eyes. I remember that well. It only had one thing on its head. The mouth. A cross between the tail of an earwig and a crocodile's maw. But boy, was it skinny. Too skinny for how strong it was. And the flesh didn't look so tough. Translucent. Almost worm-like. Fortunately for it, it had armor. Chitin, I think it's called. If it was a bug. But the plates intersected more like the shell of a crawfish. Any more description would be stretching the truth on my part. Whatever it was, insect or crustacean or demon, it tore the sergeant apart in seconds. I couldn't bring myself to charge in close, so I threw my rock at its head. May as well have thrown a beach ball. Even the axe swings of hardened men weren't making cracks in the carapace. I grabbed the pick Sarge had dropped, or had his hand been lopped off. Either way, I almost stepped in when the thing grabbed Ralph. I'd like to think I would have helped if Rashi hadn't acted first. Rashi stuck that holy dagger of his into the monster easy as cutting cake. Your guess is as good as mine why it worked. Maybe the dagger was better quality iron than the picks. Maybe something else. But the thing recoiled without making a sound, and Ralph was free. Lucky stabber not. 2 more bodies lay at the thing's feet, and there was nothing to do but run again. At least, that's what everyone thought who wasn't Sid. In the ruckus, he managed to find and light a stick of dynamite. "Keep your distance, boys," he shouted, running back to the fight. Don't get any romantic notion that Sid was a martyr. I knew the man as well as anybody, and he had no intention of dying. Just like he had no plan to slip on a pile of guts, twist his ankle too bad to stand, lose his grip on the explosive, and fail to catch the monster in the blast. All but 1 or 2 of us cleared the explosion, not counting Sid, who went out like everybody had guessed, but in circumstances an oracle couldn't have predicted. At least we were alive. Our eyes and ears were none too happy, but the monster seemed worse off, skittering about in random directions, tripping over itself. A sound-driven creature, blinded by the noise, maybe. It didn't even react to Rodney screaming for heaven to save him. We didn't have time to play guessing games, or grieve our friend's death. We had to leave. Ralph spotted our way out. A chimney blown open by the blast. We'd have to brave the middle of the room, praying the monster would avoid us with its random shuffles. But it would take 2 men to reach the opening, one on the shoulders of the other. What choice did we have? We went for it. I recall Jesse felt weeping as he climbed onto my back. and for a moment I judged him for it, until I realized I was crying too. To his credit, Felt found a ledge once through the opening, and did his best to pull the rest of us up. Halfway through, Felt and Sang and a couple others having reached safety, the monster grabbed someone, Matthew Stewart, I believe. No one watched him die, and no one tried to help him. I confess feeling a bit of relief, thinking the catch will distract it long enough for us to climb. A sinful thought, sure, but I've committed worse. 8 or 9 of us were left, and of those 2 had lanterns. We shined them upwards, and would you believe that we couldn't even see the roof? I don't know the odds of that. A passage appearing right above us, straight shot to the surface. "Praise Jesus, we've been delivered," said Rod. No one could really argue the points. We climbed. I don't know for how long. It was tiring work, but adrenaline's a powerful thing. At first, we braced our backs onto the wall and used our legs along the opposite. Then it turned into more like a steep slope. We had to scale with our hands. A few outcroppings gave us chances to rest. Sometimes the mouth would widen, and we could offer support to the weaker men. Others it would narrow, and we'd have to squeeze through one at a time. In one such shaft, we lost a man. A wide frame can be a blessing or a curse in a mine, and Liam was just too stout to fit. Even with someone pushing from under and pulling from above, it didn't take long until Liam was wedged so tight, he couldn't even go back down. He would have needed to break his shoulders to move. Ralph offered to do just that, yank his arms out of their sockets, that is. "And keep on climbing how?" Liam asked. Then, still stuck, the man pulled out a pocket knife and cut his own throat. "No!" Rodney screamed, and all I could think was how fortunate I was to be above him rather than below. It did take breaking his arms to dislodge his corpse. He didn't mind, just fell 10 feet before sticking someplace else. There'd be time to pray for his soul later. We kept on for as long as we could, which wasn't long. No, a few minutes later, and we came across the worst thing any of us could have ever seen, not counting the monster. The ceiling. On cue, one of the lanterns went out. "It can't be," whispered Rodney. "We're trapped." "The odds of it coming out to the surface were always slim," said Ralph, no emotion in his voice. "I just wish we had a few cigarettes to share." "What time is it?" I asked. "Dark probably by now," said Ralph. "Then they'll send somebody." Where Jesse's confidence came in, I can't say, but I envied it. Maybe there's already a rescue party digging through the rubble. We'll all be home by morning. "Is that what you want, Felt?" It was Ralph. "All our friends and fathers getting themselves killed?" "No, of course not. Come on, Hatfield, I just mean—" "Shut up," said Ralph. And he did. No one said much of anything for the next hour. A few sobs, even a couple grim chuckles. I reckon most of us accepted the inevitable in that time. A small part of me held out hope for rescue. There was no way to warn the rescuers, if anyone was coming. Nothing to do at all but wait and make peace with our Creator. Then the last light went out. I doubt you've ever experienced a dark like that one. Sure, maybe you've experienced pitch black. Maybe you've been underground, but I'm talking about the kind of dark that fills your insides, where even a pair of eyes 3 inches from yours don't glow. The kind of dark so deep, you know you won't ever see light again. The little room we'd sat ourselves in felt an awful lot smaller all of a sudden, and the rock scraping my back became harder to ignore. There's no one on this earth who had wished that sort of death upon, being buried alive. I would have traded anything just to stretch my arms out. In a way, it was almost like drowning. I'd nearly drowned once. 12 years old, tried to impress Susan by swimming across a lake. It was fun at first, until it hit me like a baseball bat how much water was between my feet and the lake's floor. I remember clearly how oppressive all that water felt as my head sunk under it. An older girl saved me then, and I didn't even have the wherewithal to be embarrassed by that. Dying underground was similar. All the stone above and below me, for who knows how far. But no 11th grader was coming this time. Of all the things to reach out in mercy, it was the moon. A little stream of blue light above our heads. Took our eyes a bit to adjust, and even make the light out. I thought I was hallucinating, until Felt shrieked in joy. The chimney did go all the way to the surface, but only a tiny slit, not near enough to scurry up. It was like Artemis herself was teasing us. That's the moon goddess, right? Right. I can do it, said Rashi. The hell you can, snapped Ralph. Hey. Rashi placed a hand on Ralph's cheek. I can do it. Have faith. Okay, said Rod. I have faith. Sang took off his boots and his jacket, spit on his palms, and steeled himself. Rashi, I said. I have faith too. I'll be back, he said, with a whole bunch of people. And guns, added Ralph. Rashi smiled. And guns. Before he left, he paused. I thought he was second-guessing himself. Then he handed me his knife. I thought your religion said that you always had to carry this. Sang just laughed. Then up he went. We couldn't see him climb, mind you. He blocked out the light, but we listened for minutes as he wiggled through the impossibly small opening. At some point his grunts stopped, and I feared he'd suffocated himself. But then he shouted down to us, I made it! I'll be back soon! There still wasn't much conversation as we waited, but at least it no longer felt like drowning. Thank you, thank you. I'm done with drinking. I'm done with gambling. I'll never stray from my wife again. Rod prayed. Speak for yourself, said a fella I can't remember. First thing I'm doing when we get out of here is having a cold beer. Make that 3. A few of us laughed, a lot louder than the joke was funny, but then I heard it. Shh, I said, and everyone clammed up quick. The air wasn't quiet though. We could all hear it. Liam's flesh, tearing, then being swallowed. No, 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 said Rodney. We've been delivered. Why is it back? We were delivered. Sang's coming with guns, said Felt. He'll make it back fast. It took that thing a while to eat the poor fellas last time. We have time. It had more than one body to eat last time, said Ralph. What if it finishes before Rashi returns? I'm not sure if I thought of it on my own, or if it's what Ralph was trying to imply, but a way to buy us a few precious minutes crossed my mind. I didn't voice the plan, though. It was just too mean. Rodney voiced it for me. An offering, he said. That thing down there, it's a devil, a demonic spirit. We don't know that, said Ralph. Rodney continued. It's a demon if there ever was one. Demons are drawn to wickedness like moths to a flame. Someone brought it here, and only an offering will satisfy it. An evil offering for an evil thing. What are you trying to say, Rod? Asked Jesse Felt. No one answered for a moment, but the silence was broken by a bone cracking, marrow being sucked. Monster was wrapping up his meal. Maybe you're right, Rod, said Ralph. Maybe this devil has wanted a sacrifice all along. Come on, Ralph, you don't believe in that sort of superstition, said Jesse, with something that may have been a chortle under different circumstances. Oh, I'm not sure what I believe anymore, Felt, but I know that thing is hungry. I've got a pretty strong notion who the most wicked man among us is. He comes from a long line of wicked folk. The next minute or two is a blur, probably because I've tried to block it out. But like most everything I've tried in my life, I didn't do it well enough. Please understand, I don't remember laying a finger on Felt. Cross my heart and swear on my children. The way I remember it, I stood back and watched. Even tried to reason with Ralph and the others to leave Felt be. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, maybe 100,000. But I still don't remember myself as a murderer. But maybe the mind is more powerful than the soul, able to change memories as are too horrible to recall. Because I do remember my knuckles stained in blood, half mine and half his. I remember looking at that flat as a washboard face, the punches of 12 men having removed any evidence of Felt's high cheekbones and pointy nose. I remember how he looked white as marble in the moonlight. I remember his screams, his why, and fellas stop, fellas. And I remember when words were replaced by pitiful gargles. Much worse than the creature. It's that memory which haunts me. I can forget it most days, but I remember every night. Whiskey helps, a little. And that's how you know if the old timer telling you the story was actually there. That's how you can be sure. Before we tossed the body down the hole, we nodded to each other in a silent pact not to tell a soul what happened. We weren't even supposed to talk about it with each other. That was the unspoken vow. So if somebody knows about Felt, they were there. No mistake. I've often wondered if I could have stopped it. I knew it was wrong, and I remember protesting some. I had the dagger, and I knew it didn't care for loud sounds. Could be if I was braver, I could have used the knife and the knowledge to fight the monster off. But if I'd stood in the way of the mob, would they have killed us both? However you cut it, I was a coward. Am a coward. I would have buckled for sure. I just wish Sang hadn't left for help. He wouldn't have let it happen. Rashi was a good man. Made good on his word too. And the guns proved unnecessary. The rescue party never came across the creature, coming straight back to the crag and dipping us out. I'm guessing the monster left when it felt so many people milling around above. But it wasn't in the mine, when the townsfolk went back in to recover what little was left of the corpses. Most the survivors skipped town, moving with barely a goodbye to the friends and relatives they grew up with. One came back eventually, but the rest I never saw again. It was just as well. With the biggest mine shut down, there was less work. The owner of the mines talked about reopening a time or two, clearing the rubble. Most of the workers threatened to strike if he did. I'd switched trades by then. Spent the next 20 years in lumber. But the mine's still buried. Way I hear it, kids go up there sometimes, to the collapsed mine. See who's brave enough to hike in and touch the big cursed rock pile. Parents say it's dangerous. Cave-ins and rattlers and such. Grandparents say it's dangerous too, but for different reasons. It's still out there somewhere. Maybe it's found another cavern to call home. Or maybe it never much liked being underground, and lives in some forest. Before we came along, my guess is it was trapped, and we loosed it upon the world. Guess I'll never know. Not sure that I'd want to. I'll be dead soon, in a box or an urn. Maybe Rashi had the right of it. Buried things have a tendency not to stay buried. I'd have myself burned too. If it wouldn't cause an uproar at the church. Funny, why should I care? Probably stepped inside that building less than 100 times. And those just for weddings, funerals, and Easter Sundays. There'd be a scandal all the time. I never made much trouble alive. I figure no use in starting after I die. Telling you the story, the whole story, even the worst bits, is my kind of penance. People should know what's out there in the dark as much as they should know what we did. On Judgment Day, when I have to look Felt in the eye and make account of how I've lived, things I've done, at least I can say I told it like it happened. Not until the end, of course. I guess I kept quiet about my sins during the golden years. So if the good judge sees fit to damn me, well, I guess I can't protest all too much. Maybe in whatever hell I'm heading for, I'll meet the creature again. Every year on the anniversary of my brother's disappearance, I have the same routine. I guess you'd call it a ritual. It starts with me going upstairs to the attic. The ritual has changed slightly over the years, but at its core it's still the same. I get away for a while, on my own, and try to reconnect with the past. Lose myself for a bit. My wife and kids leave me to it. They know the significance of the date, and they know I like to have my own space. The only thing they don't know is what exactly I get up to when I'm off on my own. What the ritual involves, and you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to tell them. Walking upstairs to the attic this afternoon, it all came flooding back to me. The memories from that day. 25 years is a long time. But as I made my way across the floorboards at the top of my house, the light from my torch picking out dust motes in the darkness, it didn't feel like a long time. The past felt close. I could see the shadow-draped roof beams and the cardboard boxes, and I could picture myself in a different attic altogether. An attic from my past. And when I paused and shut my eyes, I could see Ben beside me. As I made my way to the wooden trunk pushed back into the far corner, the same trunk I open every year, I remembered. My little brother disappeared 2 weeks after we moved house. It was our first major move as kids. We'd grown up in a town, but for years our mom and dad had been desperate for us to live in the countryside. It was a dream of theirs, and not long after I turned 10, we finally managed it. I loved that house. Both of us did. It was an old cottage set in the middle of a village, on the edge of the new forest. And we knew it was perfect the moment we set our eyes on it. My brother was a couple of years younger than me, and at that point in time we were going through what my mom liked to call our adventurous phase. An expression she normally accompanied with an exasperated voice and a roll of the eyes. Ben and I loved exploring stuff. It didn't matter what. Climbing trees, building rafts, investigating the abandoned sawmill that sat along a footpath a mile from the village. As soon as we moved, we were in new territory, and we did our best to investigate it as quickly and as thoroughly as we could. But nothing held our attention quite like the house itself. The place felt like something out of a storybook. It was old. Not old in the same way our previous home had been, but old. Something from a different age. Exposed wooden beams ran across the ceilings. A giant fireplace took up almost a whole wall in the living room. The doorways were so low, our dad kept cracking his head whenever he forgot to duck through them. The house felt like it had secrets too. Black and white portraits of long dead people lined the walls, their eyes seeming to track our progress when we walked by. Shadowy nooks and crannies lay in every room. The outline of a tiny door, inexplicably set halfway up the wall in the downstairs bathroom, lay behind damp and peeling paper. For two kids who loved frightening themselves and daring each other, it was heaven. And the main object of our attention quickly became the attic. We found out about the attic from Mr. Richards. He was our new next-door neighbor. Mr. Richards was a skinny, gray-haired man who lived on his own. To my brother and me, he looked about as old as the house itself, probably older. We were playing football in our back garden about a week after we'd moved in, and I can still remember the way his voice made me jump. "You boys explored the attic yet?" Ben had the ball and I was going in for the tackle when Mr. Richards spoke. We both froze and spun around to find him leaning against the wooden fence that ran between our gardens, watching us. "Yeah, we went up there on our first day." It was Ben who answered. Although Ben was younger, he seemed to have been born with a confident side yet to find. although we did everything together. It was Ben who came up with the ideas, and it was usually Ben who spoke to adults. We helped our dad shift some boxes up there when we moved. No, not that attic. Mr. Richards grinned at us, and I was mildly disgusted to see his 2 front teeth were missing. I mean the other attic. The secret one. He had our attention now. Ben and I walked a couple of paces closer to the fence, the ball forgotten behind us. Once again, it was Ben who answered. How do you mean, secret attic? Mr. Richards reached up a hand and scratched at the stubble peppering his cheek. The sun slipped from behind a cloud overhead, and he squinted his eyes at us. What I mean is, I've been in your house before. Knew the people that lived there before you. I know the layout, see? And let me guess. The attic you put them boxes in is through that white cupboard door in the hallway. The one above the stairs. Ben and I looked at each other without saying anything. Mr. Richards was right. We'd both been there on the day Dad had climbed up through that little white door, balancing 1 foot on the banister before pushing himself up to reach it. We'd passed the boxes up to him, with the promise that he'd help us climb up so we could see inside too at the end. It had been disappointing. The space in the cupboard extended away towards the back of the house, but there was nothing inside but beams and insulation. Mr. Richards didn't wait for us to respond. Well, that's not the real attic, he continued. The real attic is above that one, and you can only get to it through a secret passageway. His grin widened, showing more brown teeth. He tipped me a wink. Where's the secret passage then? Ben's eyes were wide. He had the same look on his face he'd had when our dad told us about the abandoned sawmill near the village. A sort of hungry look. Mr. Richards tapped the front of his shirt pocket. He reached inside with his bony, nicotine-stained fingers and pulled out a cigarette. He placed it between his lips, then rummaged around in the pocket of his jeans for a lighter. As he bent to light the cigarette, he shook his head. You boys gotta be careful, that's what I think. Some places aren't meant for kids. Doesn't do no good to go poking around. Then what did you tell us about it for? Ben looked outraged. The color had risen in his cheeks. He reached up and brushed a lock of sweaty dark hair from his face, without taking his eyes off of Mr. Richards. We won't do anything stupid. We promise. Mr. Richards cackled. He held the cigarette away from his mouth and blew the smoke through his nose. After a moment, the laughter tapered off into a thick, hacking cough. Once he'd recovered, he drew the sleeve of one arm across his mouth and stared at us through watery blue eyes. Well, I can't tell you much more than that. I wouldn't want your parents getting mad at me. Of course, if I could tell you anything. What I might say is that some of these old houses are odd shapes and sizes. There are some places, for instance, that have these huge old fireplaces. Big chimneys breasts too. If I were you, that's what I'd be aiming for. I'd be wondering if maybe there weren't some small steps running up the outside of that big chimney. Little brick steps inside the first attic, leading up into a hidden roof space. He took another drag on his cigarette and winked again. Ben and I looked at each other. We didn't need to say anything. That's how it was with me and Ben. More often than not, we could communicate with just a look. That day we turned around together to face the house, and were about to go running for our front door when Mr. Richards' voice stopped us. I'd be careful though if I were you. I mean it. We paused and looked back at him. He took another drag on his cigarette and stared at us, the smile gone from his face. Some of the places in this village have stories attached to them. Stories almost as old as the houses themselves. People that lived in that house before you said they heard things, noises in the night. Told me they'd wake up sometimes, and there'd be these sounds coming from the roof space above them. Sort of like echoes. A gust of wind blew through the garden, making the trees rustle. Suddenly all I could think of were those black and white portraits hanging in our hallway. The ones with eyes that seem to follow you. "Oh yes, I'd be very careful indeed," said Mr. Richards. "Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been to for years and years. And some might have doors that aren't meant to be opened. Don't worry, we'll be careful." Ben's hand was on my arm, tugging me. I could feel the excitement in that tug, and I already knew he'd hardly been listening to the last part of what Mr. Richards said. We turned together and made our way to the house. I paused by the porch and glanced back. Mr. Richards was still in the same place we'd left him, leaning against the fence, watching. Our expedition into the attic took place a week later. We'd wanted to go sooner, of course, but it hadn't been possible. Not with our parents about. They didn't mind us going off on our own, but they'd marked the attic as strictly out of bounds. We knew we had to wait until they were out of the house together, and the following Friday evening we finally got our wish. Mom was already out visiting a friend, and a call to our landline summoned Dad back into the office. "Something's come up at work," he told me, a frown on his face as he shrugged his coat on by the front door. "Will you two be alright on your own for an hour? I shouldn't be long, and your mom's due back soon anyway." Dad worked as the editor for a local paper, and things were always coming up at work. It was a constant source of arguments between him and Mom. But while Dad disappearing to the office would normally fill me with a low-level anxiety, I didn't quite understand back then. At that moment, it only excited me. It meant we'd finally have the house to ourselves. As I nodded and told him we'd be okay, it was all I could do to keep the grin from my face. 10 minutes later, my brother and I stood on the stairs below the attic's white door. This was a trip we were ready for. In an effort to distract ourselves from the frustration of not being able to find the secret attic right away, we'd spent the last week planning. Maps, supplies, a communication system. We had it already. By drawing a rough pencil sketch to the house, we'd worked out what Mr. Richards meant by the steps in the side of the chimney breast. The lower attic, as we'd come to call it, stretched from above the hallway to the very back wall of the house. This was the attic we'd already been in with Dad. It ran above the downstairs bathroom, and parallel to the lounge. And that's what the main feature of the lounge, which also happened to sit against the house's back wall, the fireplace. So if I get to the end and look to the left, I should be right by where the chimney breast is, asked Ben, staring up at the white door above our heads. Yep, that's it. Mr. Richards said brick steps run up the outside of the chimney. He said those are the steps that lead up into the attic at the very top of the house. The secret one. I stood on the step beside Ben and followed his gaze to the door above our heads. Sure you want to do this on your own? This was the main problem we'd come up against early on in the planning stages. No matter how many different ways we tried it, we couldn't figure out a way for both of us to climb up into the attic together. Whenever our parents were out of sight, we'd tried everything we could think of. Lifting each other up, balancing on the banister, trying to stand on top of the random objects we placed on the stairs. Nothing worked. Because of its position above the staircase, reaching the door to the attic was awkward. It was okay when our dad had been up there because he'd been able to reach down and haul us up. But for two kids, we were barely 4.5 feet tall. The process was a nightmare. In the end, the only way we'd been able to manage it was by Ben climbing up onto the banister and me boosting him the rest of the way by locking my hands together in a foothold. But once he'd reached the doorway and pulled himself through, we knew there'd be no easy way for me to follow him. Staring up at the door, Ben brushed his dark hair from his eyes. His face was fixed in a determined expression I'd seen plenty of times before. "Sure," he said. "You got your walkie?" "Boxes. All the boxes we put up here with Dad." Ben's voice cracked through the black box in my hand. The walkie-talkie had been my idea. They'd been a present from Dad for my 10th birthday. We'd tested them out a few times when we were exploring the village. But up until now, we hadn't really found a proper use for them. but they were perfect for this. They meant Ben could tell me exactly what he was seeing the whole time he was up there. We'd even come up with a system. Once every 10 seconds at least, Ben would radio back to me with an update, just a word or two, to tell me what he could see at that exact moment. I told him it was so I could keep an accurate log of everything. But really, it was so I'd be able to know he was safe. From my vantage point at the top of the staircase, I could just see into the open white door above my head. The darkness glowed with the beam from Ben's head torch. I pressed the button on my walkie. Can you see the back wall of the attic yet?
No, not yet. I'm just getting past all the boxes. It's tricky because there's all that green stuff on the floor, so I can only step on the beams.
You mean the insulation?
Yeah.
Well, go slowly, okay? If you step on that stuff by accident, your foot could go through the ceiling. Then we'd really be screwed. I glanced at the digital watch on my wrist. Gone 8. Had Dad said what time Mom was due home? I couldn't remember. The last thing we wanted was for her to get back while Ben was still in the attic, though. So I was on high alert, straining my ears for the sound of a car coming down the road by our house. We had a system for this, too. If I heard Mom pulling up in the driveway, I'd press the button on the walkie and call Mayday 3 times. And if Ben got into any trouble up there, he'd do the same. For the time being, though, there was no approaching engine in earshot. There was nothing much at all in earshot, for that matter. I could hear the wind gusting outside, and the occasional creak as the house settled around me, but nothing else. My brother and I were alone.
It's freaky up here, Max.
Ben's voice was a low whisper, issuing from the walkie speaker.
There's cobwebs everywhere. It's like nobody's been up here for 100 years.
I shivered. Although I was wearing a thick jumper, it felt cold in the hallway. There was something about Ben's words that caused a faint worm of unease to stir in my stomach, too. What was it Mr. Richards had said to us the week before? Some of these houses have hidden places that no one's been in for years and years. That was a weird thought, wasn't it? Ben might be the first person to see the secret attic in a long, long time. Maybe even since the house itself was built. Mr. Richards had said something else, too, that I couldn't quite remember. Something about doors that weren't meant to be opened.
Max, you there?
Ben's voice almost made me jump. I lifted the walkie to my mouth and pressed the talk button. Here, Ben, what's up? What can you see?
The back wall's up ahead, Max. I can see it with my torch. And there's something else, too.
The worm of unease twisted in my belly. What?
There's this dark patch up in the corner of the attic, over to the left. It looks like a hole in the wall.
A weird mix of emotions filled my stomach. There was excitement down there, sure. The kind of nervous energy I'd felt before going on a roller coaster the first time. But there was something else, too. A faintly sick feeling. For the first time since we'd started this mission, I had the sudden urge to call Ben back. I didn't know why I felt this exactly. But it was there all the same. A nagging in my belly. Ben wouldn't come easily. That was the thing. He didn't seem to get anxious about stuff the same way I did. But I thought I might be able to convince him if I needed to. And if that failed, I could always tell him Mom was home. My thumb hovered over the talk button, but I hesitated. What exactly was I worried about? It was just an attic. It might be old, and it might be full of cobwebs, but that's all it was. Just another roof space that we hadn't been in yet. And before I had a chance to think any more about it, Ben's voice cracked through the speaker again.
Beams. More cobwebs. There's a low beam running from the left to the right.
Ben was listing everything he could see. Another 10 seconds, another update. Sticking to the plan.
I'm near the end now, Max. I can see bricks on the left. More bricks. Oh, hang on. There's stairs, Max. I can see little stairs on the left, leading up into the darkness.
He'd found it. Found the secret way up that Mr. Richards had mentioned. I didn't know what I'd been expecting exactly. But just then it felt like the unease in my belly was winning over the excitement. My stomach felt the way it did at school before a test. I strained my ears, listening for the sound of a car on the road. And right then I was hoping I'd hear it. I was hoping Mom would come back. That way I could call Mayday to Ben, and the game would be off. There was nothing though, just the wind outside, and the silence of the hallway. Then the sudden crackle of static barking through the box in my hand.
Max, you still there? I'm on my way up, Max. I climbed up on the beam, and I'm about to go up the stairs. I can't see anything up there yet. It's dark.
Be careful. It was all I could manage. I stared up at the open white door above me, trying to see if I could still make out the faint glow of Ben's head torch. I couldn't. He must be so far back now the light wasn't getting out.
Brick steps. More brick steps. Cobwebs.
Ben's voice sounded fainter now, farther away. I wasn't sure if it was the extra wall and distance between us, or if he'd started whispering. I glanced around the hallway, trying to distract myself from the growing unease in my stomach, and my eyes fell on a portrait on the wall beside me. One of those old black and white ones, an elderly woman, impossibly small and shrunken, stared out of the frame. Her black eyes watched me from an expressionless face. A young man, equally devoid of expression, stood beside her. His face reminded me faintly of Mr. Richards. I shut my eyes. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my neck, above the sound of the wind outside the house. The problem was me being down here on the landing while Ben was up there. We had the walkie-talkies, sure, but it wasn't the same. We were normally together in all our games. Now I felt unable to help, and it was making my anxiety worse. To distract myself, I had tried to imagine things from Ben's point of view. Picture what he might be seeing. Feel his excitement. It didn't help. I could see the darkness in my mind's eye. Imagine his torch beam cutting a path of light through the shadows. But the image only gave me the creeps.
More darkness. Jeez. It's really dark up here, Max. It's like my torch isn't working properly.
He'd be close to the top now. I could feel it. Almost in the secret attic. In my head I had a sudden flashback to Mr. Richards, leaning against our garden fence, grinning.
More brick steps. More darkness. Hey, are you sure you want me to keep updating you? Even if it's all the same stuff?
What I wanted was for Ben to give up and come back. Stupidly though, I didn't say that. I just thumbed the button and said yes.
Okay, I think I must be nearly... Yep, I'm at the top now.
Ben's voice had dropped to a whisper again. I thought I could detect a hint of uncertainty in it, but it could have been my imagination.
The stairs have stopped, Max. It's really dark up here.
Was that the sound of a car engine in the distance? I shut my eyes again, straining my ears, but I couldn't tell. The wind was playing tricks on me.
Dark. Wooden beams. Dark.
Was Ben speaking even more quietly? His voice sounded like it was coming through a pipe.
Dark. Dark. Wait. Hang on.
The worm of unease was a knot now. It felt like something alive and moving inside me.
Max, there's something up here. Up ahead.
A car engine. Yes, I could hear it now. Over the wind. There was no mistaking it.
There's a door, Max.
Ben's voice was ragged and faint, and I could no longer detect the excitement in it. Now all I could hear was the fear I felt myself.
It's in the middle of the attic. It's dark red.
The knot of worms clenched tighter. The people in the black and white photo leered out at me. In the distance, the hum of the car engine grew. I moved my thumb over the talk button, ready to call Mayday, but Ben spoke again before I had the chance.
It's red. A red door.
The walkie growled static in my head. Ben's voice was almost lost in it. His next words were the last full sentence I ever heard him speak. I'll keep my thumbs down as I go through it.
Ben, no, don't. Mayday, mayday. I hammered down the talk button and yelled into the walkie, but it didn't work. Static still crackled through the speaker. Mayday, Mom's here, Ben, come back. Mayday. Time seemed to slow down. The thing I remember most about what happened next was the sound. 4 sounds, all blurring together into one. There was the bass drum of my heartbeats, high up in my neck. In the background, howl of the wind. There was the sound of Mom's car, drawing closer to the house. And there was the static. The static surged from the black box in my hand and, for a short time, eclipsed everything else. It was like my brother had walked into the center of a storm. The sound seemed to freeze me in place. I should have tried the talk button again, and I should have yelled at the top of my voice. Ben was only in the roof after all, wasn't he? But I did neither of those things. Instead, I simply stood there, the eyes in the black and white portraits gazing on, as cracked noise blared from the box in my hand. There were words in the static. I don't know how much time passed as I drowned in that wave of sound, but I heard them. I heard my brother's voice. It was impossibly distant, and I had to press my ear tight to the walkie to hear it at all. But it was there, the ultra-faint whisper of someone speaking from a long, long way away.
Dark, dark, dark.
Looking back now, I think the words must have been every 10 seconds. I think it was Ben, sticking to the plan. Even then.
Dark, dark, dark.
Static surged and roared like waves. There were only 2 other words I heard Ben speak before the car pulled up in our driveway.
Pink moon.
I guess there's a chance I misheard him, but I don't think so. Nobody believed me. That's the short version. I could go into the longer version, the interrogations from my parents and the police officers, and eventually the psychiatrists. But no one needs to hear all that. It's a story we've heard before. There are only really a few other points that matter. The first is the walkie-talkies. They didn't find anything. I told everyone the truth and stuck to it, but it made no difference. When first my dad, and then the lead investigator, listened to the channel my walkie had been tuned to, all they heard was static. They told me I had to be imagining the sound of my brother's voice. The attic was empty too. I don't know how many people went up there and searched in the end, but it was a lot. And none of them found a single trace. No dropped walkie-talkie, no Ben. Their big theory, which I learned from cupping my ears to closed doors whenever I could in the ensuing weeks, was that I'd made the whole thing up. A defense mechanism, they called it. They thought Ben had been abducted, or he'd gotten lost while we were playing some game outside. They thought my mind had created the whole red door in the attic story as a way of protecting myself, shielding me from the trauma of whatever really happened. As for my own investigations, I only went up into the attic once. It was months later, after the initial investigation into Ben's disappearance had died down. The stairs and the chimney were there, just like he said they were, but nothing else. The secret attic was nothing more than an empty, open space in the roof, dust and old bat droppings, but no red door. The last thing worth mentioning is Mr. Richards. He died. It was a month or so after Ben disappeared that I finally thought to talk to him. He was the one who'd told us about the attic, after all, but I never got the chance. His granddaughter found him, apparently. She got worried after he stopped answering his phone. I overheard my parents talking about it late one night, and my dad said he'd heard from Mr. Roberts down the road that some things had been found in Mr. Richards' house, some disturbing things. I never found out what that meant though, and it could have just been a rumor. They held a funeral for him in the village church, advertised it on the notice board. The poster they used had a blown up photo of Mr. Richards when he was younger, in black and white. When I saw it for the first time, it looked familiar to me, but it was only later I realized how much it reminded me of the black and white photo on the landing in our house. I used to take the walkie-talkie everywhere I went. Everywhere. I carried it in my bag to school, slept with it under my pillow. I always had it in arm's reach. I learned to stop that, though, over the years. It wasn't helping. I was spending so much time in that sea of static that I realized if I didn't take control soon, I might just drown. So now I ration myself. Now I have my ritual. Every year I go upstairs to the attic of the house I currently live in with my wife and kids, and I retrieve the walkie-talkie from its locked wooden trunk, find the old channel. Then I close my eyes and let the static wash over me, and I listen for my brother's voice. It's still there, even after all this time. It's still there. Mostly he repeats the same word he was whispering when he walked through the red door. Dark. But every now and then I'll catch something else. On a couple of occasions he's spoken about the pink moon again, and a few years ago I thought he said the words, cracked sky. And this year, quite clearly, I heard him whisper something he's never said before. Silver Lake. I talk back to him too sometimes, even though he's never responded. And even though I know, deep down, that he probably can't hear me. I talk to him just in case, because if there's even the slightest chance that he can, he'll know I've never given up. My name is Cynthia, and I've had a vengeful spirit following me for as long as I can remember. Thank you for letting me join this group to share my story. It is really difficult to share this story with non-believers. When I was 5, my mom passed away unexpectedly from heart failure, and I never knew where my father ran off to years prior, leaving me to live with my grandmother, who honestly didn't care for me very much. She always held the greatest affection for my little brother, who was 3 at the time, doting on him at every opportunity. I was often left to my own devices, lonely and in disbelief that my mother was never going to come back to pick me up again. It was in that towering, creaky old Victorian home that I met my first best friend. The first time I saw her was in the mudroom at the front of the house, where we would strip off our coats and shoes before we would run off and scatter throughout the house. The girl was around my age, but 2 inches shorter than I was. She had long curly hair, a color resembling gravel. Her eyes reminded me of 2 gray moons side by side, and beheld a sadness that reminded me of my own. I could tell she was shy. She was hiding behind my grandmother's long winter coat that was hanging up, just peeking her face out a little to observe me. Quite intensely, I might add. "Hi, I'm Cynthia. What's your name?" I greeted her curiously, as any 5-year-old would do. She shrunk back beneath the coat, obviously frightened by my exuberance. It almost appeared to my young eyes that the coat was now still and flatter, almost as if there was no child hiding behind it. I took a few steps towards the coat, but then it seemed to ruffle and billow the closer I became, until I was now standing directly in front of the coat. "Are you nice?" An almost ethereal, adolescent voice asked from behind the coat. I jumped, startled by the sudden sound of the child speaking. I think I'm nice. "Are you okay? Should I get my Nana?" I asked. "No," she cried in a high-pitched voice, pushing the coat outwards towards me, without revealing herself. "It's okay. I'm okay. I just want a friend so much. This house is so lonely." I instantly empathized with her. She was just like me, all alone in a house where nobody pays you any mind. "Can I see you? I can be your friend," I told her excitedly. Just then, she seemed to flutter out from one side of the coat, presenting herself to me completely. She clutched her hands in front of her coyly. She paused for a moment too long, as if her own name had escaped her. "Lucille." She sounded so happy and pleased when she finally said her own name, but it made me smile to see her smile. From that moment on, Lucille and I were inseparable. We played everywhere in the house together. We would even play tag in the backyard. It never occurred to me to ask Lucille where she had come from. I was just so happy to finally have a friend. One day I asked her where her parents were, but her face became expressionless, and she said she didn't want to talk about it and ran off. I remember not seeing her for a couple days after that, but then she reappeared, acting as if she had totally forgotten about what I asked, or even being gone for as long as she was. The one thing that I found was strange was that my grandmother never once mentioned Lucille, even though we played in her presence often. One time I asked if Lucille could have dinner with us, and my grandmother laughed at me asking if that was my imaginary friend I was always playing with. I had no idea what imaginary meant at the time, but from the way my grandmother was laughing, I knew it was meant to be hurtful. I never mentioned Lucille again. I let my grandmother continue to ignore my existence. One thing about Lucille was that she was good at playing tricks and telling jokes that made my belly hurt with laughter. One of her favorite tricks to play on me is she would take all my left shoes and hide them. For the life of me, I could not find them, and sometimes a few days would pass before they would pop up in random places. When I would finally find where Lucille was hiding, I'd shout, "Lucille, where are all my left shoes?" And she would reply, always giggling, "I just wanted you to be all right." We would both fall to the floor laughing at her ridiculous joke, and I genuinely missed the days we spent in total harmony, enamored with one another. Once I grew older, I saw less and less of Lucille. It got to points where by the time I was 12, I never saw her at all. By this time, I understood completely what imagination was, and I began to wonder if Lucille really had been a work of fiction my mind created, in a time of extreme loneliness and grief. It made sense to me, and I accepted it as such, pushing the memory of Lucille aside to live my life. When I turned 13, my father re-entered my life, and after a trial period, my brother and I went to live with him full time. Apparently our father was off making himself successful, but hadn't heard of my mother's death until years later, when he looked her up, and he immediately came out of a sense of guilt and obligation. Things seemed to actually be going okay, living with our formerly estranged father. That was until the strange events started occurring. During my teen years, I'd find that an increasing number of my left shoes gone missing but never returned. It became awkward having to explain to my father why I needed to buy shoes so often. So I got a part-time job when I was 16 to buy them myself. I didn't want anyone to think I had lost my mind. I just kept it to myself. When I was 18, I started having sleep paralysis problems, where I would be lying on my back in bed, and out of the corner of my eye, right next to my bed, was a peripheral view of a small, bright face darkened only by the blurry abyss of hair surrounding it. I could never make out the eyes, but I would feel them burning into me, and I felt their overwhelming sadness. I'm 29 now, and I have experienced a lot of pain at the hands of something unseen. I've discovered left shoes set ablaze in my backyard. I have awoken with brands on my arms that I thought were just part of my sleep paralysis until waking up and seeing physical marks on them. There was a time where I woke up with 2 painful rows of dark welts on my shoulder. When I went to look in the mirror, it actually was 2 words that read, "Not nice," and I panicked on the spot. Lucille and I used to play tattoo, where she would take a pen and draw or write something sweet on my shoulders or back. Whenever it was her turn to be drawn on, she would refuse, and I never asked why. I just let her be. This was the moment I started admitting what was happening to me to my friends and family, but they instead had me committed to an institution. Even in there, she would find some way to reach me, mostly through sleep paralysis. Sometimes she would take things from my room, like pens or socks. Sometimes I tried to communicate with her through notes of paper, just asking questions like, "Why are you doing this?" However, she did not like my notes. I would go to scheduled meals and return to my room to find the notes crumpled up on the floor, or sometimes even ripped to pieces. I felt hopeless, but I did not want to spend my days being trapped in an institution with a ghost. I would have rather taken my chances on the outside, so I did my best to act as though I slowly improved, as to not provoke suspicion of false progress. Eventually I was released and rejoined society to the best of my ability. Well as one who is being haunted could. I went to visit my grandmother, now in her 70s, and asked if I could take a look around the house. It was obvious there was no way to escape Lucille, so I figured I might as well try to confront her. My grandmother, still unbothered by my existence, waved me off to go do whatever I wanted. The house was still old and creaky, but much more dusty than I remembered. You would think no one even lived there, but it was just my elderly grandmother and the 4 cats after all. The first place I went was the mudroom. My grandmother's long winter coat still hung in the same place as it always was. There was no billowing, no pushing against the coat to be seen, as there had been when I was a child. I approached the coat with caution, one foot shaking while stepping in front of the other. I reached my hand out towards the coat, saying aloud, "Lucille, are you there? I want to say sorry if I hurt you. I never meant to hurt you or leave you. I never meant to forget you." There was a negative energy coming from the coat. I could feel it tightening my muscles and around my throat. It felt like my ears were ringing from a crackling, humming noise. My heart was beating right through my eyes. Still I proceeded, still I persisted, and my hand grasped the coat, quickly forcing it to the side, to reveal no Lucille. Instead, carved into the wood paneling, was a message, "Not enough." I screamed. My grandmother came shuffling as quickly as she could, asking what all the racket was. I looked at her, my eyes wide with terror. But when I looked back at the wall, there was no writing to be seen. "Sorry, Nana. One of the cats startled me is all." I lied. My grandmother grumbled before shuffling her dingy slippered feet back to her television. I took several deep breaths in an attempt to steady myself, but then I heard a scratching on the wall where the coat had been hanging. It sounded like 3 long straight lines, and then nothing came after that. I had to look. There was no other option. Lucille was finally communicating. I moved the coat to the side once again, and sure enough there was something carved there. It was an arrow that pointed up. I reluctantly looked up, but there was nothing to be seen. I could only assume Lucille wanted me to go upstairs. But where? I tried to scan my memory for areas we used to play upstairs, but could only come to one conclusion: the attic. The attic was a historical sepia-toned wonderland. I briefly found myself fondly thinking of our costume plays, where I would try on old kids' dresses that felt like 100 years old, and she would ask me to spin and model them for her. However, I was jolted by that loud buzzing, or humming sound, that made me feel like my eyes were vibrating from inside my skull. Lucille must have been urging me to go up there. There was no time to reminisce, it seemed. My legs felt heavy, like 50-pound sandbags, but I had to move. Who knew what Lucille was capable of after all? So I started my trek to the attic, walking behind my grandmother's rocking chair without her noticing me, or me expecting her to, and ascended the staircase. I was scared. I felt my bladder quaking with fear, and a lump the size of a golf ball lodged in my throat, but I swallowed hard, and kept climbing. I felt nauseated, like there was something making me want to drop to the floor into a useless heap. When I reached the top of the staircase, I walked halfway down the long hallway and looked up. The chain that lowered the stairs from the attic was swinging in a perfect circle rapidly. "I'm coming, Lucille," I remember saying out loud. I grabbed a hold of the chain, and it burned me, forcing me to let go. I held my hand with the other, looking to assess the wound, but there was none. I knew what had to be done. Lucille was going to make me suffer to get up there. I grabbed hold of the chain again, letting the burn happen, and pulled as hard as I could. It felt like gravity was fighting me every step of the way, but even as tears streamed hotly down my face, I kept pulling, adding my second hand and using all of my weight to force the stairs to descend from the ceiling. Finally, the stairs came rolling down with a thunderous clack. I didn't hesitate, for fear of the buzzing sound that made my head throb mercilessly. I climbed the attic steps gently. I didn't know what condition the steps were in. When I was finally inside, I looked around the entire space. It did not appear any different than when I played there as a child, but it had somehow lost its sense of wonderment. It almost looked as if no one had been up in the attic since Lucille and I had been there. Judging from the level of dust that caked on old white linen sheets that covered old furniture, and the cobwebs that draped and drooped like opaque curtains from different parts of the ceiling. The sun nearly peeked through dusty stained glass windows, and sunbeams reflected off of an old standing mirror in one corner of the attic. "Lucille?" I called for her. I heard a bang come from the opposite side of the attic from where I was standing. I moved towards the sound when I knew the smarter thing would have been to run away. When I reached the area the noise had come from, I saw nothing. But then I heard her. Lucille was crying. "Why did you leave me? I called to you so many times, and you just looked right through me. How could you? How could you?" The voice seemed to come from every direction, but Lucille was nowhere to be seen. "Lucille, please, I'm so sorry. I never meant to abandon you. I never meant to stop seeing you. I wish I could see you right now. Can you forgive me? Can I see you?" I pleaded with her. "You're just like Daddy. A liar. You're not nice." Lucille sobbed. Then she began repeating, "Not nice." And it became louder. There was overlap, and her voice sounded like a dozen distorted harmonies. I covered my ears, but there was no escape. Her voice was inside my head. I became dizzy, and a hot, then chilly wave washed over me, and I braced onto an old dresser for support. A dresser drawer flew open, hitting me in the ribs and sending me to the floor. I tried to grab onto the drawer handle for support, but instead the entire drawer came loose and joined me on the floor. Lucille was now echoing, "Don't look, don't look." And my ears continued to ring with supersonic pains. But something propelled me. I had to look. What if this was the only way to help Lucille? So I gazed into what Lucille did not want me to see. A drawer full of old pictures, of sketches done in charcoal. Several locks of hair tied with different colors of ribbon. But it was the pictures that drew me in first because of one familiar face. Lucille. There were several family portraits of what I could only deduce was Lucille's mother and father, with her tucked in the middle or sitting on one of their laps. She looked so happy in the photos, but her parents' faces were stoically fixed. In the last photo, I saw only a photo of Lucille and her father, but Lucille wasn't smiling. She looked like her mother in all of the other photos. The sketches were all of Lucille. I wondered if they were drawn by her mother and father. In some, it appeared as if Lucille had mutilated flesh, not quite cuts or bruises, but the sinking feeling in my stomach made me realize that Lucille had been horribly cared for. The locks of hair had to belong to Lucille. The color matched hers in every way. I knew there was nothing I could say to fix this. How do you avenge a child who lived 100 years ago? Still, I stood up and gathered the courage to try and reason with Lucille again. "Lucille, I know you didn't want me to look, but maybe I better understand you now. I could only see you when I was a child. But as you can see me, I am no longer a child like you. That doesn't mean I ever forgot about you. It doesn't mean I didn't care. I would never purposely harm you. Lucille, I promise I am not like your father. Even though I can't see you, I want to be your friend forever. If you want to give me a clue that you are near me, I promise I will respond to you. Please forgive me. Tell me where you are so I can give you what you need to feel safe." Everything fell silent after my speech, and I hoped that this was the end. Just then I heard Lucille without echoes, without torment, just a little girl's voice I became accustomed to as a child. "You want to know, don't you? What Daddy did. Go to the basement, Cynthia. Go there and I will tell you everything, word for word," she said delicately. I thought I sensed some malice, but I shrugged it off. Everything at that point was a means to an end. "I'll go, Lucille. I'll go right now," I replied as I made my way towards the exit. I climbed down the stepladder, looking up only once, and when I did, I thought I saw the outline of a tall person, but it was gone when I did a double take. I knew I couldn't let anything prevent me from honoring Lucille's request. I kept moving forward, walking down the steps that wailed creakily with every step. I kept moving forward, seeing my grandmother too absorbed by daytime television to even have heard me. I kept moving forward. The basement door, now before me, was begging to be opened. My breaths became shallow. I knew I was having an anxiety attack. I had never felt such animosity from a door in my life. It was as if the air were vibrating and became visible to me. I tried to swallow, but the saliva just clung to my throat as if to warn me to cling to my very life. When I reached for the knob, I felt heat. as if it was burning on the other side of the door. Just like the attic, I had thought to myself. I knew the price of entering was searing pain. It was beginning to become a pattern. Finally, I gathered the nerve to touch the knob, and just as I had thought, it was scorching to the touch. Somehow being prepared for it made it hurt less, although not much, and I forced the knob to turn, and the door swung open with a gust of moldy wind and ash filling my nostrils. There is a staircase that descends into an abyss of the unknown. Any sane person would have turned back, but I knew those people weren't being tormented by their childhood ghost friend. Clearly, I could not claim my sanity was in check, because I started to descend the staircase, swallowing chunks of fear and darkness into my body. About halfway down, I turned to look behind me, but where there was once sunlight illuminating the top of the staircase from the open door, was the same darkness that awaited me below. My fight or flight response came alive, and I tried to ascend. I tried to move my feet anywhere but down, but it was as if a barrier of child's hands forced me forward. I no longer wanted to see what was down there. I no longer cared if Lucille tortured me forever, if it meant I would still have my life the next day. It was hot when I reached the bottom of the staircase. My vision adjusted to the dim light peeking through small, dust-crusted basement windows. I could see decaying boxes, children's toys, an old laundry sink, the furnace, and one of those ancient wood-burning stoves. Both sealed and empty paint cans were scattered about. Cobwebs lived in every corner of the ceilings. The basement was a land where things seemed to be tossed in and forgotten about, never to be seen again, except by me in that very moment. The heat continued to increase. I didn't even notice that my clothes had become damp with sweat. I thought it was my imagination, but the lighting seemed to be fading. I felt as if my vision had began to double, and in that moment, I realized that I could not breathe. A face shrouded mostly in shadow was standing before me, watching me as I collapsed. And as I blacked out, I remember thinking that I didn't want the last thing I saw to be gunmetal eyes then that wide set of sharp teeth shaped into a smile. When I came to, the basement looked so different. The windows were boarded up. There were no longer any cobwebs, no rotting boxes of random memorabilia, just easels and paint, and the wood-burning stove was lit. I looked down at my body, but I could not recognize it. Pale and childlike, but my flesh was dirty. I was in a white, sleeveless nightgown, long locks of black falling past my shoulders. But what is perhaps the most concerning detail is that I am tied to a chair. "Are you awake, Lucille?" I hear in a shaky whisper. Lucille. I looked around. I saw her nowhere, but it began to make sense that I was Lucille. A tall figure slowly approached me. My eyes focused, and with clarity, I recognized that this was Lucille's father. I sat silently, only able to deduce that Lucille was sharing a memory with me. His eyes were gray, just inches away from my face, and when the reflection of the fire from the wood-burning stove reached his eyes, they reminded me of gunmetal. "Are you going to be nice for me today, Lucille? Daddy needs to paint, you understand, right? That Daddy needs to paint something beautiful?" he said, petting my hair gently. "What did you do to her?" I whispered. "What did you say, sweetie?" he asked through a sharp smile. "What did you do to Lucille?" I screamed at him, the ropes tugging against my skin, creating red marks where they dug into me. The smile faded, his face now flat and expressionless. "Don't start on this again, sweetie. It's not nice to play these games with Daddy. Just let me set up and we will begin, okay?" "No. What are you going to do?" "You will see," he said, his back now turned to me. "You always do." He walked over to the wood-burning stove, put a few logs into the already roaring fire, and he picked up a hot poker, placing it into the fire. I began to panic. I wanted to wake up. I didn't want to feel this. What Lucille had to endure. I was a coward, and I knew it. "Lucille, please just let me out. I get the point. I'll do whatever you want. Just please don't do this to me." I pleaded quietly, scalding tears rolling down my face. But there was no answer, just a childish giggle, echoing into forever. It proceeded, the volume increasing, as Lucille's father pulled the hot poker from the fire. The part exposed to the fire was glowing brightly. And he was approaching me with that thing. The giggling continued. I became nauseous. My vision doubled, and I was short of breath once again. I tried to scream as the hot poker approached my skin, but then I blacked out. When I awoke again, I heard shouting, which I bolted up from, all the while trying to get my eyes to focus. I was still in the basement, still in Lucille's memory from the surroundings, but when I looked at my hands, they looked like my own. I peeked around and stumbled upon an intense scene taking place. Lucille's father was bound to a chair, and she stood in front of him, holding the very hot poker that he used to torture her for his art. He already had several nasty burns on his arms and thighs. Lucille had burned through his shirt and pants, so that the fabric became fused with his searing flesh. She bared an evil grin, but one that expressed how vindicated she felt. She was truly deriving pleasure from inflicting this pain, and somehow I felt solitary with her. To be able to make the person who hurt you feel the very same thing. Lucille was walking to the stove, putting the hot poker back in for another round, I guessed. Just then Lucille's father whimpered but then growled. What did you put in my tea, you little demon? Her head bolted in a fiery gaze in his direction. Be quiet, father, she said with a shake in her voice. You will ruin the art show. He laughed, struggling against his restraints and spitting. What are you gonna kill me? I'm all you've got. You're the reason your mother killed herself, you devil from below. Lucille grabbed the poker from the stove and walked briskly to her father, looking at him in the eyes as she shoved a rag in his mouth and stuck the hot poker onto his foot. He writhed and screamed through the rag, biting it while slobber dripped from his lips. Mother killed herself because of you. You, not me. She couldn't deal with your abuse any longer, and she left me behind with you. Lucille cried through clenched teeth, stabbing her father's foot with all her might. I hate you both. The both of you are the demons. I couldn't believe a child this age had endured so much, or was capable of such cold-blooded behavior. All I could do was bear witness to what became of poor Lucille. What happened next is what I can piece together, of just how horrific Lucille's short life had been. She pulled the hot poker from her father's foot, and blood pooled in the gaping hole left behind. Lucille picked up a paintbrush nearby, and dipped it into the bloody wound, and turned to the easel, brushing haphazardly. Like this, father? Am I doing it like you? What should I paint? Should I paint you? How should I paint you, father? Lucille mocked her injured father. The sarcasm alone might have hurt just as much as the hot poker. Her father was finally able to spit the rag out. His breath was ragged. His face was drenched in sweat. How much I wish I could paint you right now, sweetie. He grinned menacingly. That expression, oh, how I want to immortalize it. Lucille looked at him, hurt that her methods had not pierced him, as she thought they would have, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. Father, I think this is the last day we will spend together, and I have loved you for none of it. You will not be missed. She walked somberly towards a shelf that had paint cans on it. She picked up a gas can, brought it to her father, and poured it over his head. And neither will you, he muttered as he gasped for air, while gas trickled into his mouth and nose. Lucille knew she was not strong enough to push her father in a chair, but she could bring a burning log to him, which she did, but not before gagging him with a rag again. She dropped the burning log onto his lap, and up in flames he went. Even through the rag, his screams were audible. Goodbye, father, Lucille whispered, making her way towards the staircase to escape. But when she reached the top, the doorknob wouldn't turn. It was locked from the inside, in need of a key. She looked towards her father's burning body, and she winced as she realized her mistake. She had only ever woken up in the basement, and she didn't know the door automatically locked from inside. She frantically checked the windows, but her father had covered them with wood and nailed them shut. She cried, huddled in a corner as smoke filled the basement, as she came to terms with something no child should have to, that she was going to die. I witnessed Lucille's last moments. It was the most heartbreaking thing I had ever seen. No child deserves this. I wish I could have done something, anything, if it meant giving Lucille another chance. Lucille is with me almost always. After I rose from the basement that day, I told her that her father was wrong. She would be missed. Maybe it was a mistake to do that, but I didn't know what else to do. Every child needs someone to love them, no matter how malicious they turn out to be. The only problem is that I realize I was not Lucille's first victim. Lucille attaches herself to children who have lived in the house my grandmother currently lives in, and she is also able to communicate with children around her age, as long as she is with me. I learned this when I would be walking down the streets, and a small child would comment on the little girl who was with me. I even researched records for families who owned the house before my grandmother. They all had daughters, but I could find none of them still living. So I started a campaign. That's why all my t-shirts say, "Don't talk to Lucille," to protect children from acknowledging Lucille in public. Because after all, she is always with me. At least I think she is. I still can't see her. I worry when I don't hear her for too long, because even though she is a childhood friend, and I do love and sympathize with her, she is still quite dangerous. I can take no interest in friends or romantic relationships. It makes Lucille feel neglected. I can't visit my nieces because I am afraid of what Lucille will do to them, so I will take on this burden, carrying Lucille with me till death comes for me. I'll wear this t-shirt with the big bold letters, a note of caution to anyone who will believe me, who will listen to protect their children from the flaming fury that is my troubled friend Lucille. Thank you again for listening to my story. And if you see me on the streets, it is probably best that you don't speak to me. Your life may depend on it.
The circus just appeared one day, perched in the parking lot behind the mall. Hand-painted signs cropped up overnight like gaudy weeds, displaying sneering clowns and roaring tigers. The largest circus on Earth, one night only. Flyers covered the walls at school, were stuffed into every mailbox. I left tire streaks through a pile of them as Gaz and I raced to the beach. Wherever I looked, brightly colored papers merged with the dead leaves swirling through the air, printed with a portrait of a cheerful-looking man wearing a goofy top hat. "Well, Sean, this might be your best shot." Gaz cackled as our bikes hit sand, and we began to slow down. "How are your cartwheels?" I kicked some sand up at him, which only made him laugh harder. Gaz was always giggling about something. It was part of the reason we clicked so well. No one else could stand him. "Come on, imagine covering up that disaster on your head with a rainbow wig. The girls would just die," he shrieked. "Keep laughing," I told him. I might just consider it. To be honest, I really was considering it. I had been planning, half seriously, on running away from home, and joining a circus didn't sound half bad. I was 16 at the time, bored to death by small-town living, and aching to leave my parents in the dust. Did I have a plan? No. But I was fueled by Home Alone-style stories of kids making it in the city with a credit card and common sense. Plus, I could do a pretty good cartwheel. "Wow, half the school must be out here," Gaz observed, shaking me from my musings. I followed his gaze to the party happening near the water. He was right. Even in the fading light, there were a lot of faces I recognized. A few upperclassmen approached us when we got closer, hunched over like cartoon bodybuilders. "Are you two supposed to be here?" The bigger one asked. We glanced at each other. "You don't know us. That's Raygun." I gestured towards Gaz, club president. "And this is Jazzwipe, vice club president," Gaz wheezed. "Lisa invited us. That's the other reason we clicked so well. Ever since we'd met, we'd been playing this game, coming up with the dumbest fake names we could think of whenever we met new people. Whoever's cover got blown first had to buy the other one a soda. Stupid, I know, but it had got me a lot of sodas too." The guys let us pass without comment, and we merged with the crowd of kids on the beach. I was surprised at how many of them were talking about the circus. Even the bro circle had supplemented their usual conversation about girls, with the girls at the circus. You know how they are. It was very scientific. Gaz and I threw around a few more pseudonyms for fun, but most people were too drunk or preoccupied to call either of us out. Each time we saw the guys from earlier, we pretended to be looking for Lisa until they passed. I guess they were the designated guards or something. At some point I lost Gaz to the horde of swaying teens. In between songs I could hear his stupid, shrieking laughter, which made me feel pretty sorry for whoever he'd made his next victim. Abandoned, I peeled off a little and sat on a piece of driftwood overlooking the water. It was really getting dark now, so much so that I didn't even notice the two girls that sat beside me until they spoke. "What's your name?" They said in unison, scaring me half to death. Nickel forward. I mumbled, looking helplessly between them. I noticed immediately that they were twins, long strands of black hair framed identical pale faces. Too pale, like they were wearing face paint. My eyes fixated on the frilly tutus around their waists, and the striped stockings that clung to their legs. "You guys go to Garfield High?" "Actually, my sister and I belong to the circus," said the one on the right. "We open tomorrow night," said the one on the left. "Oh yeah, everyone's talking about it. We don't get a lot of excitement around here. Must suck getting stuck with promotion, right?" They looked at me strangely. Lefty spoke first. "No, we wanted to come out here. We thought a party looked like fun. It's been so long since we've hung out with kids our own age." Her sister shot her a look and she shut up. Righty finished. "She means that we've just been so busy. It's hard to get out much, you know? But you really should come, what did you say your name was?" I'd forgotten my alias. Classic. But just before I gave myself away, I felt a hand touch down on my shoulder. "This right here is the Great Forest Woods. No relation to Tiger." Gaz giggled. "Sorry you ladies had to deal with him. He's real broody, isn't he?" He plopped down between Lefty and me, nearly knocking her off the seat. Righty frowned, silent accusations hardening her features. "No, I thought it was something else." Her gaze burned into me. Her eyes seemed bigger than before. A foreign shame entered my bloodstream, like when your mom catches you doing something wrong. For a second, that's exactly how I felt. Like a little kid, caught in a lie. I almost told her my real name, but her sister beat me to the punch. "Anyway, it was really nice meeting you two. Hopefully we'll see you at the circus tomorrow." I watched them walk back up the beach, towards the main road. Gaz whistled a bit, then broke out in a fit of laughter. Usually the sound was mildly annoying, but the party was starting to thin, and the bonfire was being put out. And my friend's wild, high-pitched wails were more unnerving than anything else. If you had told me the next Olympics were going to feature competitive shark wrestling, that would have been more believable than what my parents said at breakfast the next morning. "Have you seen the circus up by the mall, Daryl?" My mom chirped. "Yeah, me and the boys were talking about it at work yesterday. I was thinking we could go see what it's about. As a family, you know? Admission is free." That's how they were, even though I was sitting right there, slurping up cereal. They talked like I wasn't even in the room. I cleared my throat loudly, twice. "You alright, Sean? I hope you're not getting sick." "I'm fine, Mom. And since when are you and Dad into circuses?" My real question was, since when are you and Dad into anything? They shrugged. "It looks like fun. Plus a couple lovely girls stopped by the other night to give us flyers. They said it'd be very educational." My mom said. I tried not to choke on my cereal. I tried to tell myself that they'd probably just gone door to door. It wasn't like they'd sought out my house specifically. It wasn't even possible. Still, I couldn't shake the dread that crept into my fingertips and made the spoon too heavy to lift. "Did you tell them anything?" My dad scoffed. "They're not cops, Sean. We just said that we'd love to come see their show. Your mother even gave them one of her famous cupcakes." "But, no buts. We're going to have a nice family evening, and you're not getting out of it." The light in the kitchen seemed to die out, as if on cue. A stray flyer fluttered past the window. I watched it with a frown. At that point, I made up my mind that I was going to run away. For real. And if I had to go to this thing, maybe I really could take advantage of it. Even if they were just looking for someone to clean out the elephant pen. I turned back to my parents. "Can I bring Gaz?" They groaned loudly, which I took to mean yes. Through hours of hostage crisis level negotiation, it was agreed that Gaz and I would ride our bikes to the circus and meet my parents in the stands. Actually, his parents were going too, but they were more than happy to dump their son with us. Sometimes I felt kind of bad for him, to be honest. but he didn't seem to mind. On our way there, I told him about the girls, and got a similar story back from him. I was relieved. They'd gone door to door after all. I also told him my plan to skip town, which admittedly wasn't much of a plan. Really, I was just going to ask the ringmaster for a job after the show, and hope for the best. Like I said, I was running on movie magic. Gaz told me my plan was stupid, and then immediately offered to help. His job was to distract my parents. He was a good friend. When we arrived, the parking lot was swarming with people. The entire town must have been there. Dead leaves and flyers choked the air. The smell of cotton candy and popcorn replaced any oxygen, making me dizzy. Above us, the big top loomed, red and white stripes tapering into a sharp point at the top, with dozens of cheap carnival games scattered around it. A few dirty-looking clowns patrolled the games, handing fluffy toys with big, gloved hands. I tried to picture myself as one of them and felt sick, but still, I was determined. Gaz and I parked our bikes and walked up to the ticket master. "Names?" he said. "Midsummer Shyamalan." Gaz giggled. "And this is my buddy." But before he could invent a name for me, I interrupted him. "Josh Grant," I blurted out. I still don't know why I said it. I don't know why I played it safe. I just know that something deep inside me told me that I needed to be convincing. The ticket master nodded at me, wrote the name on a shiny ticket, and passed it through the window. Then he narrowed his eyes at my friend. "Your real name?" Gaz glared at me, then said very slowly, "Garrison Fields." We had this rule, see, that if your cover got blown, you had to give up your real name. It was supposed to be a punishment, like giving away a piece of yourself. I think about this rule a lot. I think about this moment a lot. "You're a jerk. You know that, right?" Gaz punched me in the arm as we walked into the tent. "That doesn't count. You have to earn your soda." I just nodded, trying to shake away the fog of carnival confections. We met up with my parents, and the show quickly began. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the largest circus on earth. Our members are very pleased to see your faces, but be advised, there will be audience participation." A troupe of clowns danced into the ring, breaking out into cruel laughter and honking their tiny horns. I guess the gag was that they were prisoners or slaves or something, because of the comically large shackles attached to their legs. Whenever the ringmaster approached them, they all made a big show of screaming and cowering behind each other. At one point, the ringmaster pulled out a whip and pretended to hit them with it. I flinched at the sounds of it snapping in the air, but the audience was eating it up. Even my parents were howling with laughter, slapping their thighs as they watched. I forced a chuckle from my lips, suddenly very self-conscious. Finally, the clowns retreated and were replaced by ballet dancers. I recognized the twins among them, leading the rest of the performers. Only, not everyone was in costume. In fact, most of the dancers were dressed like suburbanites, or wearing business clothes. Ages ranged from ancient to elementary schoolers, all moving together. One older woman tripped and landed face first on the floor, where she was trampled by her teammates. Gaz was doubled over in hysterics behind me. I felt sick. I kept waiting for her to get up. She looked so frail, white, and withered. One of the twins looked back at her, and she finally picked herself up. She rejoined the dance, and I tried to laugh at the way her legs bent awkwardly backwards. By the halfway point, I was rethinking my plans. Short-skirted vendors prowled the stands, offering sugary snacks. "And what's your name, cutie?" Josh Grant." A tub of cotton candy was shoved into my lap. I placed a clump of it in my mouth and almost gagged. It was stale, sour, but when I turned to complain, the vendors had already moved on. I looked around. My parents were sharing a large tub of popcorn, except they weren't really eating it. No one was really eating. Hands dug into containers and brought the contents to laughing lips, only to have them fall right out of their mouth and onto the floor. I watched Gaz grind cotton candy into his teeth, unable to stop giggling long enough to chew. My head was light, and I looked back at my own container and gasped. The pink treat was gone, replaced by a thin layer of black mud and a pile of dead leaves. I touched my fingers to my lips, and they came away black. Now I really did gag. Dude, something's wrong. I shook Gaz by his shoulders. I think we should ditch. But he just kept laughing, not even looking at me. Gaz, come on. I'm being serious. Below us, a dozen or so men were eating fire, or trying to anyway. Gaz. I shoved him, hard. His skull made a sharp thud on the wooden bench, but he just kept cackling like an idiot. Tears rolled down his face. His cheeks were red. White fingers clutched at his side, but he kept going, glued to the action. My parents were in the same state. Everyone was. I wanted to stand up and scream. What's so funny? But a cold fist formed in my stomach and kept me still, kept me quiet. The show continued. I have to be honest, it really was the largest circus on Earth. Thousands of people dragged themselves through various stunts and tricks, but it was as if they hadn't been trained on any of it. There were no costumes, no one was smiling. The magician wept as he cut a woman in half. No box or anything. I'm sorry, he kept mouthing. I'm sorry. And the smell of blood joined the tango of sugar and butter. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't watch. But a pair of clowns was guarding every exit. For some reason I felt like I was being monitored, trying to stop the wetness in my eyes. I dunked a fist into my tub of dead leaves and flung them at my mouth, allowing them to stick to my chin. I laughed at the horror in front of me, until my cheeks hurt. Rocked back and forth in my seat, tried to stop looking around. The smell of urine wafted up, and I noticed the man in the seat below mine had pissed himself. Not that he seemed to mind. Finally, after hours, the ringmaster made an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for audience participation. He held a box of shiny tickets. When I call your ticket, come on down. The room was silent. I don't mean people stopped laughing, because they didn't, but it was like their voices simply went quiet. Holden Deer, Felicity Chambers, Gabby Days. I watched people suddenly jerk onto their feet, staggering towards the center stage with shaky, lurching steps. A parade of toddlers, or puppets. David Brown, Daryl Connors, Linda Connors. My parents stood up. I couldn't help myself. I threw my body at them, holding onto their legs like a little kid, begging them not to go. A few clowns looked in our direction, but I ignored them. Mom, Dad, please. Please don't you get it? Something's wrong with these people. We have to go home now. But they kicked me off with a superhuman strength. I flew back into Gaz, whose face was still contorted into silent laughter. Garrison Fields. No, please, you can't. I screamed in his ear. For the smallest fraction of a second, I swear he looked at me. I'll never forget the pain in his eyes. The fear. And then he stumbled down towards the ring. Everyone did. Josh Grant. I stood up. For a moment the world worked in slow motion. I watched my family march through the ring. A girl, one of the twins, handed my dad a clown nose. Another one was showing my mother how to dance. Lazily. Very stupidly. I noticed several pairs of twins doing the same to the rest of the crowd. Several pairs of the same twins. One handed Gaz a flaming baton. The ringmaster smiled up at me, then frowned as I stood motionless. His eyes seemed too big, his features too sharp. That's not my name. I screeched at the top of my lungs. Then I ducked my head and ran through the stands, through the red and white curtains that felt coarse and dry against my skin, out into the parking lot, where I pounced on my bike and hurtled down the main road, screaming and crying and trying to remember how to breathe. I waited for my parents the rest of the night, uselessly of course. I waited to hear the sounds of cars starting up. I waited to hear familiar voices, all uselessly. Stacks of flyers were blown against my windows, face up. One night only. I screamed to break the silence. Largest circus on Earth. The next morning I pedaled back to the mall, not knowing what I was expecting. The place was deserted. No tent, no games, no ticket booth. Just rows upon rows of parked cars and overturned bicycles. A thin layer of dead leaves blanketed the ground where the big top had been. I stood there for a long time, unable to comprehend the bitter irony of it all. I had planned to join the circus. but everyone else had instead. The realization slackened my knees. A wild, hysterical giggle burst from my lips. No. I mumbled between peals of laughter. No, no, no. I sank to the ground, shaking. This isn't happening. I don't know how long I stayed there, staring at the spot where everyone in my town had been taken. I don't know how long I waited for some sign of life. And I don't know when the laughter turned into sobs. All of this started because I'm a cheap piece of shit who refuses to spend more than $15 on a single item. Words for the wise, don't be like me. You will end up discovering many weird things, but I'm a sucker for a good deal, especially if it looks a bit vintage. And so thrifting and yard sales have become my favorite forms of shopping. I am not alone on this. My best friend Rosa always accompanies me, which works out considering she has an excellent eye when it comes to finding deals. So when she called me and asked if I wanted to accompany her to a yard sale her neighbor was having, I jumped at the chance. When I arrived at Rosa's house, she was already on her front porch waiting for me, a huge wad of cash sticking out of her front pockets. I shot her a look as I rolled down my window. That's the stupidest form of a wallet that I've ever seen. I reprimanded her, with a hand on my forehead. The brunette rolled her eyes at me as she approached my car. We don't need wallets for yard sales. Everyone there is old and too slow to remember where they even put their own cash. Nobody's going to be focused on where I keep mine. She insisted, as she climbed into the passenger seat of my small vehicle. Rosa is very headstrong, so I had no desire to argue with her on the matter, and instead changed the subject. So, which neighbor is having a yard sale? I questioned, looking around. You see, Rosa's family is very well off. Her mother is a doctor and her father owns his very own successful company. So their neighborhood is quite nice, which makes it a great place for yard sales. The crazy old woman down the block, you know, the one who's like an anti-cat lady, Rosa remarks, lifting her feet up to rest them on my dashboard, which luckily for her I ignore. However, I do know which neighbor the girl is referring to. Mrs. Donahue? I question, turning right towards the woman's house and hoping Rosa says yes, so that I didn't go the wrong way. See, Rosa and I used to run into Mrs. Donahue's yard when we were little and play in her extravagant garden, much to her dismay. The old woman would always come out and tell us not to run in her plants, because they were something she held dear to her heart. We rarely listened to her. And then one time when we decided to break into the garden yet again, Rosa decided to bring her cat Whiskers. Rosa loved Whiskers, and said that the kitty deserved to see the garden too. But Mrs. Donahue definitely didn't think so. Upon realizing that we had not only disrespected her wishes, and broken into the garden again, but had brought a friend this time, Mrs. Donahue rushed out to scold us. The cat instantly began hissing at the woman, and trying to jump out of Rosa's grasp. Mrs. Donahue only glared at the cat, and told us to leave at once, so we did. And I didn't think we'd ever come back after that. Sure, we'd still always stare at the woman's yard because it was beautiful, and deserved to be admired, but we never crept in there again. I don't think Rosa's even spoken to the woman since then, and I don't blame her. I had never disliked Mrs. Donahue, she seemed nice enough, but I did get the feeling that something was a little off with the woman. Yes, Donahue, I knew it was something like that, Rosa exclaimed, with the wave of her hand, as if the woman's name wasn't that relevant to her. Just then we began approaching the house. It was still extremely nice, just now I had remembered it, with flowers and fruits growing from every open space in the yard. The garden was closed off with a large stone gate that had definitely never been there before. I couldn't suppress my chuckle. I wonder if they installed that because of us, I questioned aloud, causing Rosa's eyes to wander to the gate. She snorted. Oh, I'm sure. We had an obsession with that garden, especially the roses, she said with a wink, as we got out of the car. Upon closer inspection, everything mostly looked the same in Mrs. Donahue's yard, besides the gate, of course. And also there was no Mrs. Donahue, which I instantly found kind of peculiar. It was her yard sale after all. Who's running this thing if Mrs. Donahue isn't out here? I whispered to my best friend as we came closer and closer to the objects in the yard. Rosa shrugged. Who knows? And more importantly, who cares? Typical Rosa. Then we looked at jewelry. There was one necklace Rosa really liked. It seemed to have a figure of a butterfly on it, with sparkling accents that shined beautifully when it caught the light. Rosa admired the piece, but said it was overpriced and she'd only spend that much money on yard sale jewelry if it was real gold. So then we moved on to the household items for sale, and I think Rosa and I both ended up falling in love. Rosa saw a small rose gold compact mirror, and she said that when she looked at herself in it, she felt more beautiful than she had when she looked in any other mirror, or even when she looked at her reflection through her phone camera. I didn't see the allure of the object in the same way that she did, but I got the basis of what she meant. She was drawn to it, and it definitely seemed like the type of object Rosa would be drawn to. Me, on the other hand, well, I was still drawn to something, but the object was much more me than Rosa's compact mirror. It was an old book, with the pages jagged and rusty, with the beautiful smell of a traditional piece of writing. It was titled Old Folklore Stories, and no author was listed. I decided right away that, even though folklore had never once interested me extensively before, I needed to purchase the book. And so Rosa and I contently marched up the long line to pay at the yard sale. I couldn't help but wonder who was running this whole thing, if not Mrs. Donahue herself, and so I peeked my head around the 4 people in front of us to see who was taking people's money. To my surprise, it was a girl that looked to be around the same age as Rosa and I. She had long strawberry blonde hair that was pulled away from her face, highlighting her freckles and green eyes. Her smile was illuminating and left me with a sense of comfort when she told the customer to have a wonderful day, and to return when they had a yard sale again in the future. There was a tray of small cupcakes laid on the table where she kept the box of cash, with a sign that read, "Take one if you please." How cute. I wonder who that is, I said, nodding my head towards the girl as she took the next person's money and sparked up small talk with them. Rosa turned her head to examine the girl I was referring to, before simply shrugging. Probably the old bat's granddaughter or something, who cares? And with that, she went back to admiring her own reflection. But as soon as Rosa's head turned back to the mirror, the other girl's head snapped up to look at where we were standing in line. There was something in her eyes I couldn't quite identify, like maybe a touch of anger. Had she heard what Rosa said? Quickly, I turned away from the girl, fearful that if I held a gaze for too long, I'd fall under some sort of spell. Rosa and I barely spoke again until it was our turn to pay for our items. "Hello," the girl said in a rather chipper voice, instantly looking the both of us up and down. "What can I do for you all today?" she asked. Rosa said nothing as she put the mirror down on the table. "It says it's only $7. That's right, isn't it?" my friend asked, hoping the price tag was correct, because now she was far too attached to not get it. The mystery girl smiled softly. If that's what the tag says, then that's the price. Rosa only nodded as she dug into her pocket to pull out the money. I took this time to put my curiosity to rest. "Are you Mrs. Donahue's granddaughter?" I asked, trying to make my own normally monotone voice sound sweet and happy like hers. The girl's expression seemed to falter for just a moment, changing from excited to annoyed, but it instantly changed back. She nodded. "Yeah, I am." she said simply, careful not to give out too much information. Me, being persistent and too questioning for my own good, decided to keep pushing her. In a way, I wondered about the girl, but I also felt like I should be cautious when it came to her, like she had much more power than I was capable of knowing about. It's nice to meet you. I was about to introduce myself to her, before stopping short. I probably shouldn't let her know my name, if she hasn't offered hers to me yet. I'm not really a native to this neighborhood. I just visit Rosa sometimes, but we used to play in Mrs. Donahue's yard as kids, I explained to her, with a polite smile, as Rosa handed her 7 crumpled up ones. Where is Mrs. Donahue? I questioned, eyes scanning the yard as if I had only just noticed her absence. Sick, the girl said simply. I let my mouth fall open for a moment, before noticing and immediately closing it. Oh, I'm so sorry, I replied. The peculiar girl said nothing as she placed the ones in the box full of money, watching Rosa carefully as she stuffed the compact mirror into her back pocket. Be careful not to break that, the girl warned her. It brings 7 years of bad luck. Her tone was completely serious, but Rosa only laughed. Save the superstitions, I don't believe in all that. The girl only raised an eyebrow at her, before completely turning away from Rosa and instead facing me. And for you? She asked, seeming a bit warmer towards me than Rosa. I smiled weakly at her as I offered up the book, already knowing that the price was $11. That's cheap for a book, especially one as intriguing as this one. The girl gave me a huge grin upon seeing my purchase. Oh my goodness, what a great pick. You're going to love it. I scrambled to grab my wallet out of my purse, unsure how to respond to the girl. Oh, don't worry about it. This one is one of my favorite things to read when I'd visit my grandma as a little girl. It's free. This time when she smiled at me, I swear her teeth seemed sharper than they had before. More intimidating. It felt rude to decline her offer, but it almost felt more wrong to accept at all. So I shook my head. Oh, that's okay. I insist, really. $11 for a book like this is a great deal anyways. The girl looked surprised at my comment, raising an eyebrow at me. Even Rosa looked at me like I was crazy, but I ignored her. Okay, suit yourself, she said as I handed her the $11, putting it into the box. I go by Felicity, by the way, she said to us, shocking me. Oh, I exclaimed, happy to finally know her name, but I still felt wary to give her mine. She already knew Rosa's, and that was good enough. Well, it's been such a pleasure to meet you. Please tell your grandma we say hi. Right, Rosa? I asked, looking over at the girl who seemed glued to her mirror. I nudged her with my elbow, causing her to jump. Huh? Oh, yeah, for sure, she said rather absent-mindedly. The girl then looked up from the mirror, looking at Felicity. Actually, would you mind if we used your bathroom? I have to pee super bad, and I'd really appreciate it. Felicity looked taken aback at Rosa's question, and for a moment she only stared at us with her mouth open. But eventually she closed her mouth and gritted her teeth. Well, I would mind, in fact. If you all say you know my grandmother, I'm sure she wouldn't. Just go straight there and come straight back, she instructed, staring Rosa down for a moment. It was very clear she didn't trust the girl. I didn't blame Felicity. Rosa could be a bit hard to believe at times. Rosa said nothing as she led me away from the table, with the fancily decorated cupcakes and the beautiful girl with a smart tongue. Do you even know where the bathroom is? We've never been in here before, I said in a low tone to my friend, who walked into the door of the house as if she owned the place. Rosa shrugged. It can't be that hard to find, it's just a bathroom, she said casually, looking into the very first door she saw to be met with the living room. Nope, she said casually, as she checked the next door, the kitchen. Felicity said to go straight to the bathroom, then leave. I reminded her. Rosa rolled her eyes at me. I'm trying, she snapped, pushing open a third door. Luckily for us, it was the bathroom. Rosa pulled me in there with her as she locked the door, but to my surprise, she made no move to pee. Instead, she looked at herself in the mirror for a moment. Nope. It's not the same as the compact mirror, she declared, turning away from it. Rosa pulled the compact mirror out of her pocket and handed it to me. I figured she did this so that she could finally pee, and then we could get out of here. But she still made no move towards the toilet. Instead, she reached into her pocket again. This time, what she pulled out almost made me drop the mirror. Luckily, it didn't. But my other hand came over to my mouth to muffle my gasp. Rosa stood there wearing a cocky smirk as she held up the beautiful butterfly necklace we had first examined at the yard sale. The one she had decided against getting considering it was a bit pricey. But now, suddenly she had it. It was clear the girl had already claimed it as hers, despite not paying for it. She was stealing it. Rosa, I began, shoving the compact mirror back into her hands. What the hell are you doing? Rosa rolled her eyes at me. Calm down, she instructed. If they wouldn't have made the price so ridiculously high, I wouldn't have to steal it. She flipped her hair over her shoulder, as if this was a perfectly valid reason to steal from her sick neighbor. Rosa, I hissed at her, grabbing her hand. Felicity said Mrs. Donahue is sick. Come on, let's go so you can put it back and we can get out of here. No. Rosa instantly pulled her hand away from mine. I'm not putting this back. Why are you being so anal about this anyways? If this was a thrift store, you'd roll your eyes, call me a thief, and that would be that. There'd be none of this trying to get me to put it back bullshit. Rosa ranted as she shoved the necklace back into her pocket, along with her mirror, and I couldn't argue with her there, because she was right. I was long since used to Rosa's craziness by now. She was going to do what she wanted when she wanted to, simply because she could. She grew up with many things being handed to her, so if she wanted something, she was going to get it, regardless of whether it was an overpriced yard sale item or not. I had never once complained about this quality of hers before. Sure, I'd tease her about it, but never had I really complained about it. Until now. I stopped for just a moment to ask myself why. I had never really liked Mrs. Donahue all that much. I mean, sure, I felt bad for the woman, but pity was the feeling I probably harbored most for her. And as for Felicity, I barely knew her, and she had already given me a slightly alarming feeling when we conversed. So why did I start caring about Rosa's bad habits now? I had no answer. I didn't know why this surge of angriness about her thievery suddenly was sprung upon me, so I dropped it. I didn't want to argue with my best friend. Whatever, let's just go, I said, and we exited the bathroom with extreme tension in the air. Once we exited the house, I made sure to close the door securely behind me, as if the next time Felicity entered the house it would suddenly become clear to her that my best friend stole from her. I shook my head at my antics. How paranoid could I get? Once we were thrown back into the real world of fancy yard sales in expensive neighborhoods, I found it a bit weird that the crowd at the yard sale had died down so quickly. Now there was only one person in line, and maybe 2 more total looking around. It seemed as if there were at least 10 people out here before. Weird. As we began the quiet and awkward descent back to my car, Felicity waved us over. Hey, wait, she shouted at us. My eyes widened as I glanced over at Rosa, silently questioning her on what the hell we should do. She paid no mind to me, only plastered a bright fake smile onto her face, and approached Felicity slowly. Once we came face to face with her, I braced myself. Felicity didn't seem like the type to deal well with people stealing things from her beloved sick grandmother. You've known her for 10 minutes, I reminded myself. Stop freaking out. And sure enough, I was just getting ahead of myself, because Felicity flashed her sharp teeth at us once again. You all never tried the free cupcakes I made. Come on, they're super good. You'll want to try more than one, I promise, she said, picking up the plates and holding them out to us. Rosa seemed to ponder this for a moment. She was a health nut. Me, on the other hand, I seldom cared what I ate. And yet I felt weirdly compelled to stay away from the cupcakes. I shook my head. No thank you, I had a big breakfast this morning. It wasn't even a lie. I treated myself to like 2.5 Starbucks sandwiches. Rosa seemed to decide that, despite her insane diet, today was a good cheat day. She reached over and took 2. I'll have one for both of us, she said with a smirk. Felicity laughed at her statement. I like the way you think. And with that, we left the Donahue property with differing emotions. Rosa probably felt accomplished and proud, having received all she wanted and more today. I felt defeated in a way, for not being able to get her to return the necklace. I also felt more curious about Mrs. Donahue and her family than I ever had before. And that's why after I dropped Rosa back off and returned safely to my own home, I read the entirety of the book I purchased from the yard sale in a little over an hour. I just knew there was something more to Mrs. Donahue and Felicity that I wasn't able to place my finger on. But upon reading farther and farther into the book, things slowly began to clear up. The book was supposed to just be old folklore, but the way things were discussed in the book made them seem so real. It seemed more like a history book than a book full of fairy tales. It discussed fae and fairies, and basic information about them. Information such as their love for gardening, or such as their wariness to give their real names out, or describing that when fae offer humans things for free, such as cupcakes or an old book, it is usually because they are going to ask for something in return at a later point. Fae never forgets, and apparently, they always know when you are lying, and cannot lie themselves. However, that does not mean they are always honest. I thought about the way Felicity worded many of the things she told us. I go by Felicity. I wouldn't mind, in fact. Her words ran through my mind on repeat. Was I losing my mind? I exhaled deeply, shutting the book and deciding I had done way too much reading for the night. I was taking everything way too seriously. The things Felicity did seemed perfectly normal to everyone else there, including Rosa. I was just making a big deal out of nothing. Or so I thought. Until the next day, when I texted Rosa in the morning to let her know I would be on my way to get her soon, so we could go to school together. She didn't text me back. So I called her. Still no answer. The girl's attendance was horrid, so I decided she probably overslept as she does so well. I didn't bother stopping by her house to pick her up, and after school when she still hadn't texted me, I figured she was still a bit mad over my attempt to get her to put the necklace back yesterday. I texted her again, telling her to get over it and call me when she could. But by the time I went to sleep that night, there was still no answer. And the next day, I was woken up by my mom shaking me rapidly. Still half asleep, I lightly pushed her off of me and asked her what the hell she was doing. "Where is Rosa?" she asked me frantically. I sat up in my bed, rubbing my eyes. "At her house?" I asked, yawning. What time was it? "Her mother just called me. She said you all went shopping and then she never came home. She told her mom she was going to stay the night over here, but we both know she didn't. So where did she go? Did she meet up with a boy? You have to be honest with me, honey. She could be in danger." My mom was talking about 1,000,000 miles a minute, and I think I was already developing a headache. But nonetheless, I tried to process her words. "Rosa never came home?" I questioned, finally starting to wake up a bit. My mom only shook her head. "Mom, I dropped her off at her own front door. She didn't tell me she had any plans at all. She hasn't been texting me back. But I just thought she was mad at me," I explained in a groggy voice, trying to wrap my brain around what was going on. My mom's eyes widened. "You really don't know where she is, do you?" My mom asked in a voice barely above a whisper. I could tell she was undergoing secondhand fear, thinking about if it was me that just up and disappeared instead of Rosa. I have to go call her mother back. "You're not going to school today. Lay back down," she told me in a shaky voice, before rapidly exiting the room to leave me there with my own thoughts and suspicions. Rosa would never just disappear. The girl depended on her family for everything. She needed them to survive. She didn't have too many friends besides me, and she hadn't had a boyfriend in several months. I couldn't think of any place the girl could have gone. For half a second, my mind flashed to the worst possible scenario. The moment where Rosa showed me her stolen treasure replayed in my mind in slow motion. The stupid girl. Why couldn't she have just left it there? Why'd she have to get cocky? I tried to take deep breaths and convince myself I was being paranoid, reading too much into it, and scaring myself when in reality Rosa was probably just in desperate need for more attention, and hiding out at the mall or something. Yeah, that had to be it. But despite my logical side trying to argue with my pessimistic side, my eyes stared at the folklore book laying on my desk across from my bed. Without a second thought, I stood up and walked over to the book, opening the front cover. To my surprise, a folded up piece of paper fell out of the book and hit the floor. That's weird. I didn't see any paper when reading through the book last night. Slowly, I bent down to pick up the piece of paper. My nimble fingers worked to unfold it, as every plausible possibility flashed through my mind. Maybe it's from Rosa. Maybe she really did run away, and this is her note telling me all about where to find her. But in the back of my mind, I knew Rosa would never have written me a note. She would have sent a simple text and been on her way. Upon unfolding the piece of paper, my jaw practically hit the floor. And as bad as it may sound, the first thought that came to my mind was, thank God I'm not crazy. I knew something was up with the Donahues. Girl, you never gave me your name. Smart of you. You also didn't steal from me. Smart again. I like your attitude. What a shame you came with such a horrid girl. Grandmother made me take care of her. We don't tolerate thieves or liars here. I trust that you will keep your mouth shut. Partially because nobody would believe you, and partially because you're drawn to us in a way you can't explain. Many humans are, if they are able to detect our fey blood. I don't know how you were able to, but bravo. Feel free to visit whenever you'd like. Treat the book well. Felicity. I must have read the note at least 100 times. Every time I read it, I felt a different emotion pass through me. By the time I had read over her name, any emotion would be gone except for the sting of curiosity about the whole situation. I had countless questions for Felicity, and as wrong as Rosa was for stealing, my heart feared what they did to her. I hoped she was not suffering, and would someday be able to return home, but I knew I could do nothing to help her. It was out of my control now. Eventually, I folded the note back up and placed it into the book I had purchased. I put the book into a drawer I had on my desk, where many of my prized possessions lived. If my mother or anyone else found that note, I'd have no choice but to reveal all the events from yesterday to them, and they'd probably lock me up in a loony bin. Now I'm sitting on my bed feeling incredibly conflicted. As I write this post, I can only hope Felicity or her grandmother will never see it. If they do, my greatest apologies. But what would you have done? I don't know what to do about Rosa. She is, or I suppose was, my best friend. She's not the greatest person in the world, but she was learning her lessons slowly but surely. However, I also can't control the way I am drawn to the Donahues. Something deep inside me encourages me to go to them and beg to learn everything about them. But I also know how ridiculously stupid that would be. Playing with Fae is a dangerous game that one cannot afford to lose. And clearly, Rosa learned that the hard way. Listen, if you've ever combed the internet for silly little scary games, such as Cat Scratch and Bloody Mary, I hope you don't come across the elevator game and attempt to play. Ever since I was a child, I'd always been fixated with elevators. They were a fun contraption to jump around in, and I always was excited to take a ride in one of those mysterious stainless steel contraptions. But a couple days ago, my friends and I were combing the internet and came across a website that detailed a new game called the Elevator Game. Immediately my interest was piqued, and I began to read farther as my friends became more enthralled, considering I have told my friends about my fascination with elevators. Our dark room was illuminated by the bright monitor's brilliant display. The Elevator Game? That's probably some crappy Snapchat challenge that some middle schoolers came up with. My friend Arthur was always a skeptic, but I understand, considering most of these challenges were dribble anyway. Well, you know, I've always been fascinated by elevators, I retorted. Maybe this challenge may have some merit to it. Well, hurry up and see the rules. I want to see what you have to do, and if we can do it tonight. What else do you think we're gonna do tonight? Drink and play Smash? I want to do something new for once. The other voice came from the blue beanbag on the other side of the room. Of course Mike would be asleep on a Friday night. Well, nice of you to join us, Mike. Pull up a chair, and we'll see the rules together, I said. After he groggily moved his beanbag to my desk to my left, I began to scroll down and see the rules of this game. The display listed the rules as followed. 1. Enter the elevator of your choice, alone. Alone? We can't do this challenge together? Mike said, yawning. I looked at him. I guess we'll just take turns then. I'm down. I'm sure this is a load of crap anyway, Arthur said in between swigs of beer. Buzzkill, Mike muttered. 2. Once inside, ensure that the elevator is equipped with more than 13 floors. Oh, 13. So scary, Arthur said, waving his arms. Shut up, I quickly snapped. 3. After following 2, press the button for the 7th floor. 4. After 3, press the button for the 4th floor. 5. After 4, press the button for the 8th floor. This went on for a while, a code that equaled to 748-25169, whatever that meant. But once I got to the 9th instruction, my blood ran cold. 9. When the woman enters the elevator, do not talk to her. A woman? What? Mike was audibly unnerved, and his anxiety was quickly spreading to Arthur and I. It's just trying to be scary, but I gotta say I'm intrigued. If this got Arthur's attention, then this challenge must be pretty interesting. 10. Once the doors open, you have entered the other world. Wait, what? That was all Mike could let out. We were all silent for about 30 seconds, then Arthur spoke. Let's do it. There's the Marriott down the streets. Thing's got like 30 floors. Isn't it like midnight? You sure you want to go? We got class in like 2 days. I was pretty freaked out, and I was just trying to get out of this situation. My mind began to wander as I thought about the other world and the woman. What was this? Was this just some kind of joke? It has to be. There can't just be another world that's only accessible through an elevator, right? We arrived at the Marriott, which is a chain hotel that happens to have one in my town. It was a towering building that pierced the thick nighttime clouds. Of course, it had to look as scary as possible, but I pressed on with Arthur and Mike. As we entered through the carousel into the lobby, I immediately had that gut feeling that something wasn't right. The lobby didn't have a soul in it, save for us. The TV was playing some movie, but the concierge was nowhere to be found, probably in the back, taking a break. Okay, let's go to the side elevators, because we might actually get in trouble for doing this, Arthur rationalized. We agreed, and walked to the side, where the gates parking guests are able to access the hotel. The hotel was completely silent, other than the soft hum of a vending machine. We climbed the hallway until we found a lone, stainless steel elevator. It was pretty nice, considering in every horror movie the elevator is usually a decrepit, out-of-order hunk of junk. So who's going in first? I asked. You're the one that even found this elevator thing in the first place, Mike said. He had a point. I was the elevator enthusiast. I should go first. I walked to the button and pressed it. illuminating the little upwards arrow that was plastered across it. The elevator beeped, like it was waiting for me. I walked in. "See you in hell, guys," I remarked to the guys as they nervously waved me goodbye. As I enter, I see 35 buttons. Perfect. Step 1 complete. I reach into my pocket and grab the paper that I wrote the code on. I inputted 748251168. At the final button press, the elevator began to move. My heart began to race, because it was working. The elevator rang, and the display read 6. It stopped, and the doors opened. My heart dropped, because what I saw before me was a woman. She was dressed in pure white, with a red hat that only accentuated the brilliance of her outfit. I couldn't see her face, due to the veil around her face that almost seemed opaque. Her hair was jet black, which was a contrast to her white outfit. She slowly walked in, the only sound being the clacking of her heels as she entered. I was about to say hello, out of instinct, but my mind flashed back to the rules of the game. 9. When the woman enters the elevator, do not talk to her. My blood ran cold, and I looked away from her. "Hey." Her voice was as smooth as silk. "Excuse me? I need your help." It was getting increasingly difficult to look away from her, and the fear I felt inside was damn near unbearable. "Please, at least say something." I looked at her, and didn't say a word. "Help me," she said. The elevator stopped. The display read 8. That meant that the ride was complete, and I quickly exited the doors as they opened. It was just another hallway, same as all the others inside the Marriott. What other world was the challenge talking about? As I looked back at the elevator, I saw the woman remove her veil, and I couldn't fathom what I saw. She didn't have any eyes. Not like her eyes were caved out or anything like that, but there was just skin where her eyes should be. I was paralyzed in fear as I saw the elevator doors closed, and I remembered the last instruction. 10. Once the doors open, you have entered the other world. I began to walk through the hallway, wondering what was so different about this new world that I have walked upon. As I walked through the empty hallway, I had a realization that stopped me dead in my tracks. I didn't have a way back. I sprinted back to the elevator and frantically clicked on the button to go back down. The doors opened as I got increasingly woozy. The nausea was becoming unbearable, as I wasn't able to move. The doors opened, and I dragged myself in feeling increasingly weaker. I pressed the first floor button, and collapsed on the floor. The elevator opened, and I crawled out into the lobby. Mike and Arthur were there waiting for me. "Hey, where have you been? It's been like 2 hours. Mike said, but it didn't sound like him. "Are you okay, Mike? You don't sound like yourself." "I'm good." His normally baritone voice sounded pitch-shifted up, and it had an uncanny sound I couldn't shake. The streets were completely empty as we drove back, and almost no lights were on save for the street lights. It was pitch black outside, and we drove in silence. As we arrived to the dorm, I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't belong here. I wasn't in my own world. I'm not sure what to do, because there were no instructions to escape the other world. How could I be so stupid? I knew this place would be good to put this as a warning sign, and a call for help. Arthur and Mike have not been the same since I came back from the elevator. If anyone can help me with my own predicaments, please. I want to return to my own world, and I feel like my innards are being torn apart. I don't feel real. I don't belong. Hey everyone, I just wanted to let everyone know that I made it safely back to my world. Or what seems like it, but what I saw will resonate with me for the rest of my life. Before I detail what happened, I'd like to thank you all for giving me insight in my time of need, even if you people are otherworldly beings, but nonetheless, thank you for your help. Sorry for this post to be unable to be uploaded in a timely manner, but I'm still pretty messed up in terms of time, due to my time in the other world. Other than that, I thank you all for helping me in this time of need. As I nervously scrolled through the many suggestions, I saw most of you tell me to try to look up the rules of this game. That's where I got to the bottom of this entire debacle. Beforehand, I want to apologize for not giving all the details of my feelings and thoughts when I was participating in the game. When I detailed my initial adventure into the other world, I was near hysterical, and was only trying to give the least amount of context so I can get help faster. Now that I'm back, or at least I think I'm back, I will give every detail of the unfathomable experience I had on my return trip to our world. On the subject of Mike and Arthur, I intend to detail the experience with them as well. Let's get started, shall we? When I was in the other world, watching the elevator doors close, my sense of panic instantly flared throughout my body. It didn't feel instinctual like it should. The scariest thing that I noticed about the other world is that the hallway I walked through, on floor 8, was like any other hallway. Despite the usual whirring of the vending and ice machines that were next to me being completely silent. During my panic attack that I had upon realizing my own idiocy, for not even knowing to come back, I felt someone, or something, watching me. As I began to collapse, I felt my muscles failing me, and I had the feeling of pins and needles running up my skin as I attempted to move. Like the feeling when one is in sleep paralysis. When I returned to the lobby and I saw Arthur and Mike, they were not moving. Not like completely frozen, but more like an idle NPC in a video game, just staring lifelessly into the void. Only when I looked in their direction is when Mike snapped out of his trance and began talking to me. Arthur, however, was completely silent, even when I attempted to tell them any recollection of my journey. The thing that disturbed me the most was whenever I even attempted to speak to the two, my throat would not let out the words. You know when you're in a nightmare and you want to scream your heart out for help, when the monster or what have you is about to kill you, or someone you love, but nothing comes out? This was like that, and it was the most surreal thing I have ever experienced. So I had to sit there in pure silence. Wait, silence? There was no hum or sound coming from, well, anything. The world seemed to be on mute. As I sat watching Mike blankly drive, I began to think about the game, and where it's supposed to transport me. The other world. What is that even supposed to be? From what I could tell, I had landed myself in some sort of bizarro version of my own world, like a parallel universe. Looking outside my window, the usually lit buildings of the downtown area were pitch black, almost like a blackout had taken out the entire city's power supply. The only things keeping the darkness from completely enveloping the car was the headlights on the front, and they barely did a good job at that. My stomach began to become violently nauseous, and I convulsed from the uncomfort. I felt like I was being ripped apart from the inside, almost like I was imploding. I bit down on my lip, knowing from habit that my dorm was about 2 minutes away. Thinking about it, how did I get inside this car? Why am I inside this car? Wasn't I inside the hotel lobby? My mind thought back to speaking to Mike, when he had snapped out of his NPC-like trance. As he walked up to me, I saw him, but he didn't look like him. His usual short and stocky stature had seemed elongated, and his normally baritone voice seemed like it was pitch-shifted by a program. He looked out of focus, like his shape wasn't a shape that could fit my normal human perception. It was distorted in a way that made him seem otherworldly, like the third dimension would not allow him to convert from wherever the hell he's from. When we began to talk, I just somehow popped into the car watching the two drive in silence. Not like a teleportation or the like, but just an instant change of scenery, like a scratched DVD that skips into a new scene in an instant manner. Despite this, my mind didn't even fathom it. I just somehow happened to enter the car in my own perception, but the time skip barely came as a recollection 15 minutes into the drive. Wait, had it really been 15 minutes? I pulled out my phone and looked at the time. What came staring back shocked me. I was staring at my empty palm. There was no phone in my pocket, nor was there one inside of the car. As I shifted my eyes to the clock on the dashboard, I was met with Arthur's empty face. There were no features on it. No beard, nose, eyes, mouth, cheeks. Hell, not even hair. He was just an empty, smooth face. Despite no eyes or the like, I was still completely paralyzed with fear. He looked directly at me, made a gesture that resembled a phone, and slowly shook his head. I began to type into the search bars ways to communicate with people about paranormal events and such, and all signs pointed to here. I wiped sweat off my brow as I began typing up my post for some help. Why am I here? What the hell? I was still in the car. How am I sitting here in my dorm? All I remembered was Arthur's face, or lack thereof. As I sat down, trying not to break down, I looked at the post, and it had read posted 8 hours ago. 8 hours? I had just posted it. My sense of place was being completely compromised as I stared at the fan on the ceiling. I looked at the comments about 5 minutes later in pure silence. The comments that were on the board were completely rational solutions to escape. Hell, some even sent links to rule guides. As I clicked on it, my mind became ablaze with pain, as Arthur's skinless face was the only thing in my vision. I screamed as pain enveloped my body, and just like that, I was back sitting at my desk as if time itself was being manipulated. I looked at the rest of the comments, and saw that even I had made some myself. Maybe in a trance or whatever had happened, I was subconsciously typing. Despite this, I had my answers. I had entered the code to the elevator wrong. It was 748-25169, and I had entered 8 instead of the 9 at the end of the combination. I began to think this was the case, and it made sense that a mess up like this could send me to whatever this place is. I also saw others give me advice to plug the code in backwards, and do the same game backwards to revert myself back from this place. That was the only hope I had. The only hope for escaping whatever this was. In an instant, the hotel lobby was staring directly at me. It's almost like whatever was watching me or leading me along wanted me to come back to the hotel. Maybe it saw me as an intruder, and was just trying to lead me back to my home, or had more sinister reasons for my instant return. The lobby had that telltale silence, and I knew I had to return. The paper in my hand had the original code, and it written inverted as well. This was my only shot. I knew I needed to take it, or risk staying in this reality forever. I walked up to the elevator, and pressed the button to go up. As the doors opened and I walked in, I saw Arthur's face out of the corner of my eye watching. The doors closed, and I was met with the claustrophobic silence of the elevator. I began to enter the code backwards, ensuring I put it right this time, 96152-847. Right then the elevator began to move, and right on cue when the floor hit 6, the woman in red and white entered the contraption. My blood ran cold as she stared at me through her opaque veil. "Hey, can you help me?" Her voice was as silky as ever, but I steeled myself and knew to not listen. She asked once more, "Help me." In that instant, she looked at me dead in the eyes with her skinless face, being its own entity. She rushed over to me in what seemed like an instant, and began to claw at me. My fight or flight kicked in, and knew I had no choice but to fight. She screamed, as she clawed at my desperate arms, cutting them open various times. Pain erupted in my arms as blood began to drop at an alarming rate. I knew I didn't have much time if I were to falter now. I knew I had to do something, and my instinct led to the single most stupid, but reasonable action I could have taken. I held her clawing arms back with my left hand, and mustering all the courage and strength I had left, I swung my right hand and connected with her smooth, skinless face. She flew back, and uncannily caught herself and just froze. She was frozen like a paused show. She just stared at me with the piercing eyes of nothing. But then I heard a sound. The only sound I ever heard inside of this other realm. It was a cracking noise, and I saw her smooth, skinless face break open like an egg. But what it revealed under, I simply can't put into words. If there was any way for me to describe what was under, I would, but I simply can't. It was truly otherworldly, and my own mind was driven to madness seeing it. It was nothing. Nothing was inside her head. Now, I don't mean her head was hollow. Far from it. It was filled with the infinite nothing. In popular culture, we all come to agree that nothing is perceived as a black or white void with no sense of place. But what I saw was absolutely nothing. It wasn't a color, it wasn't a plane, or had any cohesive shape to it. It was infinite nothing. She or it looked into my soul, and all I heard was distant wailing, as if the voice had been a mile away. It was a distinctive woman's yelling. After the screams ended, after what seemed like an eternity, I saw the woman disappear, as if she was never there in the first place. I sat down, trying to understand all that had happened, but couldn't fathom what happened for the life of me. I was snapped out of my reverie by the dinging of the elevator, and I blindly walked out only to meet an endless pit of darkness. I began to enter freefall, and looking back I saw a sight that was almost more bizarre than the woman. It was an almost infinite amount of elevators, all strung together in this black void. There were too many to even comprehend, but I only had a glimpse as I continued down into the void. I had honestly wanted this nightmare to be over, and if what's meeting me at the bottom of this void was death, I welcomed it. I fell for what seemed like an infinite amount of time. If this was hell, it sure felt like it. And just like that, I saw something. In my free fall, I saw a lone light that seemed almost unfathomably far away. Despite the length, it came into view very quickly. It was an elevator. I began to realize I was heading on a direct path to it. I screamed as I came into contact with the elevator, its hard exterior crushing all the bones in my body, killing me instantly. Wait, I'm not dead. I look at my arm, and only faint scars had been left burnt in it. My clothes looked tattered as I began to look at my surroundings. It was an elevator, and the display read 1. I had just hit the lobby, and the doors creaked open. I slowly walked out, and saw I was in the lobby of the Marriott. I heard the doors close, and I looked behind myself to see that there was no elevator, only a wall that had a promo for free continental breakfast in the morning for guests. What the hell? Ryan, where did you run off to? You were in the bathroom probably. It's been like 15 minutes, bro. Upon seeing Mike, I burst into tears and embraced him. Okay, you alright? Your clothes look tattered to hell. What happened? Mike seemed genuinely concerned. Nothing, man. I'll tell you about it in the car. Let's get out of here. Arthur ran up to us concerned. Thank God he had his face. I felt normal in this world. The sounds were in full force. The hum of the AC, whir of the vending machine. It all came together like a glorious crescendo of noise. I was back. We drove home as I attempted to explain what had just occurred. Sorry to say, man, but I think you had a bad acid trip or something. Mike was pretty skeptical, which was out of character for him. I for one believe you. You think elevators are gateways to other worlds? And then bam, you found proof. But where did the elevator you went go? Arthur was very enthusiastic, unlike his usual cynical demeanor. I'm pretty sure you had an energy drink or something from the lobby as I had my adventure. The two went home about 30 minutes ago, and I'm left to my own. All I want to say is thank you. From this world and the other world. Thank you for helping me come back to my reality, or at least something close to it. I still think to that elevator, and the infinite amount of elevators I had found in that void. Was this all a bad dream? Or did I find something far more existential than I can comprehend? Maybe I did find a true way to travel in between universes. All in all, stay away from this game. My frantic self telling you the rules in my previous post? Disregard that. Just heed my story as a warning to all. Don't play the elevator game, because you may be trapped somewhere you can't fathom, or find something you may not want to find. But if you are stupid enough to do it, heed the rules, and be safe. I still see Arthur's featureless face in the corner of my eye, watching me, giving me silent judgment for my decision to cross over. Maybe this is my curse, to have this thing to watch my every move, almost as a guardian angel of sorts, or something more sinister. I don't really care what. As long as I'm inside my world. Despite this, I gotta go. I need to get some sleep after all of this. My stomach's hurting like hell. Don't play this game. Growing up in the post-Soviet collapsed Latvia, I was an easily scared child. Gullible too. When I was 6, I found a book of scary stories, supposedly told by Soviet kids in summer camps, and documented by some folklorist. To me, this book was a treasure trove. It was full of what seemed like arcane knowledge, certain dark stories that I knew were made up, but deep inside I believed in them. Mind you, I don't mean I believed every word. There were details that seemed absurd to me even then, but I found ways of justifying the underlying paranormal parts by selectively ignoring the illogical mundane parts. I suppose part of my fears stemmed from the chaos that engulfed all the former Soviet republics in the 90s. My parents' uncertainty of our future lasted long enough for me to absorb it into personal anxieties. A book about supernatural horrors helped dull the fear of real ones. There were a few stories that truly terrified me, not necessarily the best stories, but those that somehow spoke to me, personally. One such story had a giant floating eye that would fly around one's summer camp at night and kill kids who slept with their blankets not over their heads. Naturally, the hero of the story is a kid who sleeps with a blanket over his head, and through a hole in his blanket discovers the evil being, immune to his death stare or whatnot. Through the power of the mighty blanket, the Soviet army comes the next night, shoots the eye, which escapes and is never seen again. By the way, so many of these stories ended with the rightful intervention by either the mighty Soviet army or intrepid policemen. The reason why this story terrified me was that I slept with a blanket over my head before this. But as soon as I read it, I stopped. Why? Because when I did, I kept picturing the eye floating around the room, and the only way to convince myself that it wasn't real was by sleeping without the blanket. By defying the survival strategy, I proved to myself that I had nothing to fear. Nothing but the dozen other stories that still kept me up at night. A few years later, I had mostly lost my childhood fears of the scary stories contained within the book. I knew each one of them by heart, having reread the book dozens of times, and the stories became just that, stories. My old fears were replaced by school crushes and bullies, and Sausinch. Sausinch was an old drunken homeless man in my town, shrouded in mystery and dozens of urban legends. Funny thing is, I never knew which homeless man was Sausinch. My friends and I would whisper tales of his atrocities to one another, and they would point him out to me on the streets, but it was rarely the same man. Rather than making me skeptical, this just made me more scared of the man. Who was he really? Did anyone know? I knew that he kidnapped 2 third graders a couple years back, and mutilated them in the nearby woods. That I knew. I knew that he had mutilated a kid walking near his hut in the forest, and let him bleed out on the ground. And I also knew that it didn't make any sense that everybody knew this, and he was still walking around our small town as if nothing had happened. Similarly to my blanket experience, instead of staying as far away from the woods as possible, I decided to go explore them every day I could. My town was surrounded by miles of forest from 3 sides, and even as a kid, I knew how feeble my attempts would be. Nonetheless, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends, I set out on a mission to explore as much of the forest as was humanly possible, to prove to myself once and for all that I had nothing to be afraid of. Truth be told though, whenever I got to a new, unfamiliar part, I would have to try and relax, because behind every tree, within every ravine, I pictured a rugged, bearded man hiding, waiting to claim me as his next victim. June 25th, 2002 started out no different from all the other days. Right after one of the biggest holidays in our country, most adults were still recovering from their 2-day binge drinking. I decided it was a great day to go explore deeper into the woods, as it is light until very late during this time of the year, and I could leave the house early on without being questioned much. I packed my backpack full of snacks and soda, and set out to an adventure. Having been doing this for over a year, the fear had finally mostly subsided. I felt like the king of the forest. For the first few mile radius, I knew every last tree, roots sticking out from the path, potential hiding holes to stash something like a knife in, and all of the other kids' forts, which there were 7 of. I wisely always walked around those, and never touched anything inside, as I knew if I had been caught by the owners, I'd be sure to get beat up. I walked deeper in, crossing the only paved road through the woods into what I called the foreign woods. The road was a divider between the comfort zone and the danger zone. There was only one fort here too, made by the older 8th grader kids. This one I definitely wanted to avoid, if I wanted to come home with my backpack and my face intact. As I progressed farther in, I strayed from the path. Last time I came this way, I had followed it all the way to its end at a small river. This time I had to scour the area perpendicular to it. I didn't have a map, but I had a system. Flawed as it was, I walked for hours, well into the afternoon. I pushed through brushes and fallen trees, and then I found a tiny footpath. Largely overgrown, but with footprints still visible on it. I paused, truly astonished and scared, for the first time in months. The footprints were largely smeared, but you could still tell they led in both directions. I didn't know why I got scared. After all, this was still maybe only 8 to 10 kilometers from town. It wasn't crazy that some forager went out here to gather berries or whatnot. And yet, something made me tremble. Maybe the knowledge that there was no way it could be older boys that were out here, my biggest fear lately. Maybe it was the thought of running into an adult, way out here in the middle of the woods, with nobody else around. Maybe that I had no idea what I would do if that adult turned out to be Sousinch. After thinking it over for a minute, I carefully picked the direction of the footpath leading farther from the road, and slowly followed it. The path itself was being invaded by the forest, but a few larger intrusions were noticeably broken, clearing the way to some extent. I followed it for maybe 10 minutes before I finally hit a clearing. At first, I figured it to be a dead end, until I saw the fallen tree and the space before it. I had tried building enough forts to know what an entrance to one could look like. The key was to have as many natural obstacles, trees usually, in the way, so that the view is blocked just enough from anyone just passing by. I moved the branches surrounding the fallen tree, and pushed the part that had been carefully sawed, the seam covered by brush and moss. This was no 8th grader fort. I looked around me, checking and double-checking no one was near, before pulling up the cover of the dugout. The door was padlocked, but the wood had rotted so much that after a few of my 10-year-old tugs, it cracked open. A warm, damp stench escaped from the opening. I pulled out my flashlight and crawled in. When I finally made it home that day, I couldn't stop crying. If the police ever believed me, I never found out. No arrests were ever made, and nothing ever hit the news. I was never allowed to go to the woods again, and to be honest, I had no desire to. Soon after, my family and I moved to the US, and my life in the homeland became a fantastic dream, rather than a true memory of real events. No, I did not forget what happened, but somehow I pulled through, living a normal life. As an adult, a 25-year-old man, I returned to my hometown. I went back to the woods, armed with a small crowbar and a few knives, just to make myself feel a little better. Finding the spot was surprisingly easy. Memories of that day vividly came back to me as I walked through the now completely overgrown woods. I was far more scared of ticks than I had been as a child, and I knew any local would think me nuts, even risking going this far into the brush. Encephalitis and Lyme disease were far more prevalent destroyers of lives nowadays, and yet, I had to know. I had to see it for myself again. When I reached what had once been a clearing, I gasped. A large hole, about 10 meters in diameter and 4 meters deep, stood where I once found a fallen down tree. Its walls were covered by moss, and little trees had made it their home years ago. I went back into town for one day, walking aimlessly for hours, before taking a cab to the airport and leaving Latvia for good. While I wandered around town, I didn't see anyone even resembling one of the many iterations of Sousinch. Hell, the one homeless man I saw couldn't have been more than a year older than me. I may have even recognized him from school, not like it mattered. Like I said, no arrests have ever been made, no news ever published, because, even as a 10-year-old, deep down I understood that no homeless man who couldn't afford shoes, let alone a car, could have ever dragged over a dozen grown women to a dugout 6 miles out from town, skinned them, decorated his lair in their remains, and gotten away with it. I have a story, Those 4 simple words came out of my older brother's mouth, back at that very night of July 24th, 2009, over a decade ago. A night that has since haunted and left me curious of what was truly wandering in the woodlands of that little oak forest. I've spent hours every night for the past year, trying to find anything online that would at least give me as something as simple as the name of that forest. But I've never found it. I stared up at him, looking at his pale round face, illuminated by the orange glow of the campfire separating the two of us. I glared for a split second, cleared my throat as I hadn't said anything to anyone for the past few hours, and spoke with a condescending but humoring tone to my voice. You're kidding. No, I wasn't a disbeliever in cryptids, ghouls, and any monster that lurked in the dark crevices of the earth, whether they were undiscovered beings and creatures, or something else entirely, but I obviously knew that whatever was going to come out of my brother's mouth was going to be a load of baloney. Allow me to describe what I mean. He's not a good liar, but always seemed to find it amusing no matter the situation. He'd tell my mother with a straight face that he didn't take one of my belongings, even though he was obviously hiding it behind his back. He'd tell my frustrated dad, who had just read his not-so-successful report card, that his C in algebra was a typo. In the end, my parents also had to sarcastically tell them that they believe him, and no matter what he did, never punish him for it. Even though my mom can see his arm folded behind his back, and my dad can most definitely tell that Mr. Harris would not make a typo on something as crucial as a school report card, but their inability to continue fighting with him became more and more distinct throughout the years, because one thing that was especially present to his lies was that he absolutely would never admit to them. One night back in 2003, my mom walked into his room and told him that he shouldn't be playing video games because he obviously didn't finish his homework, and that resulted in a full-blown tantrum by a little 9-year-old. He crossed his arms, did his notorious scowl, and stomped his feet until my mom threw her hands up and walked out in frustration, leaving him to resume playing on his PS2, and ignoring the fact that his science teacher, Mrs. White, would blow a vein in her forehead when she discovers his unfinished homework. And just a few years later, when he was 11 years old, he angrily refused to talk to my father about the detention he received that January afternoon. His PE teacher had caught him shoving down a girl in his class, and when he confronted him, he angrily screamed and spat in his face until he had to literally drag him out by the arm of the PE class. I remember his quote so vividly that night, to his constantly changing story that he was trying to keep explaining to my father. I didn't do it. Melissa pushed me first. Mr. Davis is the one lying, and he pushed me first. My attempts at relenting against him, telling him that a teacher wouldn't just push a student because they felt like it, were met with angry yells directed toward me, exclamations that I was the stupid liar. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, I'm not very fond of my brother. But I'm entirely off topic. Immediately my brother scowls in frustration. My sarcastic remark had already upset him, and I knew that if I didn't dial it back in a few seconds, my parents, sleeping inside the RV, would be immediately awakened and get on my case for making my brother upset. No, I'm serious. God, Michael. Can you not be an asshole for 2 seconds? My brother was a foul mouth. It started when he was 14 years old, and he pretty much cherished his vocabulary of swear words. Both of my parents were floored when the first time he casually dropped an F-bomb during dinner. And while my mom didn't care what he said, unless it was an insult directed towards someone, my dad made it absolutely clear that he wanted absolutely no swears in his presence again, and if not, he'd make him mow our huge front lawn every week for the next month. Yet when I was the one who got caught, my dad would go ballistic and claim he'd trash every electronic in my room if he caught me swearing again. Whatever. Fine. I'll humor you, Josh. Tell me your story. Take it seriously. I thought it would be nice, seeing how we're near this campfire in the middle of a cool night. I rolled my eyes, just barely able to contain any more sarcastic remarks towards him. Alright, I will. Go ahead. I leaned back at the fallen log I was sitting on, vividly remembering how uncomfortable it was, but that it was better than sitting on the ground and having my mother get frustrated the next morning when she sees the stains of grass and dirt on the back of my pants. I vividly remember my brother look around, almost as if he was searching for something. He was most definitely eager to tell me his story, yet when I let him, he suddenly became completely unprepared. I swallowed the urge to chuckle, and a few seconds, he asked me a question I didn't anticipate. You know what a skinwalker is, right, Mikey? I hated it when he called me Mikey, because most of the time, he does it to annoy me. But did he just ask me what a skinwalker is? I mean, I recognized the name, and some details of what exactly one was, but I had no idea he even cared about mythological creatures. I immediately began to think, trying to remember details, and the only thing I could prominently remember was that they were mythical monsters that could disguise themselves as humans by wearing their flayed skin like a suit. Sure, yeah. No, you don't. He scoffs and crosses his arms. Now all we're missing is the repeated stomping and scarlet red coloration to his face, and we'll have a blown up episode. Fine, explain it to me. He begins to speak, taking in this obnoxiously ghoulish voice, doing those stereotypical ooh ghost noises. In as much detail he could remember, he informed me that skinwalkers are Navajo witches, or warlocks, capable of utilizing black magic to shapeshift into animals, either through possession or disguising by flaying the pelt off the animal and draping it over them, like some sort of demented suit of flesh and skin, and as I expected, that very method can be done to humans. I remember that he tells me a specific detail, that even after learning about mythological skinwalkers online, I don't seem to understand where he got it from. Maybe he either made it up, or got it from an odd source. I wanted to bring it up to see if others knew about it. And they say that the longer the witches and warlocks wear their striped coats to disguise themselves, they become more and more of the very being they're disguising as. The skin suits may eventually merge into their skin, and become their new exterior one day, or gradually, bit by bit. They begin to sprout irreversible animalistic features: gray wolf fur, white eagle feathers, green snake scales. They start to hallucinate, lose memories, become focused, and eventually absolutely psychotic, and eventually revert to completely animalistic phase, losing all of their humanity for good. The skinwalkers become their own skin. All skinwalkers know that they must not wear skin suits, composed out of various different sources, as if they become their skin. He chuckles slightly. Quite the patchwork abomination might come out. They don't have a nickname for those types of transformed skinwalkers, probably because they're so horrific that they should never be named. I'm a bit brought back. For once in his life, what was coming out of his mouth was actually interesting to hear. Whether it was a lie or not, he seems to see my petrified state, mesmerized by his story, and slowly speaks again, asking me a question. Now, when a skinwalker steals one's skin, what happens to the body? It took me a few seconds to respond back, as I had to abruptly escape my trance. I had no idea. Maybe they ate it, maybe they disposed of it via burial. Maybe they dismember them and stick their severed limbs together to make makeshift meat scarecrows to traumatize the village the now deceased person was from. It took me a second, before eventually I had a pretty odd answer, but a pretty plausible one. They're witches, right? What if they turn them into mindless puppets, like minions or something like that? My brother's eyes widen for a split second, and he continues, You got it right on the money. Somewhat. I was stunned for a few seconds too. I didn't expect that to be the absolute right answer, so I was quite shocked that apparently my weird guess was right. Again, my brother continues. They call them the skinned, victims of skinwalkers. The whole process of becoming a skinned can't seem to work on animals, and it's believed it's because their brains aren't complex enough. But the process can't work on most humans. They become reanimated, like zombies, but not quite. From head to toe, their skin has been removed, usually in a complete crude fashion, exposing layers and layers of peeled back flesh, lacerated muscles, and exposed tendons. They may be severely injured in appearance, as death by skinwalker is no clean one, so claw marks and tears could be dug into their flesh, leaving open scars that never heal. The lower half of their skulls has been peeled open, exposing the skull's jawbone and the permanently exposed teeth of the person. Some say the tongue is gouged out prior to the process, so that the skin can't call for help if it retains some humanity. While some say the eye sockets are stabbed, blinding the skinned so it can't see what it's become. Some say the skinned have twisted limbs, forcing them to walk on all fours along the forest floor, and some say the skinned are disemboweled, leaving empty abdominal cavities with no present organs. People don't know why they do this, but most believe it's simply the result of inflicted wounds prior to death, and punctured holes through the side of the chest. Through the heat, may symbolize that the skinwalker is a past lover of the victim, who had their heart broken and thus seeks revenge by stabbing straight through their own, right before death. I got very curious, so I decided to shoot him a simple question. Why do the witches make the skinned? What's the point of having minions if they're all damaged, reanimated corpses? Again, you're somewhat right. I glared at him confused. The skinned aren't not brought to life by the skinwalker themselves. When they obtain their skin suits, they usually abandon them to allow the elements to do the rest, break down their exposed bodies, and turn them into mulch to be absorbed into the earth over the course of several years. But through some supernatural influence, perhaps a failed attempt at revival, through another outer force, the corpse becomes a skinned. I stop glaring and ask another question. If they're not minions, what do they do? My brother chuckles again. I could see why, as he loved everything gruesome. He saw Freddy vs. Jason when it came out in theaters back in 2003, and had the time of his life. They look for their stolen skin. They roam the forest they were killed in for eternity, searching for whatever bastard witch or warlock left them a bleeding husk. The supernatural essence within them leaves them unable to rot and die. But over the years, their soul begins to crumple, and what little humanity was trapped in the near mindless being they have become fades away for good. The skinned are flayed of not just their bodies, but their humanity. I shivered pretty damn hard. This was crazy. The idea of having some mythical creature robbing you of your skin and turning you into an undying zombie, endlessly searching for your lost flesh as you mentally wither into nothing freaked me out. So much that my brother immediately noticed as he laughs and points toward me. Ha, you're scared. I can see you shaking. I didn't like being caught in a moment of fear, so I retaliated. No, I'm shivering because it's cold. That was a half lie. While the faint wind brushed against my back, the glowing heat in front of me mostly canceled it out. Obviously, my brother caught me in my bluff, pointing at the nearby campfire, which was gradually dying down by now. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's absolutely freezing, and dark too. If only there was something here that could provide us heat and light. Alright, fine. You did scare me. But the fire's dying down. Let's just go in the RV and get to bed. It's probably way too late, and Dad didn't want us to stay up late so we can wake up tomorrow. No way. We're just going to go back on the road tomorrow by noon. I want to spend as much time here as I can. We can just sleep in the RV during the day. Then, do you have any suggestions about what we can do? I can continue telling you the story. A friend of mine told me that he ran into a skinwalker a few years ago, wearing the skin suit of a dead wolf. I don't think he was noticing the gradually fading glow of the campfire, so I pointed it out to him. The fire's dying down. It's because nearly all of our fuel has been used up. Mikey, do me a solid and go get some twigs. Josh, you want me to go out into the dark, damp forest, alone and in the middle of the night to go get more fuel? What, you scared that a skinwalker will pop out and take your skin? Don't be a wimp. There's sticks everywhere. It's not like you have to walk miles to find some. Come on and hurry up before the fire's dead. No way. Rock, paper, scissors for it. And no 2 out of 3. If I win, you do it. My brother scoffs in frustration, mumbling fine, under his breath, and stands up, approaching me. I vividly remember our little match of RPS. I was hoping that I didn't have to go, as I didn't feel like doing so, but my choice of scissors against his choice of rock proved otherwise. I win. Rock beats scissors. Now go. My brother quickly speaks and points over my shoulder. I grumbled in frustration but knew I couldn't protest, as it was my idea, so I turned around, kicked my feet, and took a couple slow steps. My brother's joking demand of, "If the fire's dead before you get back, the skinwalker might get you," got on my nerves, but motivated me to pick up the pace, as I wanted to be done with it as soon as possible. I think I was walking for a good few minutes. I don't remember what I was doing, but I think I just had my hands in my pockets, thinking about our little vacation trip. Back in early July, our parents thought our excessive days of just playing video games for 12 hours straight, then going to sleep, was corrupting our minds, and they wanted us to take a 5-day road trip to clear our minds. Both of them had entirely different views on video games. As well, my mom normally just didn't want us to be excessively having our eyes glued to a TV screen. My dad absolutely believed in the whole idea that, video games cause violence, and banned graphic video games. Strictly limited video game time on the family computer, and told us games like GTA 3 were made by a bunch of lowlifes who want to brainwash kids and literally turn them into raving lunatics. Until we were 18, he wanted absolutely nothing excessively violent in our gaming consoles, or that if we're caught with it, we have to not only return the game from where we bought it, but humiliate ourselves by writing an apology letter to whoever it was bought from. And if that wasn't enough salt in the wound, very limited video games for the next month. After around 3 or so minutes, my train of thought came to a halt and I remembered what I was out here for. I took my hands out of my pockets and searched around, eventually finding piles of fallen wooden branches on the ground, before I scooped up as much as I could with prominent handfuls, before turning around and starting to make my way back. Walking back, my train of thought kept going again, and I picked up where I left off. If it wasn't obvious, my father loves to utilize fear as a scaring mechanism into stopping us from doing things he doesn't like. Well, my mother absolutely hates it, and it sparked countless fights between them. Just before the trip, Dad got curious one night, found some lewd sites on the history of my brother's personal computer, and lost his shit. Mom tried to tell him he was just curious, but my brother just flat out called him out on a supposed bluff. Eventually, Mom shooed us out of the living room and fought with Dad in private for an hour straight, so much that it actually exhausted him. I heard very little details through the muffled shouts in the next room over, but I could tell Mom was sick of Dad's method of traumatizing us. But Dad thinks that Mom's giving us too much freedom, that we think we can just do whatever we want. So while they stated this whole road trip was to give us some fresh air, I think it was mainly because of the tension in between them. But they didn't want to flat out tell us. And then, I stopped. Nothing had caught my attention. My whole train of thought just stopped, like it derailed. It wasn't like I just abruptly snapped back out. It's as if it had just abruptly concluded and wrapped itself up. That's when it hit me, why I stopped. I looked around in confusion, searching through the shadowy trunks and branches of the old oak trees before me. I was frozen, and that's when I truly realized why I had stopped. I didn't recognize where I was. I remember that even while I was first thinking, I could recognize subtle details in my trail. A lonely, rotted tree stump, a crumpled up can of either beer or soda resting on a pile of leaves, and a few jagged patches of gravel I had walked over. I searched and searched, and searched for any of those details, but they were nowhere to be seen. No, it's not possible. I had turned around a full 180 degrees when I got those sticks. It's not like I just got lost out of nowhere. I searched. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. It was like a horror movie, building up to a sudden loud jump scare, a blaring scream to deafen me, and the face of a deceased, mutilated creature to lunge out of the darkness to maul me and take my skin. God damn it. I yelled out in frustration. If my father was just a few feet away, I would have gotten a raw slap to the back of my head for yelling God's name in vain, but he wasn't. I was dead lost, in the middle of a forest, alone while it was the middle of the night. I was immediately consumed with a chilling feeling, one stronger than the weak, ice-cold winds. It was my blood freezing and shivers running up and down my spine. It was fucking panic. "Joshua!" I yelled out. I knew wherever I was, he probably couldn't hear me, but I just wanted noise in the forest, besides my own gradually quickening exhales. I yelled again, frozen in place. "Joshua!" Nothing. No. I knew where I was just a few minutes ago. Never in my life had I felt so paranoid. I was absolutely shocked to my core. I could barely move my upper body, while everything below my pelvis was anchored to the ground. I vividly remember trying to lift my left foot, but it's as if I was wearing a steel-toe boot welded to the ground. I just stood there, for about a few minutes straight, just trapped in place as my breathing grew more and more hysterical. I couldn't move my legs, I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't even open my hands and drop the handfuls of twigs stuck to my palms. It was so surreal, and my own personification was the only thing keeping me from full-blown trembling to absolute shock. I felt lightheaded, as I was breathing like my life depended on it, and then, just then, I heard it. The first noise within the last 8 minutes or so, a noise that I can recall in so much detail, despite its immensely short length and abruptness. I didn't even know what it was at first, but it eventually came into my mind. and when I realized what it most likely was, I nearly vomited right then and there. It was the loud crunch of a twig snapping under someone's foot. "Joshua?" I screamed so loud my voice cracked, and for half a second, went high-pitched. At that very moment, I didn't care what it was, whether it be a wild animal or escaped, knife-wielding mental patient sneaking up on me. It's as if nothing in the world mattered to me at that very moment, a moment that only lasted just a few seconds, until I heard it again. Another twig snapping. I didn't know where it was coming from, but I absolutely knew that it was getting closer. Not like this. Anything but this. I remembered that glimmers of life seemed to flash before my eyes. Potential deaths in my mind. I get mauled to death by feral animals and semi-eaten. I get gutted to death by a maniacally laughing serial killer, and buried under a huge patch of gravel, where I never escape my petrified state and get discovered in the morning. Curled on the forest floor in the fetal position. Death from exposure. Would have preferred that last method. It was the least gruesome. I then heard it. What came next was at first entirely familiar, the third snap of a twig, but it was followed just milliseconds later by a sound that I can easily describe, but can't put together in words how bone-chilling it was. A slow, guttural groan. It was a person, or what I was hoping it was. From the best I can put together, it was like the final breath of a smoker succumbing to lung cancer, or the mangled, raspy exhale of someone's life being sucked out of them via strangulation. It was human, all right, yet not natural. It was the sound of absolute agony. No man can generate that sound at will. I heard it again. Got another listen to it. Much clearer than before. It was sickening, beyond disturbing, though it felt different than before, and it took me a few seconds to understand why. The first sound was an exhale, and this one was an inhale. I'm praying by now. Praying that whatever is happening is just some fucked up prank by Josh, and stuff like the inability to locate those subtle details and his malformed gasps were just my mind twisting details from an excessive amount of fear. Maybe I had dozed off at the campfire, and whatever this was a nightmare. I would pinch myself if I could, but by now, my fingers were stuck together, and all I could do was wiggle the tips of my thumbs. I heard it again, a twig snapping, followed by a mangled inhale. I stayed silent for a couple seconds. There it was, a twig snapping, a grotesque exhale. It almost had a rhythm, and after a while, I seemed to recognize the spaces in between the combination of the breaking branch and warped exports or intake of breath was almost perfect every time, so much that I even counted it to be nearly exactly 6 seconds. I couldn't really tell if my fear had faded away by then. I was perplexed by these near-inhuman sounds, and the only thing affecting me was my inability to move, and the faint winds that I had been in so long that my teeth were chattering. Abruptly, everything just ended. The unusual noises were gone, and now I could at least hear the faint whooshing of the wind before me. I felt pins and needles in my hands and legs, so intense that they hurt, as if all the blood flow in them had stopped. I straightened my fingers, flexed my toes, and gradually lifted my left foot, finally taking my first step in what I think was at least 20 minutes. I think at that moment, I was convinced whatever just occurred was some sort of fear-induced psychotic episode. Those strange noises were auditory hallucinations my brain created, and finally, I managed to snap out of my episode, and the noises abruptly left. Though, upon a couple seconds after the ending of my presumed episode, I felt an unusual warmth in my face, so I opened my left hand, allowing me to drop the mass of sticks as they crashed to the ground, and rub my face in confusion, tears running down my eyes. I was involuntarily crying, but I now knew that it was just all part of the episode. I started to slowly walk again, but I was still recovering from what the hell had just happened. So while I wanted to run, until I knocked all the air in my lungs, I could only slowly drag my feet. I felt an overwhelming feeling of warmth wash over me. A sign that everything seemed to be okay now. How absolutely wrong I was. How dead wrong I was. Never in my life had I been that wrong before, and my body gave me an overwhelming feeling that it was all over. But all that really was the appetizer before the main course. What happens next has traumatized me to a massive degree, and for the next few weeks, I had recurring nightmares, where I'm forced to relive this moment every time. If I had a full bladder, I would have definitely emptied by then. What came next was not human. Nothing capable of living can generate this noise. Not even a demon straight out of hell could. In this horribly distorted, jarring voice I can nowhere near replicate when telling this story to my friends and family. It uttered a single word I could not understand at first, but after this, I finally realized what it said. Skin. I don't know what scared me more, the abruptness and volume of it, or the fact that unlike the sounds of snapping twigs and raspy groans, I could understand where it was coming from. A few feet behind me. Then I heard it. The dragging, the crawling, the swishing of soil, the cracking of the branches I had dropped behind as it writhed over them. Like a giant leech. Before I could fully register its existence, I had gradually spun my head around and got a good look at what it was. It was what I wasn't hoping for. It was a twisted, mutilated human being, and if you couldn't tell from all that buildup, it was a skinwalker victim, flayed nearly to the skeleton with dissected layers of muscle, flesh, and other body parts exposed, formerly under the layers of skin that formerly protected its body. I remember the face, gutted and punctured with the right side looking like someone had taken a claw hammer to it, so much I could see sections of its skull. Its empty right eye socket and nasal cavity were crusted with a combination of what looked like dried blood and mucus, while the left eye had absolutely no color. It was dead. It was not alive. It shouldn't be alive. Its teeth, still pearly white as if it was alive, and almost glowing in the moonlight, were fully exposed from the lack of lips, yet were no pair of dentures. They were gnarled, sickly, and stained with various colors of substances I didn't even want to get a better look at. I could now understand its malformed breathing, as its trachea was split wide open, exposing a gaping hole in the front of its neck. What I formerly thought was the sound of crawling was not crawling. That thing was walking on all fours. Its elbows pointed up to the sky, and while I couldn't see it at first, its knees were fucking twisted backwards. One thought was in my mind during the good 10 or so seconds I had my eyes set on this creature. Not the fact that I was literally looking at a real, genuine version of the creature my brother had told me just a half an hour prior, but the fact it was dragging its extremities along the ground and scuttling toward me. I heard it speak again, this time seeing its mouth move. I didn't understand how it could muster fully audible words with no lips on its face and visibly damaged muscles in its jaws, but it could. Skin. Thoughts flooded my mind, so rapidly that I could barely register them as soon as they popped up. What I was looking at was not a creature that should be alive. It was abomination that freed inside from whatever rotted chamber it had been locked in years ago, and I needed to get away from it now. Before my body could re-paralyze itself, I opened my grip, allowing me to drop my other handful of twigs. Before I turned around, took a random path in the direction I had been searching, and ran like my life depended on it. And when I took off, I think it did, because I heard the creature speak the only 3 words I could understand at that moment. Give it back. The end of its final word gradually began to warp, as it transformed into a ghoulish howl. By the time I had gotten around 10 or so yards from it, I heard its howl twist into what I could only describe as an ear-splitting shriek, one my brother would never have the lung capacity to do. I knew what I did. I pissed it off, and before I could start praying that it was slower than me, I remember what kind of being I was dealing with. I heard several twigs break per second. Somehow through its agonizing screech, it was chasing. It was chasing me. I didn't know how long I ran, but I ran until there was little air in my lungs and stomach bile in my throat. I narrowly threw up in my mouth, yet I kept running, because I could hear that thing in hot pursuit. And through an absolute miracle, I saw it. The silhouette of my parents' RV through the gnarled branches I was plowing through, blocking my face with my arm. Through the gaps in my fingers that was shielding my face, I can see glimmers of the smoke rising from the now extinguished campfire. The second I had escaped the trees, and pretty much flung myself into the empty area where my parents had set up a campfire, I immediately emptied my stomach's contents. My vomit was hot and boiling from all the stress I had just inflicted on my body, and it scorched the inside of my throat. I glanced upward. My vision reduced from the tears and sweat in my eyes, but I could see the outline of my brother, standing just a few feet over me. Michael, holy shit, where the hell have you been? That's when I realized something. I had not just escaped. There was no finish line. That thing was still after me, and within seconds, I jumped up to my feet, my legs aching, and my entire body just overheated. Never in my life had I ran as much as that. Nowhere near, as more than any miles I've run in PE class. I could only muster out a couple words, before my voice was cancelled out by the petrifying scream of the creature. It had stopped screaming for a few seconds, just enough for my brother to not get a full listening of it, because it had lost me. But both an extremely exhausted me, and my own brother, were in its radius. I can remember what I said as clear as ever. We need to get in the RV right now. My brother told me at a later date, that when he heard the screech of whatever was in the forest, he had almost shit himself right there. Before I could even blink, he had his arms scooped under his armpits, and he had me dragged into the RV within a span of around 5 seconds. Did it so fast that I was shocked he didn't get a hernia, and to this day, this is the greatest thing he's ever done to me. If he had left me in a panic, I would not be online writing this story. That thing would have burst out of the shadows, wrap an outstretched hand around my ankle, and drag me into the darkness where we would never be seen again. The booming bang of my brother slamming the RV door and locking it immediately woke both of my parents. But before my father could self-detonate and chew him out for waking them up, their gazes immediately averted to me, who was left sweating, crying, a retching mass on the RV floor. I remember my mother immediately coming to my aid, horrified because, as she would tell me years later, she had never seen me in such a state of absolute disarray before. My father interrogated my brother, unsure of what to make of my current state, but believing my brother was behind it. My ears were ringing badly, but I could hear what he was telling him. There's something in the woods. We heard it scream, and it didn't sound like a wild animal. My father showed immediate disbelief, but I remember through choking gasps of air, I assured him that I ran directly into it, and it chased me out of the woods. My parents were mortified upon realization that my brother wasn't lying again, and my father urgently asked what I had seen in the woods. I remember what I said, word for word. It was a person on all fours, with no skin. What came next was a blur. My own body was starting to power down from how much energy I had drained myself of, and even though I struggled to stay awake, just in seconds, I felt myself slip out of consciousness. All I remember is my brother frantically telling something to my parents, and my panicking mother scooped me up. I woke up an undetermined time later, and a couple years later. While reciting the story to my brother, he told me that I was out for around 11 hours straight, and I slept dead silent. I remember waking up in the back of the RV on my bed, my dad driving, my mom in the front seat, and my brother on his bed, laying down and playing his Nintendo DS. Everyone was silent, and my brain was flooded so much that it took me hours to remember the events of last night. My brother and I talked just an hour later. I asked him what the actual hell just happened, and he told me to not talk about it at all until we got home. I didn't particularly understand what he meant at first, and just a couple hours later, I discovered that our road trip had been cut a day short. However, it would be years until I would fully understand what truly happened after I lost consciousness. My mother said nothing, while my father always silenced me, telling me he never wanted to speak of it. My brother was the only one who would talk to me about it, but told me he didn't remember what happened after I passed out either, since he fell asleep as well and wanted to hear it from my father. But he always acted as if it never even seemed to happen. I had my nightmares. They plagued me so bad, but they eventually went away. Some were either me re-experiencing when I was paralyzed in the middle of the forest, listening to the sounds of snapping twigs and distorted groans, while some were me fleeing from that horrific creature that was chasing me, hysterically screaming. After about a few months, the whole thing escaped my mind. It wasn't until somehow, over a decade later, the whole experience reappeared in my mind during a conversation with my brother about past vacations, and that road trip popped up. I remember talking to him over lunch, and surprisingly, he found the whole thing so mysterious and odd. I asked him a few questions. Some I remember was how long I was gone, and he informed me that it was at least over half an hour, and he got extremely worried I had gotten lost. I told him that I did and described my whole episode, that I was just anchored to place, and heard those two noises over and over again. I asked him where he had gotten the whole information of the skinned, because I can't find anything like it online, and he told me the same friend who supposedly encountered a skinwalker told him. My brother thought they were made up at first, but wanted to amuse me with the story of them on that very night. I asked him why he apparently couldn't hear that thing screech for the first time. He told me that oddly, everything was dead silent, and it wasn't until I lurched free of the forest that he heard the thing's wail. That's when I remembered the most important question. A question I've been trying to think of and answer for years. Josh, when we got into the RV and I told Dad that it was some fucked up creature, what happened after I passed out? My brother froze for a few seconds, looking down at his plate and just chewing. He swallowed his food and finally spoke. Dad told me to lie to you before I woke up. He knew what happened. Mom and I both witnessed it, but they didn't want you to know any details. That whole experience messed you up good for at least a few weeks. You had night terrors, right? Yeah, I did. But what did you see? The rest of the night was silent after that. That thing probably wandered off or was never able to find us. So I remember we all kinda just fell asleep in our beds. Mom embraced you the whole time, and you were mumbling in your sleep. 4 words. They weren't coherent at first, and I guess only I heard them because Mom and Dad were both asleep by then. I don't have it. That thing yelled at me before it started running at me. The screech of its voice. Give it back. I think that's why. My brother picked at his teeth before continuing to talk. That's, not all. I remember waking up in the morning. Mom and Dad were outside the RV. Mom was horrified and crying. Dad couldn't look. So I came out and Mom tried to cover my eyes. But I saw it. Nearly right there. A sheriff just came a couple minutes later. If you're wondering, he was of no help. I stared at him with a combination of curiosity and fright. I felt an overwhelming chill run down my spine. The one that would never compare to the ones I had while I was stuck in the middle of the forest. What did you see? The sides of the RV, even the roof, were covered in reddish-brown splotches, visibly dried and crusted into the RV's paint. My brother winced for a split second, but continued, staring me in the eyes. They had a shape I didn't recognize at first, but seconds before Mom covered my eyes, I could tell that they were handprints. While we slept, that bastard came back and crawled all over the RV. I finished his sentence, because it was looking for me. I don't know what truly lurks in the dark crevices of Earth, but I know now not all of them are feral. Some used to be people like you and me, but they were robbed of everything they had. The very matter that covers their body, shields of meat from the outside world, the cold, empty outside world. It's driven me crazy. I remember thinking about how negative my brother was, bringing up all these awful things he's done in the past, how much I despised him prior, yet he saved my life. What if he was the one who went into the forest? What if he was the one who ran out of the forest, out of breath and vomiting? What if I abandoned him? What if he was the one who was dragged into the forest, gone without a trace? I would never, ever see him again. Not me, not our parents, not the friends or teachers or other supervisors he's had that have broken their backs over the years, trying to make him a nicer person. If the chances were different that night, one of us would not be present today. Maybe even both. Yet there's one thing that still unnerves me about this incident. It's that whatever truly that creature was, it's still out there in that dark, silent forest, condemned to walk in animate limbo, searching for not just its ripped away skin and flesh, but something else that was ripped out of it. Its soul. Smoke and the aroma of spilled beer and whiskey billowed out of the doors of the locals' favorite bar as cowboys and girls herded out after closing time. A young woman with blonde hair and high-waisted skin-tight black denim jeans kissed her girlfriends goodbye before breaking away to walk to her car alone. The neon light that covered the parking lot shut off and engulfed the area in darkness. One by one, headlights began to flick on, and country music filled the air. She lit her cigarettes and smoked leisurely while she kicked the dirt beneath her on the way to her car. The smoke was stale, probably expired, but it went well with the cool Texas night air and partnered just right with the buzz she was losing. Peggy had the pedal to the floor, going at least 95 with her left wrist dangling over the steering wheel in her candy red 1969 Pontiac GTO. She had her eyes fixated on her purse, fumbling through the crap that filled the bag. Chewing gum, pens and notebooks, work ID, driver's license. A blaring honk came up from the road. Peggy shot her eyes up and saw a pair of headlights coming at her from the same lane. Her lane. The wrong lane. She swerved the steering wheel back clockwise, and the car jerked itself back onto the right side of the road. She chuckled and shook her head and went back into her bag. She flung the aforementioned stuff onto her floor and continued rifling through her bag. This time, Every once in a while, she shot a quick glance up at the road to make sure she was in between the lines. Where are my smokes? She thought to herself. She usually didn't smoke, but it had been one hell of a week, and she wanted to blow off some steam tonight. She and her girlfriends met up at Donnie's Burgers and Fries for some greasy food and milkshakes, and then hit the swinging door, one of their favorite honky-tonk bars to dance, and attempt to pull some tail. She was going home solo this night, though. It wasn't the best night at the door. A lot of married guys and creeps. Enough of them came up to the girls that night, but Peggy wasn't having anything they were trying to offer her. The night was not a bust, though. She did get to dance with her best friends, and she managed to score a pretty good buzz on the creep's dime. She eventually found the white and red labeled case, and opened it with her right thumb and index finger. The last cigarette, the sweetest to inhale, and the most bittersweet to smoke. She grinned regardless of the number of smoke it was. She popped the stick into her mouth and switched off hands onto the wheel. She cranked the window lever and let the rapid breeze fill the car. Her long blonde hair whipped back and forth against the cold morning wind. She reached into the left side of her jeans and wiggled out her lucky lighter. A brass windproof lighter. She gripped the lighter tight in her hand and slid her thumb up to pop the top open. She gave the wheel a couple of flicks before she secured a flame, and brought it up to her lips and lit the tobacco. The drag hit just right. She double-checked to make sure she was the only car on the country road, before she closed her eyes and let the breeze wash over her face. She turned up the volume on the radio, and let her arm dangle outside of the car, tapping the door to the beat of the song. About 10 miles from her home with her parents, Peggy glanced down at the gas meter. It was fast approaching E. She reflected on the time and how much she did not want to stop, but it seemed like she did not have much of a choice. She loved her goats, but it drank gas like a fish swallows water. She shut off her air conditioning just to squeeze as much mileage out of the tank as she could. She spotted a gas and go. Its neon green sign of a tall pine tree shined like the North Star. In the starless blackness, that was the Houston sky. She pulled down her turn lever and fired on her left turn signal. When she did this, she was alerted by a matching light in the reflection of her rearview mirror. Oh, she had not been alone on the road as she had thought. Well, it's been a while since I checked anyway, she laughed and thought to herself. She turned into the fueling station and pulled her car up to pump number 4, her favorite number. She shut off the ignition and filled the car with silence, only echoing her humming on the song that was on the radio. Perpendicular to her Pontiac was the trailing car, a black El Camino that took its spot at number 5. She knew it was a coincidence, but she could not shake the peculiarities of the driver choosing that pump. The driver's side of the coupe swung open, and a tall, handsome gentleman made his way out of the car. He rounded his car, dragging his knuckles across the slick hood, and approached Peggy's rolled-up window, and tapped his index finger on her window. He was good-looking, but not that good-looking, Peggy reminded herself. She playfully shook her head and wagged her finger back and forth at the man, laughing playfully. He squished his hands together to imitating a praying gesture. Peggy flashed him a smile, and he shot one right back. It was beautiful. He had the darkest green eyes that she had ever seen, and a row of teeth that a dentist would use as an advertisement. She played along and cracked her window just enough to be friendly. "Good evening, pretty lady." The handsome stranger tipped his hat. "What can I help you with, darling?" She feigned flirtatiously back. "You hungry? Got an all-night diner right down the road. Would love to treat the prettiest woman I've seen tonight, a short stack, and a nice cold glass of orange juice." "Well, ain't that tempting?" She grinned. "I don't know, though. I ain't the going home with strangers type." "Who's saying anything about going home? Just come and get some chow with me. Promise to be on my church behavior." Peggy ran through her plan in her head. She had led this guy on long enough, and there was only so much that she felt comfortable harmlessly flirting could help the situation. "Alright, stranger." She paused. "What's your name, cowboy?" "Cowboy Bob." He took off his hat and wiggled his hand through the crack in the window to shake her hand. He had a business card in between his index and middle finger. She took the card, winked, and put it in the breast pocket of her denim shirt, and reciprocated the handshake. "Is that short for Cowboy Robert?" His hand lingered inside of the car, gripping the edge of the lowered window. "No, ma'am. That's my father." He winked. "Alright, Cowboy Bob. You seem like a gentleman, right? Can't be a cowboy and not a gentleman. This ain't no time for a beautiful young lady like myself to be standing outside and pumping my own gas, right? Can't say I disagree. How about you run inside and get me a couple of bucks on this here pump number 4, and give my goat a little fuel, so I can make it to the diner and accompany the best looking man I've seen tonight to a short stack and a cold glass of orange juice. Cowboy Bob laughed and adjusted his belt buckle. Come on now, honey. Why don't you just leave this beauty right here and come on in with me? Peggy shifted in her seat uncomfortably. She did not want this creep to see how uneasy she was. She knew that's what he wanted. I don't think so, Bob. Oh, come on, honey. Don't be like that. He shifted his eyes from hers down to her fuel monitor. Come on, baby doll. Why don't we just take a walk? We can get to that diner from here. She knew if she could just get him to go inside, she could just drive off and find another station. I can't leave the goat. She kept her eye contact with the man and fingered through her purse, feeling around for her cash. Here. She brought forth a single $5 bill. He held up his opposite hand, palm facing her, and declined the woman's cash. Well, the problem is, he took a deep breath in and thought about his next words. I just don't think you are going to be here for me when I get back. And I'm going to feel pretty silly coming out here to pump gas into an invisible car. Well, cowboy? She took the extra couple of seconds to think her words as well. If I did run, and how could I run out on such a stud as yourself? She winked. If I did cut it, well, you got $5 worth of gas to pump into that beauty you're riding in right there. She motioned to his black Camino, chrome shining in the lights of the bulbs overhead. Now listen, ma'am. I don't need any damn gas. He placed his other hand on the window and nonchalantly tried to push it down further. I ain't the begging type. All I want to do is take a fine young lady such as yourself out for some pancakes and orange juice. Hell, I'll even throw some eggs and bacon on the table, if that will sweeten the deal. Well, then why the hell are you at a gas station at 3 in the morning? She fired back. No, honey, that's... He paused. Listen, baby doll. I just left the bars. Maybe my words ain't as good as they could have been. Cowboy Bob looked a little frazzled and gripped the window more intensely. She could see the wheels inside of his head turning, looking for a better excuse. He wrinkled his nose but was able to force out a toothy smile. Sorry, sugar. Don't mean to scare you. I'm just looking to grab some cigarettes. Peggy leaned back and rifled through her purse looking for her carton of cigarettes. If he takes this, when his hands are out of my car, I can take off. She finally came across the carton on the floorboard. He was going to feel that it was empty. Maybe I can drop it, she thought. I just know dancing all night makes a girl work up an appetite. Just wanted to do the gentlemanly thing and buy a sweet girl a nice plate of flapjacks. How do you know I was out dancing? She broke. Have you been following me? She kicked on the ignition. Bob leaped his arm in the car and grabbed the wheel, locking it in place. No, wait. He spit out. Wait, please. Peggy threw the gear shift to drive and slammed on the acceleration. Bob locked his fingers around the wheel and had his feet thrown from the ground. She spun the wheel with her right hand and clawed and slammed Bob's hand. His body jerked and flung with the car as she twisted around the filling station. He yelped and cried, swore and shouted, but Peggy couldn't make out anything he was screaming. And finally, with one last sharp left in front of the storefront, and a final body slam against the GTO, he fell to the concrete. She threw the steering wheel to the road and spun out. Fuck, she thought. Tears streamed down her face. She kept her foot to the floorboard and did not look back. Her victory was soon interrupted by the flashing of her fuel indicator. She knew that she couldn't make it home and lost all sense of safety and victory, thinking about having to stop again and try to get gas. She let off the gas a little bit, bringing the ride to a more conservative speed. A neon statue of Earth eclipsed the full moon in the distance. Global gas. She turned in and waited in the silence of the night. Nothing. She sized out the distance between her and the storefront. About 50 feet. She inhaled and exhaled. She wished she had not smoked that last cigarette. She hopped out of her car and slammed the door. She sprinted like she'd never had before. When she got to it, she yanked the door, but it was locked. She pulled again and stumbled backwards. With her face pressed against the glass, she peered inside and scanned the store. There was a man behind the counter standing asleep. She slammed her fist against the glass and pleaded for the man behind the counter to let her in. The man jerked awake, annoyed, angry, and confused by her barrage of hits against the door. He breezily walked to the door. The slower he walked, the more frantic the banging got. Please let me in. She kicked at the door. Finally, he fumbled through his keys and unlocked the door.
She nearly knocked him over as she shoved the door open and fell to the cold tile of the filling station's door. "I need gas," she coughed out. The man didn't really acknowledge her. In hindsight, he must have assumed she was just drunk. $5 on number 5, please," she said shakily. $5. He motioned towards the counter. She reached in her pocket. Nothing. She turned out her left pocket. Her right. She patted her rear, feeling for anything. Nothing. She reached in her breast pocket that she housed Bob's business card. She looked back at her car. "I'm really sorry. I left my money in the car." She paused. "Would you possibly walk with me out to get it? Please?" The attendant furrowed his eyebrows and squinted his eyes. "Hell no. I ain't falling for that," he shouted. "You trying to rip me off? You trying to rob me or some shit?" She looked back at her car. The only thing that sat in the parking lot that wasn't filled with gasoline. "You at least watch me?" she asked, defeated. The young man nodded. One more tear rolled down her face, and she shook her shoulders, giving her body one last pump up before running. She walked through the store, weaving through the salty snacks and pre-packaged sweet cakes. She bolted out the door and went full speed towards her car. Like a relay runner, she grabbed the $5 bill that she had left dropped on the floorboard in her escape and ran straight back inside. She did not waste time with conversations. She slapped the cash on the counter and ran back to the pump. She squeezed the nozzle and held it with a death grip. Her head was on constant rotation, checking all of her surroundings the entire time she was in the open. She watched the highway road with anticipation, dreading any noise or sign of her headlights. She shot her head back to the pump. She had done it. She stopped early, at $4.72, and shoved the hose back into its holster on the pump. Once again, she peeled out of the gas station and did not look back. She laughed and slapped the dashboard. "Fuck yeah," she shouted. Grinning from ear to ear, she cranked up the radio and reached for her cigarettes. She remembered. She jokingly said aloud, "Might have to turn back for a new pack." She laughed. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the business card. It was a lot flimsier than any card she had seen before. She held it to the light illuminating from the radio. There was just a chicken scratch note scribbled on it. She squinted her eyes and tried her best to adjust her vision to the darkness. "There's a man in your back seat." I grew up in a little town in South Florida, and though I've since moved away, I'm still plagued with the nightmare of Pigman. See, Pigman was sort of a school-wide myth that began sometime around the 5th grade, at least for me, and finally came to a head when my parents decided to leave the state. Unlike most urban myths, though, Pigman was real. Like I said, the stories began around 5th grade. At least that's when I remember first hearing about them. You know how kids are. Johnny told Ryan, Ryan told Jenny, Jenny told Sarah, Sarah told Raphael, and a few others, and Raphael told me. Soon the whole class knew. Supposedly when Johnny and his 2nd grade sister got off the bus after school, they were followed home by a man. Only it wasn't just a man, but a man wearing the carcass of a pig head over his own head. According to the rumor mill, told his older sister about the man, and she had simply responded, "Oh, that's just the pig man. You'll be okay as long as you never see him alone." She then apparently told him a long background story that never got fully transmitted to the rest of our 5th grade class. But we all knew to be scared of the pig man. About 2 weeks after I first heard of Pigman, Ashley made an announcement while we were all putting our things in our cubbies. "I saw the Pigman. He really is real." Sarah, the class drama queen, yes, 5th graders can actually be awful, scoffed at her and accused her of making it up. "I did so see him, Sarah. Shut up," Ashley exclaimed, then turned to Johnny and said, "He was wearing dirty jeans, no shirt, and a pig's head, right?" When Johnny nodded, Ashley told everyone around the cubby about how she and Kelly, a girl from another 5th grade class, had gotten off of the bus and began walking together when they heard a rustling in some bushes. They ignored it and walked forwards a few more houses, but soon heard rustling in the bush directly in front of the house behind them. When Ashley turned around, the pigman stood straight up out of the bush, but didn't move. He just stood still and watched them. Ashley said that she screamed, and that Kelly turned around and saw him before they both ran straight ahead a few more houses to where Ashley lived. She said that they even told her mom, but when her mom went outside and saw no one on the streets, she told them that they must have imagined it and brought Kelly home. The story gave me goosebumps, but at the same time,
I was lucky enough that my mom picked me up from school so I didn't have to risk walking home alone. And so therefore, in my mind, I didn't really have to worry about Pigman until 6th grade. My mom got a job in 6th grade, and so I was forced to take the bus home. It wouldn't have been so terrible, except that my stop was the second to last, and the other kids who got off on my stop walked in the opposite direction. Rumors and stories of Pigman continued on, but thankfully, I lived only a block down from my bus stop, so I would run as fast as I could home every single day. Everything was fine, up until Kayla went missing. Kayla rode my bus, but was in 5th grade and didn't walk my way home. I think she sat a few seats behind me, but honestly, I never much paid attention to her. She got off on my stop, and while she didn't get off alone, I'm guessing that the path that she walked home eventually brought her away from the other kids. When Kayla went missing, our school was buzzing, along with the announcements and the school-wide assembly. Rumors were floating of the Pigman sightings from the other kids who got off at her stop. At least 4 kids claimed to have seen Pigman. But the rumor spread like fire, and it was a bit hard to believe anyone about anything, especially since no one actually saw Pigman take her. My mom was especially worried since Kayla only lived a few blocks away from us, and truthfully, I was scared too. The talks of Pigman, walking home alone, it was all very scary to a 10-year-old kid. It was even worse when, after 2 weeks, Kayla wasn't found. My mom picked me up for the first week after Kayla's disappearance, but she couldn't keep taking a late lunch break, so I was forced to take the bus again. She made me promise to call as soon as I got home to let her know I was safe, which I did religiously. The rumors and Pigman talk still continued, but as kids, it's easy to forget things, right? Even a missing schoolmate. That is, until I saw Pigman myself. The first time I saw him, it was maybe a month or so after Kayla disappeared. I got off the bus as usual, waving bye to my friends Tammy and Richard, as they and the other group of kids headed their way and I went mine. I'd taken to not racing home every day, and instead speedwalking, mostly because of my newfound interest in Richard, and fear that he would turn around and see me running like the wind, but also because of my lessened fear of Pigman. I should have been more careful. There I was, speedwalking along on the merry way when I turned around to see if I could still see Richard, and Tammy of course, behind me. Instead, what I saw was him, the Pigman. He was wearing dirty dark blue jeans and no shirt, his pale rounded belly pressing against the waistband. He was so tall, although the added height was most likely attributed to the large, full-sized dead pig's head placed on top of his own. For a brief moment, I wondered how he could possibly see, since Pig's eyes were glazed over in death, until I saw the mouth flop open, and saw 2 beady eyes peering at me from inside of the maw. I know that it's cliche, but I was frozen in my tracks. I didn't know what to do, after what felt like hours, but in reality was probably only seconds. I turned on my heel and ran as fast as I could towards my house. As I shoved the key into the lock, I glanced down the sidewalk and saw that Pigman hadn't moved from where I'd first seen him. He just stood there, the large, disgusting pig head staring straight at me. After slamming and locking the door behind me, I immediately called my mom and told her that I saw the Pigman. "The what?" she asked in a bewildered voice, and I launched into what must have seemed like an incoherent ramble about the Pigman and how he follows people and how he kidnapped Kayla. "Amber, calm down, honey. You're not making much sense." "But I saw him, Mom. I saw him standing at the street watching me." "Look, honey, I have to go to a meeting, but we'll talk about it when I get home, okay?" I mumbled fine, love you, bye, and hung up the phone. Determined to sulk, I set the phone down on the kitchen table and turned around, only to see Pigman peering into the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. I screamed at the sight of the pig's horrible dead gray eyes and ran down the hall to my bedroom, throwing the door closed behind me before jumping into my bed. I pulled the blanket over my head and squeezed my eyes shut, praying that the window blinds were closed, since I hadn't even bothered to check. I don't even know how long I stayed that way, but when I finally came out of my cocoon, the Pigman was gone and everything seemed normal. That night my mother sat down and had a long talk with me. She explained that while she believes that I think that I saw the Pigman, it simply couldn't have been possible, and that I must have been mistaken. She even took me into the backyard and showed me that there were no footprints in the grass, or marks on the sliding door that suggested anyone had been out there.
Furthermore, she explained that while it might be a confusing time for me with a schoolmate going missing, the police believed that Kayla would be found soon, and was most certainly not taken by any pigman. If anything, she had wandered into the woods, gotten lost, and was just trying to find her way home. Even at nearly 12, I knew that my mom was full of crap. I walked home from school backwards for the next week. I told everyone at school what had happened. Richard had side-hugged me and offered to walk me home every day, but I couldn't let him know that I liked him, so I declined. The only person that had a problem was Sarah, who was again in my class in 6th grade. "You're only saying that you saw him so that everyone will pay attention to you," she said in front of everyone at the cubby wall. "I did see him, Sarah. He followed me home and was in my backyard." "Liar." "I'm not. You are so." I'd had enough of Sarah's bullying. "Fine. If you don't believe me, then give me your address, and next time I see the pigman, I'll give it to him." Sarah sputtered a bit and walked off in a huff. The warmth of my small victory carried me through the rest of the school day, and Richard sat next to me on the bus ride home. Less than 2 weeks later, I was walking home from the bus in a happy Richard-filled glow when Pigman popped out of the bushes directly in front of me. He looked up nearly the entire sidewalk and was so close that I could see the sweat glistening on his dirty bare chest. He towered over me, and the smell was so bad I don't know how I didn't notice it beforehand. I took a step backwards as he took one forward, reaching his hand out toward me. His dirty fingers brushed the edge of my hair, and his croaky voice said my name. At that, I spun around and ran, screaming, back towards my bus stop and back towards Richard. Thankfully, I was able to catch up with him and Tammy, and after walking Tammy home, Richard gallantly walked me to my house. I was still crying a bit, so when Richard offered to stay with me, I happily accepted. He used my phone to call his mom and let her know he'd be late, then sat next to me on the couch and we watched cartoons. Less than 30 minutes had passed before we heard the tapping. At first, I thought that it was coming from the TV, but when it got louder, I turned to Richard and asked if he heard it too. He muted the TV and the sound continued, so we both got up from the couch and crept towards the kitchen area. The tapping still continued. We peered around the hallway and there the pigman was, tapping on the sliding glass door from my backyard. I cried out and Richard screamed. When the pigman saw me, he stopped tapping and lifted his hand in a brief wave, which soon turned into a "come here" gesture. Though muffled by the glass, I could clearly hear him say my name. Richard popped around the wall, ran into the kitchen, and grabbed the cordless phone. As soon as the pigman saw him, he began to back away. Richard grabbed my hand and practically dragged me down the hallway, since I was frozen in place. After safely locking us in my parents' bedroom and making sure that the curtain was closed, Richard held the phone towards me and asked, "Your parents or the police?" He looked as scared as I felt. I managed to get out a weak, "my mom," but didn't reach for the phone, so Richard forced it into my hand. He said your name. Did you hear that? I called my mom and she began with, "Honey, I thought we had talked about this." But I cut her off. Richard is here, and he saw the pigman too. The pigman said my name. At that, my mother freaked out and said she was coming home right away, and to lock ourselves in my parents' bathroom until she got home. Richard and I did what she said, and less than 15 minutes later, she rushed into the house in a frenzy, followed shortly by my dad. My dad grilled us both on what had happened, as my mother called the police. When the police arrived, they questioned us both in the same way that my dad had. What was he wearing? What did he look like? What did he say? Etc. It felt like it took hours. Eventually my dad brought Richard home, and apparently explained to Richard's mother what had happened, because he did not seem very happy when he got home. The next day was a Thursday, and my dad called into work and kept me home from school. I didn't find out until a few years later, but as my dad was straightening up after lunch, he saw that someone had huffed on the sliding glass door from the outside, then drawn a heart with my name inside. The image was slightly brown with the dirt from, presumably, the pigman's fingers. I remember him telling me everything was fine, as he snapped pictures and made a hushed phone call. He made me go to my bedroom when the doorbell rang, but I knew that it was the police. The next day, my dad went back to work, but my mom stayed home with me. We watched cartoons on the couch, and had a great day, with the exception of my mother throwing frequent concerned glances towards the sliding glass door. They found Kayla's body on Saturday. My parents didn't tell me,
but I heard them talking about it in hushed tones when they were in the kitchen and I was watching TV. They said it seemed like she'd only been dead for a few hours, Kyle. Does that mean that they had her for all this time? Alive? I heard my mother sigh. My dad shushed her and replied, "It does seem like it. I don't want to suggest it, hun, but I think this might be the guy who... Oh my god. Do you really think that the person who did this is the man who is targeting our daughter? Like I said, hun, I don't even want to think of it as a possibility. But what are the odds? This man, the pig man, starts following our daughter, showing up in our backyard, sending letters, leaving gifts. What are we supposed to think?" I walked into the kitchen where my parents were talking and asked, "What gifts? What do you mean?" My mom immediately wrapped me in a hug. "Oh, I'm sorry, honey. You shouldn't have heard any of that. Go back to the living room and we'll join you soon with some ice cream. Sound good?" I didn't argue or press for more details. We moved out of the state less than a month later. Nearly 15 years later, my mom sat across from me at her apartment kitchen table and put down her wine glass with a sigh. My parents had long since divorced, and my mother's newest boyfriend's apartment was unfamiliar to me, and had no feeling of home to it, so I was uncomfortable to say the least. She bent down underneath the table, and grunted softly as she moved a large box towards her feet. "Your father always thought that you should be aware, but I never wanted you to know about any of this," she said, gesturing towards the box. "Any of what?" I asked, setting down my own glass of wine. "The pig man," she said, and took a long sip of her wine before continuing. "The few times that you saw him weren't the only times that he tried to contact you. In fact, your father and I sort of heard from him a few times, which is why we ended up moving halfway around the country. It started with the notes, little postcards, with half-assed poems of wordplay with your name. It was so stupid. We truly thought it was just a classmate with a crush or something." She paused, took another sip of wine, then continued. "No, I'm going to be honest. I thought it was weird. I thought it was really weird, and didn't seem like something a kid would do. We, or rather your father, planned on giving you the cute notes until one seemed pretty creepy, and I just knew that I was right about it being a weirdo." She gestured to the box and continued, "It's in there. You'll see it. We saved everything." The postcard had a picture of a little girl, but her eyes were colored in with black Sharpie. And the inside said something like, "You'll soon be mine, Amber. That I promise you," or something like that. We at first didn't believe you about the pigman thing, but when I saw that card, I felt it deep inside that there was something wrong. She took another long sip of wine. Then came the letters. Long, flowing, 5 or 6 page letters. On and on about you, your hair, your smile, weird details about your backpack color, or about the friends you had in school. At first I thought it was a joke. Some elaborate prank or something, maybe. But in my heart, I knew that something was wrong. The letters turned into declarations of having you, and soon you'll be mine, and I just knew that that was wrong. My mom took a few very long sips of her wine, refilled the glass, and then continued. We kept receiving these gifts nearly every day. The police did nothing except tell us to save them. Then, they found that poor girl's body. Do you remember? That girl who went to school with you? They found her dead, and we had no idea how to tell you. You were so young, but the secret's out, right? Seems like she was held wherever she had been and was only killed a few hours before her body was found. Displayed right up there in the park. We just wanted to protect you, honey. At this point, she drained her wine glass, refilled it, then scooted the box towards me with her foot. The gifts and letters kept coming, nearly every day for almost 2 weeks. Then we received the postcard, the one that made us truly decide to get you out of there for good. Wine glass in hand, she looked over to open the box, but instead spilled her wine and sat up straight. It's in there. You'll see it. But it was not good. It scared your father and I enough to make us move away. It's been burned into my memory. At this, she did air quotes as she said, My plaything Kayla has gone away. My soul needs Amber to come and stay. I've thought of you so much, no lie. It's time for Amber to join my sty. My dear sweet Amber, you captured my heart. Love and obedience, this'll impart. I had fun with Kayla, but she crossed the line. Amber, come now, come join my swine. My heart was racing as my mother nudged the box even closer to me. There's gifts, notes, everything inside of this box. She said, slightly slurring, tons of letters and poems. That last one made your father and I decide to move away, but at the point she slumped rather than lean forward and grab my hand. Amber, honey, the letters continued even after we moved. I don't know how he found us, but it all continued. For a few years or so. Only a few years. That's why we moved so much. They stopped after a few, of course. It seems safe. But then your dad and I... She finally took a break and I was able to get a word in. I really didn't even know what to say. Mom, I truly appreciate you telling me all of this, and even giving me the box, but why now? Why after all of these years? My mother again drained her wine glass, refilled it, and then took a few sips before looking at me with her flushed face. Honey, your dad called me the other day. He got a package in the mail of a stuffed pig. He hadn't ordered it, and there was a card with the pig. The same card that I received. It had your home address on it and a little poem. I just wanted you to be aware. She slid a Hallmark card towards me. The image on the front was a little girl with pigtails, with X's drawn over the eyes and mouth in black marker, and giant pre-printed text reading, "I've missed you," across the front. I opened the card and underneath the Hallmark card text of "Hope to see you soon" was a handwritten message. My dearest Amber found again. I've searched so long and now I win. My dearest girl but now so old. I'll overlook 'cause you're my gold. You were the one who got away, but not for long I'll make you stay. Your parents were so easy to find. Thanks to them your address is already mine. Your eyes so beautiful just like a full moon. I'm so glad you'll be wrapped in my arms soon. I missed you much, only thought of you. Can't wait till I make our dreams come true. I'll see you soon, you'll join my sty, and together we'll always be side by side. Needless to say, I'm moving as soon as possible. There's a trail near my house. It winds through a small park and then into a narrow strip of woods before running along a field beside a housing division. From there, it goes past a cornfield, and then loops through the woods again. There's a pond at the fork, where the loop begins. It's covered in water lilies and they bloom white and pink in the spring. And there's a stone, flat-topped and broad, upon which people leave coins or trinkets as they enter the woods. I remember as a child being given a dime by my parents and told to place it on the stone. For the fairy of the woods, they said, so she'd bless us with luck. Then I got older and the story changed. She was a witch or a ghoul or some other evil dead thing. The gifts were no longer a luck charm, but tribute to appease her hatred. Those that failed to leave an offering didn't make it out of the woods. My friends and I ride our bikes along the trail often. It's packed dirt and gravel, and it's cooler underneath the shade of the trees. We all stop at the fork and leave something on the stone, like our parents taught us, and like everyone else that walks this trail. Even the runners with their spandex and water bottles find a pocket to slip a shiny rock or a quarter into to leave behind. Everyone in town knows about the tradition. Last month we stopped, and Kyle was the first to approach the stone. He didn't leave anything, however. He swept his hand along the top, sliding everything that was on it off and into his cupped palm. Then he poured the trove of coins and random junk into his pockets. I asked him what he was doing. My heart was beating faster just watching him, thinking of the woman in the woods. Watching, surely watching, as he stole what was hers. "You know someone is coming out here and taking this, right?" he said. "It's clean every morning. I'm probably doing them a favor by helping get the junk out of here." It was implied that whoever collected the offerings every night was a normal person, not a witch, not a ghoul. I felt like I was in grade school again, when the older students were telling us that we knew Santa was just our parents, right? And no one wanted to be the one to sound stupid by disagreeing, even though we hadn't known, and now the magic was ruined. Then he got on his bike again, and we were left to follow. I hesitated, thinking about the broken hair clip in my pocket, a metallic rainbow butterfly that I thought was pretty enough to leave behind. My other friends were moving on though, without leaving anything, and I didn't want to be the superstitious one, so I kept the hair clip in my pocket. We left the woods without incident, and I thought that was proof that Kyle was right, that it was just some silly game that everyone played along with because it was fun, like how we still left cookies for Santa. Although, now we left a Dr. Pepper instead of milk. because Dad really likes Dr. Pepper. Kyle used the money collected to buy a candy bar from the gas station on the way home. I was angry because he refused to share the money with the rest of us, and we had to go without. We had a new tradition after that. Kyle would stop and collect all the offerings from the stone when we entered the woods, and we'd parcel them among the group outside the gas station. If there was enough to buy candy, we'd go inside. Otherwise, we'd take our stolen spoils home, and maybe throw out the junk. I kept a lot of it in a shoebox under my bed. I like to collect things. My mom says I'm a pack rat, like my dad. A week ago, Maria told me that something strange happened while she was in the woods. She was with her parents on an evening walk, and she noticed that the trees were all silent. There were no birds and the air was still. Her parents didn't seem to notice anything odd, but she started looking around, peering into the trees and the growing shadows in the brush. And she thought she saw something, a hunched figure, white, scuttering along the ground. It was large, far too large to be a dog. She'd grabbed her dad's sleeve and pointed it out to him. He peered into the woods, didn't see anything, and then stepped off the trail to investigate. Maria stood close to her mother's side and waited while he wandered through the trees for a moment, scanning his surroundings, before returning to tell her that he hadn't seen anything. Probably a raccoon, he suggested. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, however, and the next time we all went along the trail, she refused to take her share of the money, and Kyle kept it for himself. Then 4 days ago, we all saw her, the woman in the woods. We'd made a habit of going on the loop almost every day, as we were giddy with all the coins and neat things we were taking from the stone. Some of it was junk, like beer bottle caps, but there was always coins, and sometimes there was something interesting, like a chunk of quartz or a cheap metal bracelet. We were halfway through the loop, about to hit the shallow downhill portion. Kyle was in front, his pockets heavy with the stolen offering. The woods were quiet, as it was not very large, and there wasn't a lot of wildlife living in it. Then I heard a branch snap, like it was right over my shoulder, and I instinctively turned to look. All my friends pivoted as well, half standing on our bikes to turn around. We all heard it. A woman stood on the trail. Her hair was matted, her head was bowed so we couldn't see her face, and she wore a dirty white dress that stopped at her knees, the hemline tattered and trailing threads. Her hands hung loose at her side. None of us said anything. We didn't need to. As one mind, we all turned back around and bent over our handlebars. I pushed down as hard as I could, my breath caught in my chest, trying to get my bike going faster than it already was. The downhill helped. I shifted into my highest gear, hit my top speed, and we raced for the end of the loop and the trail that would take us out of the woods. I looked back once. The woman stood on the trail, the same distance away as she had been before. I thought, this is impossible. And that was the only thing I remember thinking, like it's frozen in perfect clarity in my mind. The image of that woman standing there on the trail. We didn't stop until we were at the park, and there were other people around. Only then, once we were across the wood bridge, did we stop. We spread out, jumping off our bikes and dropping them into the grass, panting and shaking with exertion. I hadn't ever rode my bike that hard. The air burned in my throat, and I desperately wanted something to drink. It was Maria that said we had to take it back, that we'd angered the woman in the woods, and she wouldn't forgive us unless we took it back and apologized. That started a fight. Kyle said we were just being cowards, that we hadn't seen anything weird, and it was just someone out running, and we were all letting our imaginations get the better of us. And we all fell into our own thoughts. Maria wanted to return it all. Steven thought that maybe this was a warning, and we should maybe just not take anything in the future. And Matt just didn't want to ever go in the woods again. Kyle finally grabbed his bike, yanked it upright, and jumped on. He pedaled off while we yelled at him to come back, and took all the stolen tribute with him. I went to the woods 2 days ago. I'm not certain why. I thought I had to prove to myself what had happened was real or not. I didn't leave anything behind on the stone. I think I was daring the woman to come out, to let me see her again, so I could know that she hadn't been some trick of the mind, that she was real. I was biking along at a good clip,
trying to keep enough speed so that I wouldn't struggle to really accelerate if I had to be in a pinch. Then something moved on the trail ahead of me. Something small and thin and quick, and I braked hard, turning my bike sideways and dragging a foot on the ground to stop. It was a tiny garden snake. I had been about to run it over. I put down the kickstand and went over to herd it off the trail. I like snakes. I want one as a pet, but my parents keep telling me that the cats will kill it. It slithered away from me, off into the grass and then into the leaves. Satisfied, I looked up at the woods in front of me. The woman stood just yards away. She didn't move, and I stared at her. At her matted gray-brown hair and her paunchy white flesh, like she'd been left out in the rain too long. The woods were silent. There were no birds, and the only sound I heard was my own breathing. Finally, I took a step backwards. She took a step forward, and then my nerve broke and I turned and ran for my bike, jumping on it and trying to accelerate as fast as I could, fighting the gears to gain speed. I saw the woman out of the corner of my eye. She was on all fours and she seemed to flow across the ground, pulling herself along with long fingers, and her legs were skewed like a spider. Dry branches broke as she charged through them, and I heard her racing after me, and I thought she was gaining and I wanted to cry. My heart hammered in my chest. And then silence. And I realized I'd blown past the entrance to the loop and was on the trail back to the park. I glanced back and saw nothing behind me. I called everyone when I got home, told them we weren't imagining things, and to please stay out of the woods. Maria promised she would, and she sounded earnest. The others were more uncertain, but Kyle laughed at me and told me to stop making up stories. Yesterday, Kyle went missing. I heard the police downstairs an hour ago, talking to my parents. They wanted to know if I'd been with him earlier today, and they said no, that I'd been home all day helping with a garage sale. I didn't go downstairs to tell them what really happened. That he'd refused to listen to me, that he thought we were just imagining all of this, and that he'd gone out to the trail to prove that we were wrong, and take the tribute all for himself. My parents told me later that they were trying to find Kyle, and that he was probably okay, that sometimes kids ran off, but they wanted me to not go anywhere alone for a little bit, just in case. I typed all this up yesterday, and it's just been sitting here in Google Drive while I debated on whether or not to post it. I'm posting it now from my phone, because I want someone to know what's happened in case I don't come back. I didn't listen to my parents. I told them Maria was outside, and we were going to ride bikes together, and then I ran into the garage before they could see I was lying and got my bike. I had the shoebox with all the tribute I'd amassed under my arm, along with a roll of quarters to make up for what I'd spent. I went to the shrine. I dumped all of this out onto the stone. I thought maybe she'd understand that I was sorry, and I wanted to make up for not leaving offerings earlier. I've been kneeling in the grass for 20 minutes, staring at my phone. My knees hurt, and my feet have fallen asleep, but I'm terrified to move. There's a hand on my shoulder. The fingers are long and bony, the nails yellow, and wet dirt clings to the white skin. The forest is silent, and the only thing I can hear is my own breathing. I'm going to post this, then I'm going to stand up and turn around. I used to break into houses. I'm not particularly proud of it, but it was a different time in my life, a more desperate time. I won't make excuses for it. All I can say is I needed a quick way to make money, and typical employment options were not exactly open to me. My last job, however, something happened that I can never explain, and also never forget. Something I have never really told anyone, but I think it will drive me insane if I don't. Maybe I am heading there anyway. I had a buddy named Sam who helped me, or rather, I helped him since he was more experienced at the whole career criminal thing. I did this for about 2 years, going into houses, taking whatever we thought was worth it. We only ever did it when we were absolutely sure nobody was home. Sometimes we would stake out a place for weeks or even a few months. We tried not to get anything too physically heavy. Pretty much anything valuable was fair game. Sometimes we would keep things for ourselves though. We once found a few 8 balls of coke and made a pretty good windfall out of that at this one place. Sometimes we just found pot or booze, but usually we just partook of that ourselves.
usually in celebration of a successful job. A lot of times we would take little knickknacks we thought were cool too. Keychains, clothes, stuff like that. Sam had found us a nice little mark for a little bacon and eggs, our code word for our little thing. It was out of the way, so minimum chances of witnesses, and apparently the owner was trying to sell it, and was no longer living there, but had yet to move all their stuff. This was an unusually easy job. That should have been a hint. It sounded like a cakewalk. We just had to time it right and be careful. We decided we would want to start after dark the following Friday. We had to arrange to borrow the van we used, which incidentally cut TC, the guy who owned the one we used in some of the action. TC was a madman, but we needed him. And for this kind of work, you need a specific kind of vehicle. It was a piece of junk, but it had a lot of space, and was easy to change. We repainted it and switched the tags on it at least a dozen times after, and before every job we used it. The ride there was long. It was a bit out of the way, and Sam only knew of it cause he knew a guy that knew the owner that let it slip what the situation was. It had only taken a bit of online research to find the address based on the fact it was for sale. It was unusually empty on the highway for a Friday night, but we rarely went this far into the boonies. Dusk was falling. So why is the guy even selling the place? I asked Sam. I think Mikey told me about it, but I was more interested in the other details, not so much if anything is wrong with the house. This bothered me a little. Yeah, well, what if the place has a gas leak or mold or something? I asked. I looked at him and he leaned back. Then I guess this might be our last job together. Nice knowing you, buddy. I remember him saying that while smirking. He must have sensed I was a little nervous. Relax. If it was anything serious, they would not be putting it on the market so fast, would they? He said. Something was kneading at me about the whole situation, but just barely. A little prick in the back of my mind that I could not quite figure out. The sky got darker, and there were fewer and fewer cars on the road. There were no headlights either, only open fields and dark thickets on either side of us. We got into town a bit after 10 p.m., and it was drizzling a little. We waited a bit longer at a gas station parking lot before going to the place. It was an old house. Not like ridiculously so, but you could tell it had probably been built before cars were a thing. The house was out of the way, a few blocks from any neighbors, so we had that as an advantage. It was 3 stories including the attic, but Sam also told me there was a basement. It was fogging up from the rain, which was actually great, as it would give us farther cover. Everything seemed perfect, and yet something about the house seemed off to me. I remember a slight sense of foreboding, as a large wooden structure seemed to loom over us. Yeah, that's the word for how it looked. It was looming. I remember thinking how tall it looked and yet narrow. It had a very angular designed triangular roof, and was made mostly of wood, it looked like. I asked Sam about the potential for cameras or alarms, and he shrugged. We had a police scanner, in addition to radios to keep in touch. We just gotta boogie on out if there's an alarm. And we got masks and gloves for cameras. Come on, let's do this. He said as we moved towards the back of the house, going around the side. We had an idea of what the place was like, and yet there was a cellar in the back which led into a sub-basement. We had brought bolt cutters, and made short work of the chain and padlock. A faint spark flying from the strain of the cut, as we opened the cellar doors carefully, and looked down at the wooden steps that led into the dank, dark basement. I remember the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I remember not knowing for sure that something was bothering me about this place. It was not a superstitious type. I never believed in ghosts or demons or anything like that. But there was just something about how the whole thing was going down. An instinctive dread that had been building steadily. It was more than the typical nerves and adrenaline that came with doing a job. This was different. Like a tiny bell ringing somewhere in the city of the mind, letting the villagers know to go inside. Oh ho ho, bogeyman living down here. Sam teased, probably sensing the apprehension. I'll go first then. He said as he crept down the stairs and put on his flashlight. It was a bright one too. And as I followed and turned on mine, I was a bit put off by how little of the cellar they were illuminating. The darkness was sticking, and stubbornly refused to be washed away by the light easily. Too thick to be completely dispelled. It was not the kind of thing you can confirm as really being a problem, but it was enough to be annoying at best, and unsettling at worst. There might be some old wine down here. That shit might sell, eh? I asked. But it's not like me and Sam knew people in the vineyard business. We separated a bit, and I did not like that. But I was refusing to give in to my anxiety. We were professionals at this point, after all. I heard the sound of the bolt cutters again, then I heard Sam making a weird noise from the other room before yelling out, "What in the flying ever living... Yo, come and see this!" I followed his voice, and I felt the room I was in was getting a little chilly. I thought I had seen shadows moving, but I chalked it up to the tricky lighting of my flashlight. When I got to Sam, he was in a separate room behind a heavy metal door. What we were looking at was disturbing. It was like some of a weird cross between a BDSM party room and some kind of shrine. I let out a whistle, my discomfort forgotten as I absorbed the scandalousness of it all. This was out there. Red walls, leather suits hanging on hooks, candles with weird-looking statues. There was a strange sort of altar. It looked like it had a brass frame, and there was a red cloth over it, though it was dusty and torn. There was one particular idol on it that looked to be 4 people intertwined in an act of debauchery and torture. The wax the figures were made out of were melded together to create the gruesome figurine. I had never seen anything like it before, and that foreignness made it all the more unsettling. This was not something you recognize from the movies or folklore, which made it seem all the more real and yet strange. Each pale face on the idol was a mixture of horror, agony, and something else. Maybe pleasure. What the hell? I said in a low tone. I felt the overwhelming urge to turn the light on. We normally did not turn on lights, for obvious reasons. But we were still in the basement, and being seen was not likely anyway, given the house's relative seclusion. I went to feel for a light switch and found one. I flicked it, but it would not go on. It clicked again and again, but I was not getting any juice. "Do you know if the electricity is still on here?" I asked. Sam shrugged. "You know we should not be doing that. Come on." For the first time in his voice, he did not sound like everything was a joke. A few seconds after was when we heard something in the corner of the room. A thump. We both turned to point our flashlights at the source of the sound, but there was nothing. I remember asking, "This is a hell of a thing to show on the open house, I bet." But I knew this room was not meant to be seen yet by any prospective buyers. "Yeah, let's just get this done," he said. Even despite the creepy sound, whatever went on down here was probably not anything we wanted to know too much about, or stick around too long to be introduced to it. It occurred to me that if the owner came home, we might be in deeper trouble than we ever imagined. I wanted to get it over with, and get out. Not end up as some weirdo's sacrificial gimp in their secret velvet magic dungeon. We checked out the basement, and found some power tools we could sell, putting them near the stairs that led out. I was focusing hard on looking, and quickly moving the goods, ignoring the growing anxiety in the back of my brain, a rattling of the cage of my mind. The cage that stops us from acknowledging what we do not see. I wanted to get out of the basement, but I did not want to venture into the rest of the house alone. "Want to help me check out the upstairs?" I asked Sam, trying to keep the apprehension out of my voice. Maybe Sam was not as brave as I was giving him credit for, because he seemed very keen on the idea. We walked up the stairs a bit more quickly than we normally did, and found the door was locked from the other side, which was also pretty odd. Someone could easily end up locked in the basement, with the cellar being bolted on the outside, and the door leading to the first floor also being locked from the outside. It was becoming apparent that this seemed to be the point, to keep someone from getting out of the basement. Sam cursed, remarking that it might take a while, and asked me to hold a flashlight while he messed with the lock. I did, and felt more and more unsettled, more vulnerable as he worked and fumbled with the metal. I kept seeing little signs of movement in the darkness surrounding us, but ignored them. I thought I heard something faint in the shadows, but it was hard to tell with my partner in crime messing around with the lock. He got it open after what seemed like it must have been at least 20 minutes, and the door creaked open all too slowly, and all too loudly. We both went into the house proper, and found ourselves in the kitchen. This was the rough part. We knew we had to split up. Sam said he would take the lower floor. He told me to take the upper one. For some reason this irked me, like he gave me the shit job. I did not want to put that much distance between me and our exit, but he was the brains of the operation. I got to the stairs, and they were very steep. Wood, with a narrow wall heading up. The stairs went up into a yawning abyss, an abyss I would rather do anything else other than go into. I went up, one step at a time, carefully. The stairs seemed to go on a bit longer than they should, and I kept the flashlight on the ground to guide my footing, as if the stairs seemed designed to easily trip someone up. I was also afraid to point it into the shadows that waited at the top of the stairs, But when I finally started getting to the summit, I had no choice, and the light I was shining found itself only piercing the darkness to a shallow degree. I remember thinking I had never been in a house so pitch dark before. I heard Sam messing about downstairs, moving stuff. As I went into the upstairs hall, there were a series of doors, and all of them closed. With the damn feeling of dread I had, the thought of opening each one at a time was torture. I was about to start with door number 1, when I heard steps coming up the stairs. I turned around fast as hell, and was relieved to see Sam. It was slim pickings downstairs apparently, so he had to come up to help me handle the upstairs. I was extremely happy about it, but I, of course, didn't show it. I felt just a little bit more courage than I had previously. Then the image of the sick little doll thing on the altar flashed in my mind. Yeah, I wanted to get the hell out of there. Door number 1 was as dark as the rest of the house. It looked like an office, and there was a laptop which I quickly grabbed, as I had to ignore the feeling of being watched. I had done a few jobs like this, but I'd never experienced this level of anxiety, not even in my first one. I took the laptop while Sam rustled around, and told him what my haul was. He asked if I had found anything else, and I said nothing valuable. But to be honest, I'd not really looked all that hard. I just wanted to get out of here. I could not get that room in the basement out of my head. I asked Sam what he had found, but he was not answering, which both irritated and bothered me. "Sam," I hissed. "Sam." His voice came out again. "Dude, there's another weird room in here." I cursed under my breath and went in. It was like the one downstairs, but not quite as ritualized. There were a bunch of weird little idols, strewn about along with candles, and a bookshelf with all sorts of occult stuff in it. I had seen enough. Door number 2 was disturbing, but not as bad as the basement. Sam, however, seemed more amused than he had been in the first one. "This guy is one sick puppy. Alright, go back downstairs, do a quick once-over, and let's get the hell out of here." I was happy to hear that, and did not need telling twice, though I was not happy with separating at the time. I went downstairs, and looked around with my flashlight, seeing that there was an old heavy TV, the kind that most people had not used in about 20 years. It was not worth taking. But I remember thinking it was strange they were still using such primitive stuff. I looked around a bit longer, going through some drawers. There were some things I might have taken for personal use under normal circumstances, but I wanted nothing to do with this place, much less wanting to take a piece of it home with me. I kept checking around, and that's when I saw it. The same statue that had been in the basement, the figure of the 4 intertwined bodies, bound into the unspeakable or unknowable act. There was hunger, lust, agony, bliss. I wondered how anyone could make one of these abominations, much less 2. I went to the basement to start bringing some of their stuff out of the house, and I could not help but take another look at the weird room. That's when I noticed that the figurine was no longer on the altar. I remember an icy fist grasping my heart, and I turned on my walkie. The static hit me as I went on the channel. We both used walkies because in case we ever got caught, they could not track our conversations or locations via cell phone. "Sam?" I hissed. "Sam, did you move that sick-looking figurine upstairs?" There was nothing but static. I continued calling into the walkie. Just static. I tried once more. "Sam, answer me." The static turned. "Sam's with us now." A voice whispered. That icy fist on my heart, it clenched harder. "What? Who is this?" The static returned, and I heard what I thought was a short chuckle. A voice came in once more, and was deeper and far harsher, almost guttural. The word inhuman comes to mind. It was different than the last voice.
"Come see."
I cursed hard, and felt the overwhelming urge to drop the walkie, to throw it at the wall the same way one might throw a bug that had crawled on their hand. It invoked revulsion. The walkie was a bridge between me and whatever was on the other side of that channel, and more importantly, what was lurking upstairs. I was worried about Sam. Very worried. I was scared for myself too, but I was not going to just leave him here. The thought occurred to me that this was a trick, a joke, but this was not a time for games, and even if it was one hell of a feat to pull something like this off. No, it didn't make sense. This was not a joke. I was torn between a sense of urgency in helping my friend, and the dread of staying in this house and going farther into it. I steeled myself as best I could, and decided if I had to do it, it was going to be fast. and I ran up the stairs like a bat out of hell, into the kitchen, and back towards the other narrow set of stairs that led upstairs to the second floor. I could hear banging on the walls, scratches. It was like the entire house was coming to life. I tried to ignore it, but it was damn near impossible. And it was all I could do to not piss myself and take off right then and there. Sam be damned, metaphorically and literally. I made it to the foot of the stairs. The darkness at the top was encroaching farther down, invading beyond its borders almost aggressively. The darkness was getting more dense, getting deeper. "Sam?" I called up into the darkness. I could not bring myself to walk up those steps and into the pitch black. I was starting to panic. I saw a shape at the top of the steps. It was a mass, and at first I could not make it out in the darkness, but as it got closer, it became more clear. The lack of visibility did not matter, because I was not seeing whatever this was with my eyes. The only way I could describe it was I was seeing it with my soul. It was the figurine, only life-size now. The 4 writhing bodies bound together, melted as if their skin was made of wax, limbs intertwining, as they flailed and the abomination crawled slowly down the stairs. I could hear my heart beating in my head, the scratching, the knocking. It had all stopped as if in reverence for what was now coming down those stairs to meet me. Its footsteps uneven from the extra limbs. The deliberate shuffle began as it navigated its way down the path, coming down to me. Its other limbs stretched out as if to embrace me, beckoning me into the hell of its existence. One of the faces turned to look at me, twisted in the rictus of a dozen sensations, lost in equal parts bliss, terror, and torment. It was Sam. I ran. When I did, the noise of the house erupted again, everything banging, and there was a shrieking sound reverberating from the walls that echoed across it, sounding like dozens of separate voices, each one distinct. There was accusation in those shrieks, anger, and hunger. The house was pissed, but it was also hungry. The shrieks became guttural like a pack of dogs, and they yowled like a bunch of cats having sex. I ran for the basement, but the door slammed shut, and I tried to open it, but it would not budge an inch. I could hear the uneven sounds of the abomination coming down, step by step. Then I heard a louder crash. It sounded like it had thrown itself down the steps. It wanted me that bad. It was not wasting time like some horror movie monster trying to build suspense. It was not trying to scare me. It was trying to take me. I thought I heard Sam's voice, weeping. "It hurts so good. It hurts so damn good, buddy. Get some of this." I screamed and pulled with all my might, and the door finally unjammed and I headed down the stairs, tripping halfway down and hitting the ground. I felt pain in my temple and was bleeding, but I didn't care. I was up again in an instant and going out the cellar door. On my way out, I felt something reach out of the weird room, groping for my neck. Clammy and vice-like. It tore my hoodie but slipped as I ran out into the moisture of the night. I did not care about the goods. I did not care about anything other than getting as much distance from me in this place as I could. Luckily, TC's piece of crap van didn't need a key, and it was turned on via screwdriver. I jumped in and fumbled for it, looking frantically in the rearview mirror. The storm was picking up now. I fumbled harder and did the trick. The van sputtered to life, and I punched it out of there. I only stopped once for gas and was gripped by paranoia, thinking I saw the abomination in every dark corner. I tried to tell TC what happened, but could not really bring myself to speak of it. He was pissed he did not make anything out of it either, and told me to lose his number, accused me and Sam of holding out on him. I never figured out what that house was supposed to be, and I was too afraid to look it up again to see if it had been sold. I am thinking of doing it again, but even opening that tiny door terrifies me. The house taught me something profound in the brief time spent in there. Not knowing was better sometimes. As for Sam, I checked desperately for any news of him being found in that town, but there was nothing. I did not know his family, nor many of his friends. No one came to ask me about him. Sam was prone to wanderlust, and this was not the first time he had just up and vanished. As far as everyone else was concerned, I knew what happened though. They, or it, had told me. Sam was with them now. He would always be with them.
I've been retired for just over 2 years now. Before that, I spent 24 years of my life as a detective for the Michigan State Police. It's a tough job, long hours, and little time spent at home, but it pays well enough for me to retire when I was 58.
and it certainly keeps life interesting. It probably goes without saying that I've seen a lot of stuff that people don't normally see, nor would they want to. In all my years spent working for the MSP, I could honestly say I spent most of my time in and around Detroit. Though the case that sticks with me the most, 24 years later, happened about 250 miles from the Motor City. I'd only been working with the MSP for just over a year when I got a call telling me that I was needed in a small town up in Manistee County. It was the first time I'd ever been, and it also happened to be the last. This town, which I'm not going to name, though I'm sure some research will lead you right to it, was encompassed by woodland. I'm talking hundreds of square miles of nothing but woods. About 14 months before I got this call, a young woman had gone missing whilst out for an early morning jog in the woods. Fast forward 12 months and another girl goes missing. Same story, early morning jog, leaves no trace. Then 2 months later, another girl goes missing. You guessed it, exact same story. After the initial 2 disappearances, not a whole lot was ever uncovered. There were no convictions, no evidence, and only one arrest the second time around. An 84-year-old man whose cabin backed up against the woods a few miles from the area all 3 of the girls had decided to jog on the morning of their disappearance. The only real grounds for his arrest was the location of his home, and the fact that everyone in town considered him a bit of a recluse. He was questioned and released the same day. By this time, I was actually in Manistee County. Just over a week had passed since the 3rd girl had gone missing. The local detective who was there before me hadn't found a single item of evidence in those 8 days. His bright idea was that it was some sort of predator that had killed these girls. Possibly wolves or a bear. Now, at the time of the disappearances, wolves had only migrated back into Michigan about 5 years prior, so there was a slim chance of wolves being to blame, since there wasn't really an established wolf population in Manistee at the time. As for bears, it was a real possibility, but the signs of a bear attack were easy to spot. Considering all 3 girls had disappeared on the same trail, if a bear had been doing it, a body would have turned up from one of the girls by now. At the very least, there would have been some evidence of a struggle in one of the cases, yet there was nothing. Absolutely zero evidence to even give us the slightest idea as to what might have happened to these girls. It was as if all 3 had just vanished off the face of the earth. So, now it was my turn to make an ass out of myself and find nothing. The odds of finding anything obviously weren't in my favor, but I was young and dumb. I still thought I could solve any case that might get handed down the ladder of unsolved mysteries, so I started to talk to some of the locals and some of the missing girl's friends. I can't say her name, for obvious reasons, but the girl who had gone missing most recently was a 21-year-old college student, in the final year of her degree. I ended up talking to another one of her friends who was in the same class, and I didn't really find out much that helped the case, but, and this might be the strangest part of the story, I did find my future wife. Victoria had helped me throughout the 3 weeks I spent in Manistee on the case, and she ended up coming to visit me a month or so after I left. 2 years down the line, and we were happily married. Unfortunately, that's the only positive to take out of this case. Though I'd do it all over again if it meant finding Vic. Most of the locals had the same answer when I talked to them about the disappearances. It was the crazy guy who did it. They were referring to the old man I mentioned earlier, who had been arrested in relation to the case. I'd heard all kinds of stories from the locals about this man, that he was some sort of devil worshipper, that he tried to kill his family, and does the same to anyone else who comes near his cabin. Of course, it was all baloney. Vic actually somewhat knew the guy, and he was a far cry from how the locals portrayed him. A frail, old, 84-year-old man who could hardly murder a mouse, let alone 3 girls without leaving a trace. Was what met me when I knocked at the rain-stained door of his cabin door. I'll never forget the words I was greeted with as the door creaked open to that decrepit cabin. "What the hell do you want?" Despite initial appearances, Frank, the man at the door, actually invited me inside when I explained who I was. He joked that he hoped I wasn't there to arrest him again, and I was glad to tell him I was just there to ask some questions. He even offered me a glass of scotch, which I politely had to turn down, since I was on the job. The inside of the cabin looked like, well, it looked like an old man had been living in it, on his own, for the past 2 decades or so. I started with some light questions about how he found living out here on his own, and what he thought of Manistee. I didn't wait too long before asking him what he thought happened to the girls. I didn't really expect him to say what he said next, even after hearing at least a dozen people refer to him as the crazy guy over the past 2 days. Every night, between a couple of minutes to about 30 minutes after midnight, I hear the same thing coming from those woods. It's an ungodly howl, like you ain't never heard before. Dead serious, he continued on. I seen it once, almost twice the height of me. Black as the night it hides behind. Some sort of wolf man. I just saw it the once back in 73, but I hear it almost every night. Now, I was obviously unsure of how to react to this story. On one hand, I knew what I was hearing was completely absurd, yet the way Frank told me about it, the way there were genuine pain and fear behind his eyes, made me unsure whether to completely write him off as some insane old man. Then he offered me to come back just before midnight and hear for myself. So reluctantly, that's what I did. We waited for almost 30 minutes, and I was obviously beginning to doubt Frank's story, more so than I already was, when, sure enough, a howl echoes from the woods louder than any animal call I've ever heard. I can close my eyes now, and still hear that howl bellowing through the tree line, louder than a freight train passing by just a couple of meters away. It went on for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then it stopped, and never started again the rest of that night. In the 26 years of my life, I had never once heard a wolf howl in person, but even I knew that what I had heard wasn't any normal wolf's howl. Still, I wasn't prepared to write it off as what Frank called a wolfman, based on what my ears were hearing. The woods up in Manistee dwarfed the size of the actual towns in it, and there were a lot of things that might have been making that noise, other than some half-man, half-wolf. I spent the next week or so in a shitty old motel in the outskirts of town. Most of my time was spent reading files from the local PD on animal-related deaths. Most of them were from wolves killing children about 60 years prior. There were just 3 cases dated within the last 25 years. The first was a young man who had been mauled by a black bear a decade before. The next was some unfortunate case, which I can't quite remember. A young boy savaged by a dog or kicked in the head by a horse or the like. The last case really caught my eye. It was marked down as undetermined large predator. It didn't seem like a coincidence that the victim was a 22-year-old woman who had been murdered on a trail a couple of miles south from the current one in question. It had happened 24 years before the file found its way into my hands, which meant finding out much about it was doubtful. When I asked some of the older officers in the town about it, they informed me the family had relocated to Florida a couple of years after the incident, which meant finding them would be an unnecessary waste of time. What was different about this incident was that there was actually a body. Well, parts of a body. 2 fingers from the left hand, the entire right arm, and a small section of the right torso. The final line of the report stated, likely the result of a predator attack from a large black bear or wandering catamount. It occurred to me after reading the report that the girl's death had occurred around the same time Frank had claimed to have set eyes upon his ungodly wolfman. When I pressed Frank about his knowledge of the girl's death, he told me he remembered it well. When I said the report said it was likely a bear or cougar that took the girl's life, he laughed at the idea. They know damn well it wasn't no bear or panther murdered that girl. It was the same response I expected, yet it still made my level of intrigue into the case rise. It was definitely the most interesting case I'd ever been on to date. Quite possibly, even the most interesting case I've ever worked. It's probably why I spent so long working that case, and why I became so encapsulated by it all, even to this day. 9 days after I initially arrived in that dwindling old town in Manistee County, we finally had a breakthrough. A couple walking off trail about a mile from where the most recent disappearances had occurred had found a backpack. It was the girl's, and it was covered in blood. It was found under the shadow of an ominous old oak that stood alone from the rest of the dense thicket of trees. Other than that backpack and the things inside, along with the blood saturating it, there wasn't a single other item of evidence. Inside was a half-filled water bottle, a Walkman, and a towel. None of it was any use in finding the girl, though it did confirm that something had obviously happened to her, which came as no surprise. We had more search parties cover the area where the backpack was located. To my dismay, 4 days of searching brought back nothing. The DNA results confirmed that the blood on the backpack did indeed belong to the missing girl, Of course, it returned no evidence linking anything to a possible killer. Finding that small, crimson-stained backpack ultimately brought me no closer to figuring out what happened on that fateful November morning. In the days that followed the pack being found, hysteria swept over the small town in Manistee. People wanted answers, and made sure to stay well clear of the woods. They demanded arrests, and the local PD obliged by again arresting Frank on suspicion of the girl's murder. I made it well known to the officers arresting Frank that what they were doing, arresting someone based on the location of their home, was absurd. I made sure I was there for the questioning, and spoke to Frank alone before it commenced. It always sticks with me. The last words I said to Frank before the other officers came in to question him. There's no reason to worry. These idiots just needed to question someone to calm things down. I was right. They did need to question someone to calm things down. Though, I was wrong to tell Frank there was nothing to worry about. They told Frank he was being charged with the murder of the girl pending a court hearing. I could just stand there for a few seconds bewildered, until I realized what was really happening. I made sure the officers knew that I was the lead detective on the case, and that I wouldn't be letting the charge stand, let alone make it to court. That's when the local chief told me that I had been on the case for almost 3 weeks now and found very little. That it was his town, and he had the jurisdiction to do what he was doing. I remember telling him, "You're a coward. That's an 84-year-old man in there." And getting, "That's a murderer in there, son," is the only response. Frank never made it to court. Around a fortnight after his arrest, he died in custody. A heart attack brought on by the shock of it all. I did everything I could to bring Frank's death to the attention of my superiors. I wanted to make sure the officers responsible for arresting Frank didn't walk away with no repercussions. It took some time, probably around a month after Frank's death happened, before I got some form of straight answers. I was informed that an autopsy was carried out on Frank after his death, that other than confirming he did indeed die from a massive heart attack, it also revealed a small tumor had been forming in the left side of his brain. This meant that Frank may well have been carrying out the murders as a result of the tumor changing his behavior, thus causing him to forget he had committed them, according to my superiors at least. Frank was never officially charged with any of the murders, though after his death, they did stop, which kept the locals satisfied. They had a face to paint on their killer, and the man behind that face was now dead. Frank didn't kill those girls, that I know for sure. There was no way a man of his age could carry out 3 murders in the space of 14 months, and leave a blood-stained backpack as the only item of evidence. His story about the great beast hiding behind the shadows never left my mind, nor did the howl I heard that night. Though, I couldn't go chasing shadows. This was my job. The case was at a standstill, and it wasn't going anywhere. If one of my superiors caught wind of me hunting a monster in the Manistee woods, I'd have been fired on the spot. After his arrest, Frank's son came by his house to get some things in order. I decided to volunteer as the one to grant him access to the cabin. I figured that maybe I'd find out more about the enigma that was Frank. As it turned out, his son knew less about his father than I did, only that about 20 years ago, his father had been out hunting when he was convinced he had seen something ungodly, and it drove him insane. He spent the next 2 years of his life sweeping the Manistee woods in search of a monster that he would never find. It drove his wife away from him, and some 20 years ago, she took Frank's son and daughter with her, and left for Colorado. After that, he never saw his father again. It always bugged me. What drove Frank to become what he became? The only time I'd ever heard him mention his wife was when he caught me staring at a gray old photo of her sitting in the corner of his kitchen. "Elisa," he sighed, "my love." It was only a few words, but it was enough to tell me that she had taken a piece of Frank's soul with her when she headed for Boulder. I could never stop wondering what Frank must have seen to spark an obsession so strong he would sacrifice the love of his life. After I left that tormented town in Manistee, I never went back. Victoria returned to college in East Lansing and finished off her college degree. The 3rd time she came to visit me, where I lived in Ann Arbor, she decided she was going to stay. We always talked about going back to Manistee. We never got around to making that trip. A few months after I left, Victoria's aunt, who she had been staying with, had died. So she had no reason to go back there. After everything that had happened with Frank, I had no reason to either. Vic passed away just under a year ago now. She'd been battling her cancer for a long time, and she'd already beaten it twice. She couldn't win the 3rd fight. I might have been the cop, but it was Vic who was always the fighter. It never gets any easier. Losing the person who makes the sunrise have some form of meaning. I finally understand how after 25 years, Frank still looked at that picture of Elisa with more pain in his eyes than any mind could fathom. Since Victoria passed, I've found my mind wandering more and more back to Frank and my time spent in Manistee. I'd often wondered what it might look like now. I'd imagined it couldn't have gotten any worse. It crossed my mind every now and then, whilst I stared at some honeybee slowly draining the nectar from a sunflower. That I should go back there sometime. Then the mind would wander off to some distant valley, and I'd forget the idea ever resurfaced. That all changed a few days ago. After I retired, I left Michigan and made the not-so-long journey west to Wisconsin, where I've been living for the past 2 years. I still keep in touch with the guys I worked with through emails. Every now and then, a few of the guys will send me through some emails about some of the more interesting cases they're working, mainly in the hope that my experience will be of some help to them in decoding certain aspects of a case. James, a detective who joined the MSP a little over a decade after I had, was always in touch hoping I could be of some help. Old but gold, he'd often jokingly call my mind. In the last email James sent me, he wrote about a case he's been assigned recently. It was in a small rundown town in Manistee County. A girl had gone missing. She had been out for a run. It was in the early hours of the morning, on a woodland trail. No sign of her anywhere. I know, I have to go back. Are you reading Dead Souls? The blonde girl in the subway asked in Russian, pointing at my book. I confirmed that I was. She smiled, immediately identified me as an American from my accent, and asked me if it was 19th century books that had brought me to Russia. I smiled back and explained that, in fact, they had. I was a PhD student in literature at NYU, and had been invited to spend a semester in the central Russian city we were in. The girl scooted into the seat next to me and introduced herself as Anna. She explained that she was an undergrad student at the local university and that she loved 19th century literature, Dead Souls being no exception. We talked for a good 20 minutes just about the book's main character, a disgraced official trying to get rich by deception. When the train slowed for my stop, she got up to leave too. We laughed at the coincidence as we got off. I don't normally do this. She smiled as we walked across the platform, and she pulled a bottle of vodka from her bag. She nodded her head towards a bench. Care to join me? It's not every day you meet a girl that likes the 19th century literature that you've dedicated your life to studying. I accepted. We sat down and started taking turns drinking from the bottle. She told me about her schooling and work. We drank, we talked, we laughed. And then I woke up, hours later, on the bench in the darkened subway station. I had a splitting headache. I was pretty sure she drugged me. I've drunk far more on other occasions, and not blacked out. Though how she managed it when we were drinking from the same bottle was beyond me. I felt her on my pants and jacket. Sure enough, my phone and wallet were missing. I berated myself for being tricked, though I had to admit, I'd never thought a thief would be so well read. At least she had left my books. Maybe she didn't like Dead Souls as much as she had said. I sat up. Except for the fluorescent light above the bench I had woken up on, the whole platform was dark, especially the tracks below, which only had dim, glowing red lights that led down the pitch-black tunnel. I got up and tried to find any exit I could, but I soon discovered that the stairs leading up towards the station were now gated shut, as were the ones leading up to the streets. Likewise, all the doors I tried were locked, even the employees' entrance and utility closets. After 20 minutes of wandering the platform, I was forced to accept that I would have to spend the night there. So, without any other options, I stretched out on the bench. How had the subway employees missed me when they closed up? I wondered angrily. Maybe they didn't get paid enough to care. For a long time, all I did was lay there. Since I didn't have a phone or watch, I have no idea for how long. I tried to read, but my headache prevented me from focusing. It was miserable, and it was cold. But eventually I fell into that state that is somewhere between awake and asleep. That's why I thought it was part of a dream when I heard the rustling. I pulled it up after a moment,
I started to look around the dark, empty platform. What had that been? I couldn't identify the sound, or had I actually heard anything? Whatever had happened, my nerves were instantly on high alert. There wasn't an ounce of sleep in me anymore, so I was completely awake when the rustling sound happened again. My heart kicked into overdrive, and this time, I was able to identify where the sound was coming from. Beyond the edge of the platform, down on the darkened subway tracks. "Hello?" I called out. Of course, there was no answer, just the echo of my voice down the tunnel. The small red lights on the track continued glowing dimly in the black. From where I was sitting, I couldn't see down onto the tracks. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until I could confirm that the sound was a rat or something. So I got up to take a look. I was stopped fast, however, by another rustle. And that's when I saw 3 fingers, long, gray, and silent, curl their way up from the darkness of the tracks below, and quietly grab the edge of the platform. I don't know why I didn't scream. Shock, maybe. It's the natural response for most animals to freeze in the place of danger. And I think that's what happened to me. The fingers inched slowly forward, feeling around the edges of the platform. The long fingertips were so dirty they were almost black. And from what I could see, they had no nails. For a moment I thought I was seeing the hand of a homeless person reaching up from the tracks. But as I watched the fingers feel their way around the edge of the platform, I could see no humanity in their slow, calculated movements. But as much as the fingers had frightened me, that moment was nothing. Nothing. Compared to when I started hearing the breathing. Sweet Mary above. The breathing. From just below the platform came slow, ragged breaths, being drawn steadily from dirty, raspy lungs. And with each inhale and exhale, a rustle. As I stood transfixed, the idea of running away finally made it from my legs to my brain, but it was instantly lost again as the thing started to pull itself onto the platform. Inhumanly long, emaciated arms slunk up from below, the gray fingers feeling, searching the ground in front of them. The labored breathing continued, and within a moment, the thing's face peered above the edge. Only it was impossible to actually see the thing's face. It was covered with a plastic shopping bag, which the thing seemed to be wearing like a mask, though it had no eye holes. Could the thing even see? Still, there was the source of the sounds. With every ragged breath the thing drew, the lower part of the bag moved in and out with a rustle. My brain finally retook my senses, and I took a step back. With a sharp intake of breath, the creature's head snapped in my direction. If it did indeed have eyes, they would have been pointed right at me. After a long moment, the thing reached out its fingers in my direction, and I saw with a flood of cold blood that it was feeling its way towards me. My instinct screamed, "Do not let this thing get a hold of you." Could it hear? Could it smell? I couldn't tell. But more importantly, could I run? Probably not. The platform was too small, and my instincts told me I could easily be cornered. The thing crawled closer. Inhale, rustle. Exhale, rustle. My mind raced. If I stayed put, I would soon be in the grasp of this thing. But if I took another step, I would reveal myself. The thing's fingers were now only a few feet away from me, and that's when I realized that I was still tightly gripping my copy of Dead Souls. An idea occurred to me. Wheeling back, I threw my book towards the other end of the platform. It landed several yards away with a smack and skidded for a few feet. The thing jerked its head in the direction of the book. I did the only thing I could think of. With nowhere to run and no closets to barricade myself in, I was hopelessly trapped so long as I was on the platform. So I dashed away from the thing, and I jumped off the platform and onto the tracks. The tunnel was my only hope of escape. I landed with a stumble, and it only took a moment to get up and running. Thankfully, there was a thin strip of ground on the side of the tracks, probably for maintenance workers or something. I sprinted as fast as my legs would take me, and within 10 seconds, I was in the tunnel. As I entered the darkness, I dared to steal a glance behind me. I turned soon enough to see a slender foot disappear into the shadows of the tracks. It was coming after me. After a minute of running, I was so far into the tunnel that I could see nothing except the dim red lights on the track next to me. I sprinted on. I could hear nothing above the sound of my own panting,
but every once in a while, I thought I heard the rustling of a plastic bag. One time I ran straight into the wall as the tunnel curved. It knocked me down. Scrambling, I desperately kicked out, and I swear connected with something. It wasn't a direct hit, more like a glancing blow. My mind almost went blank with fear, but I managed to pick myself up again, and within a moment I was running again. I must have run for a mile, though I wasn't in the greatest shape. My adrenaline kept me going even if I couldn't keep up the sprint. More than once I sort of struck the edge of the tunnel with my shoulder as it curved. Never enough to knock me over again, but enough to slow me down. I eventually learned to keep an eye on the red lights to let me know when the tunnel curved. After an anxious eternity, I saw a light in the distance. A fluorescent light, just like the one I had woken up under. Sure enough, after a few moments I could see the edge of a new platform. I'd reached the next station. Would there be an exit there? Even just an open closet I could barricade myself in. I could only pray. Yeah, there was a bench, and there was a man sitting on the bench. It was a subway employee. I could tell from the blue shirt he wore tucked in. "Hey!" I yelled as I exited the tunnel. The man looked towards me and got up as I approached him. "Help, please," I said, coming to a stop on the tracks. I started to reach the platform when I heard the cock of a gun. I looked up. The man had a pistol trained directly between my eyes. "Away from the platform," he ordered, motioning with the gun. "You don't understand." I insisted between gasping breaths. "There's this thing that... away from the platform," he repeated coldly, his eyes narrowed. I backed up slowly. I took a look down the tunnel I had just run through. I could see no fingers, nor hear any rustling of plastic. But that could change any second. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said, arms raised as I backed up. The man chuckled dryly at that, but I ignored him. "Please let me on the platform. I've got to." "Be quiet, Mr. Clay," the man said. He began to kneel down. "How did you know my question was cut short, however, as the man began to tap his pistol against the edge of the platform. Tap, tap, tap. It echoed through the empty station as the man fixed his eyes on the tunnel. He knew. My stomach sank. He knew what was down here, and he was calling the thing. "What are you doing?" I screamed. "The Ministry of Transport of the Russian Federation thanks you for your contribution to keeping our subway system running and on time," he said in a rote voice. "And I'm going to tell you again, Mr. Clay, be quiet." "Please, I'm begging." He fired off a warning shot, and I jumped at the sound of it as it ricocheted off a rail. "Shh," the man said, putting a finger to his mouth. For a moment we just stood there in silence. My blood felt like it was 20 degrees. The thing was going to come, and I was going to die. "Why me?" was all I could say. "What?" spat the man. "You think you're special? We picked you at random. Good system for picking who is going to die. Very fair." I might have replied to that, but it was that exact moment that the soft crinkling of a plastic bag started to sound from the dark. We both turned our heads. Long, gray fingers were starting to feel their way out of the tunnel. It was one of those moments where time seemed to freeze. What could I do? The man was preventing me from getting onto the platform. But yes, the man's eyes were still fixed on the thing coming out of the tunnel. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the man's legs, and with all the strength I had in me, I yanked him down. He swore as he started to stumble. I imagine he tried to aim the pistol at me, but it was too late. He fell off the platform and collapsed on top of me, as we fell into a heap on the tracks. The gun dropped, and for a horrible moment we were tangled. I couldn't tell if the thing was getting closer, but if it was attracted to motion or vibrations, we were making our fair share. After a moment, I managed to get out from under him, and I saw that he still hadn't retrieved the pistol, so I grabbed it. "No," the man began, but he was interrupted by the crack of the pistol as I stood up and fired it into the tunnel. The long finger started, and the slender arm momentarily reeled back, but for a moment, the thing continued feeling its way forward. The mask-like plastic bag started to appear from out of the darkness. The man screamed. "Bullets will not work on the Yazzie Schnick." but it doesn't like when we do that. Soon enough, the thing's head came into full view. There was a bullet hole in the bag now. A thin stream of black had streamed through it. I had scored a direct shot. The thing crawled closer. The man laid there, frozen. Whether in fear or because he didn't want to reveal his location, I don't know. I myself was momentarily transfixed as the Yazishnik, as he called it, continued approaching. And it was crawling faster. I regained my senses, took a step back, and stepped on something that jingled. The man's keys were on the ground, and I had stepped on them. The thing's head snapped towards me, and it began crawling faster. It already knew where I was. There was no going back. I reached down, picked up the keys, and started climbing onto the platform. "Get back here!" The man cried in an almost panicking voice as he grabbed for me. "You will..." He had reached for me at the exact wrong spot. His finger had set off the trigger. The gun was yanked from my fingers, but I managed to pull myself up without any farther resistance. Once I was up, I looked onto the tracks. The gun had fallen to the ground next to the man, who was clutching a bloody stomach. The man groaned softly, but he did not flail. The thing continued feeling its way closer and closer. He looked up, and his face went white as he saw his fate feeling its way towards him. He tried to back away, but this just gave away his location to the thing. It approached faster the more he moved, its long fingers stretching constantly outward. Finally, the man grabbed the pistol. Damn, the last straw. The man screamed as he cocked the gun. In my heart, I knew what was about to happen, so I turned away. A shot rang out, and it echoed down the black tunnel. After several moments, I dared to look again at the tracks, and confirmed what I already knew. The man had shot himself in the head. Within a few moments, the Yazishnik finally laid its fingers on the man's body. For a moment, the fingers fumbled around the body, feeling the still warm but lifeless form. After a moment, the Yazishnik grabbed one of the man's arms, and I heard its rattling breath as it inhaled, smelling. It wrapped one hand around the wrist, and another around the man's fingers, and with a crunch and a squelch, the finger came off. The Yazishnik brought the finger to its face. It slipped its prize beneath its makeshift mask, and I could hear a soft, crunchy chewing behind the rustling of the plastic bag. For too long, I couldn't pull myself away from the scene. The Yazishnik had to have known I was there. My guess is that it just didn't care. It wasn't until it started on the second finger that I regained my senses. I ran to the gated stairs, unlocked them, and ran away from the station as far as I could run. The next morning when I arrived exhausted to the university, an administrator approached me. "My word, Clay, who did you anger?" he asked. "I just got off the phone. The Ministry of Transport is sending over some officials to retrieve you immediately." I took a taxi directly to the American Embassy, and 3 hours later was escorted to the airport and put on the first plane back to the United States. I was switched at birth. It's not as exciting as it sounds. I've just always enjoyed people's reactions when I lead with that. I was born in the early 80s in a small town hospital. There were only 2 doctors that did deliveries, and they'd been nicknamed by the locals as Dr. Hatchet and Dr. Baby Killer. I think those names are self-explanatory. It also gives you an idea of the sort of quality establishment the hospital was, which puts the rest of my story neatly into context. My mother went with Dr. Hatchet. It was an easy delivery, for which my parents were deeply thankful, considering the reputation of the doctors that were on hand to deal with any emergencies. Dr. Hatchet tried to keep my father out of the delivery room, at which point my father threatened to not pay him, and there was no time left to argue, for I was coming into this world regardless of who was or was not present. I was born. My dad cut the umbilical cord, and I was quickly whisked away. My mother saw me for a few fleeting seconds in the delivery room. When she was settled in a hospital bed, they brought her a baby, put it in her arms, and left her to bond with her new child. She told me, when I was old enough to understand the story, that she kept looking at the infant and thinking there was something off. She hadn't seen me long enough to know for certain, but she had a bad feeling that this wasn't her child. She called the nurse, handed the baby back, and said it wasn't hers. The nurse apologized and left. She came back with another child, handed it to my mother, and after some consideration, my mother handed this child back, saying that this too was not her baby, and this was really not funny, and the nurse had better come back with the correct infant this time. They got it right on the third try, and a few days later my parents left the hospital with me, their newborn daughter. We moved to a different state when I was 5. I only have a couple memories of that place, of standing next to a juniper bush, and pulling the chalky blue berries off and dropping them onto the ground, of a glowing dashboard of a car, and a woman's painted fingernails, as she drove me home from my first sleepover when I woke up at 11 at night crying for my parents. There's nothing else. I used to pretend that someday my real parents would come for me and take me home. However, I looked and acted too much like my older brother, so much that we were commonly mistaken for twins. He was born in the city hospital, where they were better at keeping track of what baby belonged to what mother. I also did 23andMe with my dad for Father's Day several years ago. The genetics proved out. This is not a story about how I found out who my real parents are. This is a story about how I lost my birth certificate. I'll be honest, as a young adult, I did not have my life together. Certainly, I'd graduated college and had a successful career. My housing situation was stable and I had all my bills on autopay. However, my organizational skills and ability to remember things outside of work was a complete disaster. I lost things. I misplaced things. I threw things out that I shouldn't in my frenzied cleaning, when my own chaos became too much to bear. I'm not entirely sure at what point my birth certificate went missing, but it did. I have my social security card and at one point I used that to get a passport, so I'm fairly safe with having identifying documents. However, now that I've gotten my act together and am in far better control of my life, I felt I should be diligent and get a fresh copy of my birth certificate. I contacted the Vital Records office in the state of my birth and was told they didn't have any certificates from my county, and I would have to contact them instead. She gave me the number to call, and that office told me that they didn't collect the ones from my town, and I would have to talk to them. This was deeply frustrating and somewhat unusual, from what I'd read online about how to get a copy of my certificate. I wrote it off as a problem with small towns. Finally, I called the town where I was born and asked the clerk how I could get one mailed to me. He hesitated, then put me on hold. I was on hold for almost half an hour, and I had to keep reminding myself that this was a small town, and things moved with little less urgency. Finally, the man got back on the line again, and told me that they couldn't mail it. I would have to show up in person to pick it up. His tone was monotone as he said this. Flustered, I explained that I didn't live remotely close, and would either need to get a plane ticket or drive for a couple days to get there. He merely repeated that he couldn't mail it, in that same maddening monotone, and hung up. I confessed that I was angry, and my decision to take a long weekend and make a road trip was partly fueled by spite. I was not going to let petty bureaucracy get between me and what I wanted. Fortunately, I enjoy road trips. I'm a sucker for weird local attractions, but drugs is currently at the top of my bucket list. I booked an Airbnb in a city nearby, and started driving. It felt strange to return to the state of my birth, like going home in a way, except I had almost no memories of the place. A haunting sense of nostalgia, like a phantom limb. I checked into where I was staying late in the afternoon on the second day. I'd go get dinner, I reasoned, and then crash for the night. I was exhausted from driving. I found a hole-in-the-wall Ethiopian restaurant and enjoyed a delicious, if somewhat confusing meal. I'd never had Ethiopian before, and had to ask the waitress why there was an enormous piece of spongy flatbread and no silverware. The next day, I showed up at the town hall where the records were supposedly kept. It was not a large building. A couple stories made of red brick with a bell tower. The air inside was stale and musty, like old furniture. The clerk was a man close to my age, with a pinched expression and beady eyes. He stared at me with open suspicion as I approached. I told him my name, and that I needed a new copy of my birth certificate. He didn't answer. Instead, he stood, pressing the tips of his fingers down onto the surface of the desk. His stance seemed almost predatory, and I resigned the urge to take a step back. For a long, awkward moment, we stared at each other. Then he turned around and walked away, through a door on the far wall, and I saw rows of filing cabinets before it swung shut behind him. He took a long time to return. I fretted, wondering if I should go after him, or if that would get me thrown out. There were no chairs for guests, and I kept shifting from foot to foot, trying to keep my knees from locking while I waited. I dabbled on my phone, and while I was checking my Facebook yet again for anything interesting, I caught a glimpse in the faint reflection of the phone screen, something obscuring the doorway. I turned. The doorway was empty. I walked out into the hallway and looked up and down. Empty. Back in the clerk's office, I again pulled out my phone, but this time I turned the brightness down so that the glare behind me better illuminated the reflection. I considered the selfie camera, but told myself that was bordering on paranoia. This was a reasonable compromise, I thought, not quite giving into what was surely my imagination, but allowing for the possibility of being wrong. I was wrong. Again, a shape obscuring the doorway. I didn't turn this time. Even though the hair stood on the back of my neck, and my instincts screamed that I was being watched, I opened the camera app and swapped to selfie mode. And that damn clerk burst in through the door. He threw it open hard enough that it bounced off the doorstop, and I jumped, dropping my phone and fumbling to catch it halfway to the floor. When I straightened, he had finished seating himself at his desk. A quick glance at the doorway revealed it was empty. "We don't have it," he said primly. "Are you sure you were born in this town?" "I'm positive," I said, trying to keep my ire under control. Getting angry would only make it more difficult to deal with. There were 2 doctors. I was delivered by the one. I hesitated, then figured that honesty was my only recourse. That didn't have any infants die during delivery. His eyes narrowed. "Well, I don't know which one that was, but I do know about Dr. Baby Killer. Yeah, I'm still using his nickname in this account. I don't want to share his real name. It doesn't seem right." "Bit of a town scandal," the clerk continued. "We've all heard about him at some point. Those infants didn't die of negligence. He killed them." It was a bit of a shock to hear that. I thought of my mother, trapped in this tiny town, counting the days until her due date and worrying that perhaps something would go wrong, and either I or her, or both, wouldn't survive. "What happened to him?" I asked. "They killed him, obviously." "What? Death penalty? Did the state even allow capital punishment?" I had no idea. The clerk continued talking though. "If you're curious, we've got all the newspaper down in the basement. I can let you in." I agreed. Apparently the way to secure the clerk's favor was to show an interest in small town gossip. He took me through the building and down a cement staircase, ending at a heavy metal door that screamed on its hinges as he pulled it open. The lights flickered a moment before deciding they would stay on. The room was long and narrow, allowing 2 rows of metal shelves that ran on and on across the linoleum floor. The walls were cement blocks, painted chalky white. "It's a little creepy," he admitted. "Newspapers are over here. Don't take anything out of here and check in with me before you leave. Are you staying close by?" "No." His eyes narrowed, but I didn't say anything else. I don't know why, but I felt I shouldn't tell him where I was staying. Then he left, and I was alone among the rows and rows of metal shelves and cardboard letterboxes. They were categorized by year, and I started with the year of my birth and worked my way up. I found a newspaper announcement about my own birth, which I set aside in the hopes that I could convince the clerk that I was born here, and he just needed to look a little harder. Then about 8 years later in the records, I found what I was after. An announcement that Dr. Baby Killer, who has served the community for the past 20 years, was retiring. Dr. Hatchet would absorb his practice, as there was no other OBGYN to take over. The clerk had said he'd been killed. I stood, staring at the paper, wondering if I should ignore the clerk's admonishments and stuff it in my purse. While I was contemplating theft, I happened to glance up. Someone was staring at me from the other side of the room. I shrieked in surprise and stepped backwards, hitting the shelf behind me. He quickly raised his hands, fingers spread and palms facing me. A big man, broad-shouldered and wearing khaki work pants. "Sorry," he said hastily. "You scared me," I gasped, putting a hand over my hammering heart. "I saw the lights were on. It's odd to have someone down here." "I'm from out of town and I'm researching my family history. The clerk let me in." "Oh, so you are from here?" He nodded absently, looking away from me. "Well, okay. I'll leave you to it. Sorry to startle you." "It's fine. Has anyone told you that you walk really quietly?" He didn't answer, just turned and walked away. This time I heard his footsteps and the scream of the door as he opened it to leave. I should have heard that when he entered, I thought. Was he in the room when I arrived? How long had he been watching me? Clearly it was time to leave. I didn't steal the newspaper. I took a photo of the article with my phone instead. Then I returned to the clerk and gave him the newspaper announcing my birth. "See?" I said, pointing at my name. "That's me. I was born here." He reluctantly took it and asked for farther identification on my part. I wondered why he hadn't asked for it earlier, but complied. The clerk studied my driver's license and eventually admitted that yes, the name matched and maybe they did have my birth certificate. He'd check again, he said, and he'd look more thoroughly. I should come back tomorrow. He'd have it by then, surely. If he'd known I was actually coming in advance, and he said it like an accusation, then he could have prepared better. It was the best compromise I would get, I thought. I thanked him and left. The man with the khaki pants was outside in the parking lot as I exited the building, smoking a cigarette. I felt him watching me as I got into my car. Initially, I'd planned to look around downtown, maybe find someplace quaint for lunch, and do some shopping, if any was available. However, my encounter in the records room had left me shaken, and I did not want to linger any longer than I had to. There was one errand left to me. I drove until I found the pharmacy. It was attached to a general store, and while it was certainly no butt drugs, it had some old-fashioned charm with wooden doors and a candle display of bottle caps, gummies, and rock candy. I lingered around the prescription counter for a few minutes until I saw an old pharmacist near the counter. I asked her about Dr. Hatchet. I was tracking down some family history, I said. He knew my mother. Then, armed with an address, I went to visit. He no longer practiced medicine. Happily retired, she said. His house sat on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a couple acres of flat, open fields. A modest one-story building, built in perhaps the 70s, with drab brick facing and a long patio on the front. The man that answered was old, perhaps in his 80s, and his hands trembled violently. "Parkinson's," he said, when I couldn't help but glance at them as they shook on the doorframe. I gave him my name and got no farther, for his arms shot out and his withered fingers closed on my shoulder. "Come inside," he said urgently. "Please, inside." Bewildered, I went with him. Certainly, they tell you to not enter a stranger's house, but I feel I posed more of a threat to him at that moment. He shut and locked the door behind me, peering out the window. Looking up and down the street, I glanced about the house, tidy with dated furnishings. No pictures anywhere, none on the walls or the shelves. Thought that peculiar. "I know you," he said, and he sounded so relieved I thought he would cry. I stood there, entranced by the sudden emotion in his voice, watching as he tottered closer to where I stood in the entryway. He took my hand in his own, his fingers stroked the back of my hand, like I was a fragile, precious thing. His skin felt like tissue paper. "You're the one that got away," he whispered. "I remember your mother, and your father. He wouldn't let me keep him out of the delivery room. We'd try to take the babies away right after delivery, so the parents couldn't get a good look. But she knew, and I thought, one baby wouldn't matter, so you got away." I thought, what did he mean? That I got away? But I didn't want him to stop talking, so I remained silent. They were so angry. We had a deal, they said, and I told them that no, that a bargain in which one's life is at stake is not a fair agreement. They shouldn't expect me to try too hard on their behalf. He shook his head slowly, and the trembling in his hands increased. What they did, they made sure it'd stick, and I didn't let any of the others get away after that. I was such a coward. He let go of my hand and began to walk away, back to the kitchen with its scuffed floor. I drifted behind him like a shadow, bewildered and horrified by what I was hearing. "Who are they?" I asked. "What are they?" He corrected. "I don't know. I was just happy to have a job somewhere, to start paying off my medical school debt. Then they came to me and said they wanted the babies. I went to Dr. Baby Killer and he told me to just do what they said. Poor man. He killed those babies so they couldn't have them. You know, I think he hated himself, but he did it anyway, and eventually they figured it out." I found the newspaper. It said he retired. Of course, that's what the newspaper said. Dr. Hatchet scoffed. Those might get read by outsiders. They killed him. Everyone that wasn't one of them just thought he'd moved away. But they couldn't have taken all the babies. I protested. You can't hide something like that. And my parents never said anything about missing children. He turned around and, for a moment, standing there in the kitchen, one hand on the back of a chair for support, he drew himself upright and his trembling ceased. They switched them, he said. Like what happened with your mother. The nurse tried to get her to take a replacement, but she wouldn't do it. She knew it wasn't her baby. None of those other parents did. They took the baby they were given and never questioned it. So many children replaced with, I'm not sure. I don't know what they were. They looked like normal infants, but... He lifted his head, trailing off and listening intently as a car passed by the house. We stood there in silence as it approached the house, then passed by and vanished on down the road. Dr. Hatchet was clearly unnerved, and that small incident seemed to break him, for he stumbled towards me, eyes wide, grabbing my arm and pushing me towards the door. You need to leave, he said urgently. Go home. Don't come back. His frail body lacked the strength to make me move, but I didn't want to resist the old man's desperation. I need my birth certificate, I protested. They said they'd have it for me tomorrow. You can't come back. They'll be waiting for you and you won't get away. They were so unhappy when I sent you home with your mother, and even more unhappy when your family moved away. I'll mail you your birth certificate. I can get it for you, but you need to leave. Don't stop anywhere else in town. Keep driving until you're at least 100 miles away. All those children we switched, they're grown now. They're grown and this town belongs to them. I don't know what they'll do if they catch you. I thought of the clerk's odd behavior and the man in the khaki pants. They were both around my age. I allowed Dr. Hatchet to push me out of the front door and then, mouth dry with fear, I hurried to my car, glancing about to see if there was anyone else around. There was not. I wondered what they would do if they found out that I had visited Dr. Hatchet. I guess I believed him at that point. His terror was genuine. I did as the elderly doctor asked. I drove and drove, stopping only at my Airbnb to gather my bags and inform my host. There had been a family emergency, and I had to leave. I'd still pay for the nights I reserved, I said, and they said that wouldn't be necessary, that they'd refund me. I suppose my fear bled through and made my lie sound real. I'm home now. That town is far, far away. I haven't talked to my parents about what happened. I only told them that the clerk couldn't find my certificate, and were going to be looking and mail it to me when they found it. Yesterday, I received an envelope in the mail. Inside was a fresh copy of my birth certificate. I never gave Dr. Hatchet my address. I did, however, give the clerk my driver's license, albeit briefly, to prove my identity. The package included a postcard. A picture of the town hall was on the front. On the back, written in black ink, were the words, "We'll see you again soon." And at the bottom of the envelope, wrapped in a handkerchief, was a withered, severed finger, with skin like tissue paper. I'm currently hiding in my closet, shaking in fear. I'm typing this out on my phone, so I'm sorry if there's a formatting issue, or grammar, but I don't really care right now. During April of 2018, I adopted a 5-month-old puppy from the pound. I was lucky enough to get her out of that hellhole and into my loving home. She was a border collie mix, and her name was Nellie. I don't know what happened to her, but what I have now is not my dog. She was a timid little pup when I first took her home. I remember she was inside for at least 5 minutes before she peed on the carpets. I could only laugh and kiss her, because I was so happy. She slept in my bed that night, and for many more nights to come. She only weighed maybe 6 or 7 kilograms when I first picked her up. The months that followed were amazing. For the first time since I graduated high school, I was over the moon. Every day when I got home from work, she would rush to greet me, with her lead dangling from her mouth, her tail wagging wildly. She absolutely loved to grab the newspaper from the mailbox with me. She was also an awesome chick magnet, but that's besides the point. She loved my neighbor, a nice man named Paul, whose wife had recently passed away from breast cancer. He was an older gentleman, well into his 50s, but never looked a day over 40. He liked to throw a barbecue for the few neighbors we had in our little rural community. He always made an effort, so we all returned the favor with bringing food and beer. Things began to change in December of 2018. In the early hours of the morning on the 5th, I believe, Nellie woke me up. I grabbed my glasses from the bedside table and flicked on the lamp. She was stood about a meter from the door, pointing right at it. I could hear a low growl emanating from her. Curious, I got out of bed and opened the door. To her surprise, there was nothing there. I thought that would be the end of it. A few more days pass, and on the 9th it happens again. Early hours of the morning and pointing at the door. This continued for the next week. I believe this is when Nellie disappeared. At about 2 a.m. on the 21st, Nellie woke me up and wanted to go outside. She would do this once every few weeks, so it was nothing out of the ordinary. She would wake me up by licking my face, and then sulk and lay down in front of the door, if I wouldn't get up. Behind my backyard is a forest that extends for miles. Sometimes Nellie liked to hunt down rabbits and possums when we would go for a walk through the woods. When I let her out that night, she walked to about 5 meters before the tree line. I watched her pee and she started her way back to the house. This is when things didn't go exactly as planned. She must have heard something because she whipped around and pointed at the trees and growled. I thought it might have been a rabbit, but thinking back on it now, it was probably something much worse. She barked, then made a beeline for the trees. She disappeared into the thickness before I heard more barking. Then nothing. Absolute silence. I was about to grab a torch and put on my red bands, but then the trees started rustling. There was no wind. It was distressing to say the least. Then they stopped. I called out her name and waited. About a minute later she wandered out of the trees and back inside. I thought nothing of it, and promptly went back to sleep. I should have thought about it. As the months continued, things got weird. She stopped wanting to go on walks. She cut back on her food and began to get skinnier. I decided to change up her diet from dog biscuits to meat. She liked that. She really liked that. Sometimes she would run off into the woods to go hunting for rabbits, or anything she could get her paws on. I also noticed she began to get bigger. Not fat bigger, because as she got bigger it looked like she got skinnier. Then she stopped playing with her toys. That weirded me out the most, because her beloved squeaky duck toy I got for her the day she came home was always with her inside the house. Now it lay gathering dust in the corner of my room. But she began to show a liking to the barbecue get-together Paul would throw. A little too much. Honestly, that should have been a warning sign. That day was the 26th of February, 2019. In the following weeks, people unfortunately died. It was small to begin with. That makes it sound better than what it was. Old people died first. As sad as it sounded, we all thought it was because of old age. Then we got the details. Horrific details. They were murders. Violent and bloody murders. We were absolutely scared then. Paul and I started communicating a lot more than we used to. A text every hour or so, just to check in or maybe a phone call or two. He told me I should keep the key for my gun safe in the lock, in case of an emergency. I listened. I listened because I trusted him. I listened because he was one of my only friends. This brings us to tonight, the 24th of March. I woke to the sound of gunfire. I rushed over to my curtains and yanked them open. Paul's house was on fire. I immediately rushed to put on some thick clothes, and grabbed a flashlight and my phone ready to dial 111 for a fire truck. At the time, I didn't even notice my bedroom door was open, when I clearly remember closing it before I went to bed that night. Nor did I notice Nellie was missing. I yanked open my back door and I froze. It was illuminated by the bright fire of Paul's home. It stood on its hind legs, tall and lanky, completely black with white highlights over its body. The eyes were almost a glowing red. Its claws were massive, and sadly,
One set was clearly protruding through Paul's chest. I actually don't know. It felt like so long ago, even though it was only an hour ago. I couldn't feel a thing. I couldn't even feel the flashlight slip through my fingers and land heavily on the concrete ground of my back patio. I instantly realized my mistake, and I saw it look at me. It looked me deep in the eye, and I saw her. Her, my sweet girl, my Nellie, or more rather, what was pretending to be Nellie. It dropped Paul to the ground, and terrifyingly reared its head into the air, and howled deeply. It sounded like a mix between the sound of absolute pain, and what I could only describe as Lupin's howl from Prisoner of Azkaban. That was the only motivation I needed to run. I hauled it into my bedroom, and dove into my closet and shut the door. I covered myself in dirty washing and stayed still. It felt like I laid there for a million years. It walked, or skulked more rather, into my room. I heard its claws clatter across the hardwood floor before stopping. I couldn't see a thing, but I heard it howl once again, before it sounded like it tore my bed to bits. I heard glass smash, and hard objects collide with the walls. Then nothing. Complete silence once again, before I heard it skulk off and leave the house, probably to finish eating my friend. It's now 7 a.m. I can hear sirens outside, but I'm too afraid to leave lest that thing is waiting for me on the other side of the door. The inky thing I could do for the last few hours was type this out and do research, but it didn't make any sense. I googled everything I remembered about that thing. I got a result that I'm fairly certain is what it is. It didn't make any sense. I read pages upon pages of this thing, looked at artwork, folklore, everything. It doesn't make sense. The research says the location of the creature is found in the United States, usually on Native American land. So what is a Wendigo doing in rural New Zealand? My friend Steve told me about the app. He used to drive all over the place for work, and he heard about it through a friend of a friend. My Passenger, it's called. The ultimate navigation companion, like Google Maps or Waze, only better. More advanced. Steve told me he's shaved hours off his driving time since he started using it. I can understand the appeal. I only use My Passenger on a handful of occasions. But I noticed the difference straight away. It's not so much the speed. Although the app does seem to always choose the quickest routes, it's how aware the thing is. It's almost spooky. Waze will tell you about hazards up ahead. Sure, a vehicle stopped at the side of the road, a pothole, that sort of thing. But this was in another league. The first time I used it, the app told me to consider switching on my windshield wipers, less than a minute before it began raining. On my second trip, cutting through the countryside on my way home from work, the app advised me to drop 10 miles per hour below the speed limit, because animals had been spotted ahead. 1 minute later, a deer jumped out in front of me. I kid you not. The thing froze on the tarmac, and I slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop about 10 feet in front of its muzzle. I've deleted My Passenger now, wiped it from my phone. I had to. After what happened the third time I used it, not to mention what I've learned since, I didn't have any other choice. It's wrong, that's the thing. The app. There's something badly wrong with it. Please consider turning on your headlights, Gary. Visibility has fallen to 80%. My Passenger's sing-song voice cut through the car's silence. I turned the headlights on. It was still early evening. That in-between time when the last rays of sunlight are just starting to bleed out of the day. But My Passenger was right. It was getting a little harder to see. I smiled to myself. This was another surprise function. It was only the third time I'd used the app, and I'd never tested it out in the evening before. I didn't know how it could detect the onset of darkness. My Ford Ka cut a winding path through the new forest. Trees blurred by on either side. A ripple of dark and light greens. I shifted in my seat. It was a Thursday night, and I'd been out after work to meet some friends at a pub. The trip had taken longer than I thought it would. The pub turned out to be about 30 minutes away from my house. And now, heading back in the direction of Bournemouth, as the shadows at the side of the road lengthened, I was feeling tired. I had a dull headache and heavy eyes. As if it could read my mind, my passenger spoke again. "A faster route has been detected, Gary. In 200 yards, turn right onto Mill Lane." I glanced at my smartphone. It rested in a little holder that attached to the windscreen using a suction cup. My passenger's bright display lit the screen. I could see my car as a red arrow on a snaking gray line. Dark green blocks of color, representing the forest, pressed in on either side. My suggested route was a bright blue line. Up ahead, near the top of the screen, the route suddenly cut away from the road I was on, at a right angle. I only hesitated for a second. It was true that I'd never driven back from this particular pub before, but I had spent a lot of time in the New Forest. Countless trips. I'd definitely driven on the road I was currently winding through before, but I didn't recognize the shortcut my passenger was now suggesting. Mill Lane rang no bells. Still, what was the harm? The app had shown me new routes before, and it hadn't been wrong yet. I slowed the car and indicated. Pointless, of course. I hadn't seen another car for 15 minutes, but a force of habit. The right turn came up so suddenly I almost missed it. Mill Lane was a narrow opening in the forest, a road that seemed to be more gravel than tarmac. The trees crowded closer on either side too. "Please consider putting your headlights on high, Gary. Visibility has fallen to 40%. My passenger wasn't wrong. Mill Lane was dark. The tops of the trees joined together above the road, creating the effect of a shadowy tunnel, a dark green passage that was rapidly fading to gray. I took one hand off the wheel and rubbed my eyes. My headache was getting worse. It felt like an invisible hand was holding my skull in a steadily tightening grip. I was only rubbing my eyes for a second at most, but when I took my hand away from my face again, I was forced to grip the wheel, and hard. I twitched my hands to the right, correcting the car's course, and narrowly avoiding the trunk of an oak tree. Idiot, I thought. And then, after that, some shortcut. This was the problem with sat-navs. Sometimes they were so badly concerned with the fastest route that they'd practically take you off the road to save 30 seconds. Mill Lane was not going to be any fun. I knew that already. I'd been hoping the road might widen out the farther along it I went, but that didn't seem to be the case. If anything, as I slowed to take the first bend, the trees seemed to press in closer on either side. Their branches reached towards me like fingers. Any closer and they'd be scratching the paintwork. Up until this point, I'd thought my passenger was different. The app seemed to be very aware of driving conditions, as well as speed. But maybe I'd been wrong after all. I squinted in concentration, doing my best to ignore the headache. Rounding another tight bend in the road, I was suddenly aware of just how quiet things were. I could hear the hum of the engine, and the crunch of my tires on the road's gravelly surface. But nothing else. No other sounds at all. Not completely unusual, of course. One thing I like about the New Forest is how peaceful it is. But the start of my journey had been different. When I'd left the pub, what now seemed like an age ago, the roads had felt full of life. Bird song, the roar of a tractor in a nearby field, the wind in the trees. Turning off onto Mill Lane though, it was like I really had entered a tunnel. The forest appeared to be so dense here that it muffled outside noise. "A faster route has been detected, Gary." My passenger's voice cut through the silence, almost making me jump again. "In 200 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue." I frowned. Twilight Avenue? It sounded like a made-up road name. Sure enough though, when I glanced at the app, it was there. A tiny gray line, snaking off from Mill Lane onto that mass of dark green. My blue route marker had been corrected to follow it, but this time I wouldn't be making the same mistake again. Twilight Avenue? I muttered under my breath. Can screw off. The sound of my own voice reassured me. It was something familiar in the silence, and now I had a plan in place. I'd ignore any more shortcuts and follow Mill Lane until it emerged onto a bigger road. If it took longer to get home, so be it. Driving on these narrow tracks was no fun. As if to illustrate the point, my car thumped over an object in the road. Something I hadn't seen. Probably just a small branch. But my eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror just the same, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. A woman was sitting on the back seat. Her face, which was half obscured by a tangle of dark hair, filled the mirror. I screamed. Twigs suddenly began to rattle against the car's left-hand side, and my tires bumped along the road's muddy verge. I jerked the wheel to the right. My eyes flicked to the front windscreen as I desperately corrected the car's course. And when they flicked back to the mirror again, the back seat was empty. No one there. I put my foot on the brake and brought the car to a sharp stop. I could feel my hands shaking. Sweat ran down my back. My face was hot and itchy. I pulled in long, deep breaths, trying to slow the rate of my heart. Thump, thump, thump. I began to count to 3 in my head, then gave up when I reached 2 and turned around in my seat. Nothing. The back seat of the car was still empty. There was no sign of the woman. You imagined it, that's all. I ran a hand over my sweaty face and through my hair. You're tired, and you have a headache, and you creeped yourself out. That's it, right? It was my passenger that answered. In 150 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue. Get screwed. I put the car into first gear and began moving again. All I wanted now was to get home as quickly as possible, but I wasn't going to turn off onto any more narrow lanes. Screw that. I wanted to get as far away from these windy roads as possible. My hands were slick on the steering wheel as I drove. My heart thumped high in my neck. The headache was much worse now too. A low, sick pressure in my skull. It felt like my entire head was being compressed. In 100 yards, turn left onto Twilight Avenue. I eased the car into second and rounded another bend. The road grew narrower still. Trees crowded in. They were so close now that their outermost twigs kept tapping against my wing mirrors. Outside the car, the world had darkened to a deep shade of gray. It seemed too dark somehow. Unnaturally so, as if the trees lining the road had been planted with the sole purpose of blotting out the sun. As I pushed the car into third gear, I had the horrible feeling that I was being watched. "You're just tired," I muttered to myself. "You're tired, you have a headache, and you imagine something that wasn't there. There's no one there." But even as I told myself this, a horrible urge crept into my head. An urge to peek into the rearview mirror again, just to be sure, just to make absolutely certain. It was like that feeling you get as a kid, when an adult tells you not to do something. Half of my mind wanted to look, almost needed to, but the other half was afraid. Afraid of what I might see if I did. Because it was still there, wasn't it? That feeling of being watched, that nagging, crawling sense of eyes on my skin. I rounded another bend in the road. Time felt like it was slowing down. The skin on the back of my neck burned. The headache raged behind my eyes. My hands were glued to the wheel. Twigs scraped against the car in a steady tick, tick, tick. I could still hear the hum of the engine, and the crunch of tires, but they were muted now, as if they were coming from a long way away. From a great distance, I heard my passenger telling me to turn left onto Twilight Avenue in 50 yards. And then the app said something else. Something that made every pore of my skin flare with a sudden, sick heat. An unfastened seatbelt has been detected, Gary. Please ensure all passengers in the vehicle are buckled up. I glanced down at the polyester band across my chest. My seatbelt was on. I knew it was on. It had been since I left the pub's car park, and I was the only person in the car. Turn left onto Twilight Avenue. Turn left. My eyes moved to the front windscreen. Up ahead was a gap in the crowded trees. A small opening. There was something wrong with it though. The air around the opening seemed to run and shimmer. It was like the air above tarmac in a heat wave. I blinked my eyes, trying to shake the vision, but it stayed. My headache pounded. Fear sloshed in my stomach like poison. I increased my foot's pressure on the accelerator, willing my car to travel faster, but it didn't seem to make a difference. Time was moving impossibly slow. Turn left onto Twilight Avenue, Gary. Turn left. The wheel in my hand was starting to twist. To turn to the left, I could feel it. A subtle pressure, and I tightened my grip to try and stop it, but my hands were still sweaty, and it was hard to keep the wheel in place. The tendons on my forearms stood out as the car began to drift to the left-hand side of the road, towards the opening in the trees that we were now almost level with. A defense barrier in my mind seemed to crumble. Terror like I'd never felt before, and I hope to never feel again, surged through my body. I started screaming. I clenched my hands so tightly on the wheel that pain shot through my palms. I hardly felt it. I pulled my hands to the right, as hard as I could, but it was like an invisible, iron hand gripped the wheel. The pressure was too great. The car drew level with Twilight Avenue. We were on the far left-hand side of the track now. The car angled to take a left turn. I stared in horror at the lane I was about to be forced onto. It was nothing but darkness. All darkness. The trees that lined the side of the track faded away into a yawning, black throat. The air at the entryway to that blackness shimmered and writhed, as if something invisible waited there. As my panicked eyes searched for a way out, of any means of escape, they found the rearview mirror again, and I saw her. The woman was in the back seat once more, grinning at me. One cracked yellow eye stared through tangles of black hair. I screamed again. With every last bit of strength I had, I jerked my hands to the right, and time suddenly sped back up. The force of my action didn't budge the wheel, but it did cause my sweaty left hand to slip. My palm lost its grip, and flailed through the air, knocking into the phone's holder on my windscreen, and dislodging my phone. It tumbled out of its cradle, and bashed against the driver's door on the way down, before disappearing into the footwell. My right hand, which had stayed on the wheel, suddenly found that there was no more resistance. I twisted the wheel to the right, away from the gaping darkness of Twilight Avenue, and the front tires careered across the dirt verge, and back onto the gravel of Mill Lane. Tree branches scraped the paintwork, dead fingers struggling for a grip, and then the car suddenly had all four tires on solid ground again. I slammed down the accelerator, still screaming. Trees blurred past on either side of me. I almost lost control of the car at the next bend, but somehow, by sheer blind luck, I managed to keep from spinning into the trees. When I finally worked up the courage to glance in the rearview mirror again, minutes later, the woman in the back seat was gone. The first thing I did when I got home was delete my passenger, wiped all traces of it from my phone. I called in sick for work the next day, and spent the entire weekend locked in my house, not answering the landline, not speaking to anyone. I did do some Googling. I managed to find Mill Lane on Google Maps easily enough, but there was no trace of Twilight Avenue. It didn't exist. There were no roads or tracks leading off from Mill Lane at all, for that matter. When I finally worked up the courage to turn my smartphone back on, I went straight to the App Store. My passenger was gone. I couldn't find any trace of the app anywhere. I suppose I might have given up there. I guess with time my exhausted and frightened mind might have been able to convince myself that what I saw on that drive wasn't real, that it was all just the product of tiredness and a bad headache. But then on Monday night, I got a phone call. The same phone call that prompted me to write this, in fact. It came from Steve's wife. She wanted to know if I knew where he was. She said he'd driven off to the pub to meet some friends straight after work, and he still wasn't back. Said she was starting to get worried. That was 2 weeks ago now. Steve never came home, and no one's seen him since. I haven't told this story in over 10 years. No one believed me when it happened. They thought I was going crazy. Honestly, I thought so too until I found this subreddit. Now I know I didn't imagine any of it. I was in college at the time, living on campus a good few hours away from my hometown. I'd planned a bus trip back to my parents like I always did when I was homesick. This time, I was extra excited about going back, as it was Thanksgiving weekend. Nothing like a homemade turkey dinner to cheer you up, am I right? Unfortunately, I got stuck in traffic on my way to the station, and missed my stupid bus. I cursed myself for always being last minute, knowing full well it was my fault. Looking at the schedule on my phone, I realized that the bus had been the last one going to my hometown for the day. I'd have to wait until the morning to catch the next one. It was past 8 p.m., so the ticket counter was already closed. Even the convenience store selling stale sandwiches and magazines had been shuttered for the night. I normally get tickets in the afternoon, so it was weird to see the bus station so empty and dark. There were still a few passengers scattered around the benches lined up in the atrium, but they were all quiet and kept to themselves. The dim lights gave off an eerie, post-apocalyptic vibe, but it had this weird, cozy feeling to it. It seemed like the perfect place to work on my economics essay that was due the week after Thanksgiving. The atrium was quiet and spacious, quite the opposite of my cramped dorm room. Plus, I knew my roommates had friends over for the evening, and I didn't feel like going back there right away. Her friends were super annoying. I took a spot in front of the big window, overlooking the loading dock. A couple of buses were still in the middle of loading passengers. People milled about in the cold November evening as they waited to get on. I watched a driver ram their luggage in the gaping compartments on the side of the bus, feeling annoyed that I wouldn't get to ride home that night like I was expecting. At that point in time, I really enjoyed taking these big buses with their plush seats, watching the scenery from high above the road. It used to be soothing. I don't think of it like that anymore, that's for sure. Crazy how your perception can change in a snap. I worked on my essay for a while, completely in the zone. I don't know how much time passed, to be honest, maybe 2 or 3 hours. When I finally lifted my eyes off of my laptop screen, the loading dock was empty. Fog had drifted in, swirling in the streetlights. There was no one else left in the building, and it somehow made the place look even darker. It felt wrong for me to be there all alone, as if I was doing something illegal, like trespassing or whatever. Didn't bus stations close at some point? I didn't want to get caught by a guard, so I quickly shoved my laptop in my bag. I was ready to go when bright headlights blinded me from the other side of the window. A bus was pulling in, its engine growling, dispersing the fog around it. I shielded my eyes, surprised that there were still buses at this time. I should have just shrugged and left. I wish I had. But for some reason, I got curious and kept looking, expecting to see passengers coming out of the bus. Maybe I just wanted to feel less alone and out of place. No one came out. I took a few steps forward, squinting my eyes against the light. I could see a silhouette in the driver's seat, and above his head, a display showing the stops on his route in blocky red letters. It flashed to Bellamont, and my heart leaped. That was my hometown. I rushed outside and walked up to the bus. The door was still closed, but I could see the driver through a narrow pane of glass. He was looking straight ahead, and light above his seat fighting with the shadows under his hat. I lifted a fist to knock on the door, but hesitated. A feeling of dread took over me for no reason. I felt it course through my veins, starting from my arms and spreading through my chest, like a fevered chill. I looked around the loading dock, but the night was so dark that I couldn't see much past the series of illuminated parking spots in front of the building. For a second, I almost felt like I was stranded on an island in the middle of a void. Like there was nothing else beyond what I could see. It's hard to explain, but my head spun for a second, almost like vertigo. I remember thinking that I was just tired. I told myself this was my last chance to get home that night, and it would be silly not to try. The thought of sleeping in my queen-size bed was enough to pull me out of this strange, dizzying feeling, and knock on the door. I still hate myself for it. The driver looked down at me from behind the glass, his entire face pinched in a frown. "Are you going to Belmont?" I yelled through the door. He didn't react at all at first, as if he hadn't heard me. Just as I was about to repeat myself, he nodded slowly. I tried my best smile. "Can I get in?" Again, he just stared at me, not making a move. I should have taken the hint and left, but but I really wanted to get home. I fished for my ticket in the front pocket of my backpack and plastered it on the glass. I missed the 8 p.m. bus. Is there any chance you can take me in? I waited a beat and added, please? He kept on staring for a few more seconds, just enough to give me the creeps, but he finally pulled on the lever to open the door. His movements were slow, as if he was drowning in sludge, and any shift of his muscles took all of his energy. I stood there with my backpack, the fog rising through the open door. I waited for him to confirm that it was okay for me to get on board, but he said nothing, just kept staring. My smile faltered. Hesitantly, I grabbed onto the railing and took a step up. He didn't protest, so I just hopped the last few steps, mumbling a quick thank you as I passed him. I made my way to a seat towards the back, relieved to have made it on board. Just like the station, the bus was completely empty, but I remember being happy about that. I'd had my fair share of overcrowded bus rides, so having a bus all to myself for once sounded like a dream. I'd be able to get some sleep in, I thought. How stupid of me. I jumped when the bus hissed to life, the door closing with a screech. I scoffed at how on edge I was, and told myself to relax. I got my earbuds out as the bus pulled out from the loading dock, and settled in my seat, getting ready for the ride. By the time we got on the highway, I was already dozing off to some random chill mix I'd found on YouTube. When I woke up, something was off. I don't really know how to explain it. It was that feeling of dread and anxiety, filling every inch of my chest, and radiating through my back. Like when you're alone at home and you turn off all the lights, but you feel a presence behind you at every turn. My earbuds had fallen off while I slept, so I could hear the rumbling of the road underneath the wheels. Other than that, everything was dead quiet. I got up to stretch a bit, looking around the darkened bus. There were still no passengers other than me, and yet I had a distinct sensation that I wasn't alone at the back of the bus. I scratched my neck, trying to get rid of the chilled feeling at the base of my head. I glanced at the bus driver. He was looking straight ahead at the road, his arms barely moving as he manned the steering wheel. Maybe I was just creeped out by his presence. That's when I heard it, a subtle scratch, like a nail on leather, or maybe a claw. It sounded really close and far at the same time, and I couldn't pinpoint a direction where it was coming from. It lasted maybe half a second, but it was strange enough to get my full attention. I whipped my head around, wondering if some kind of animal had hitched a ride, but everything was still quiet, unmoving. I stood there, all my muscles tensing, waiting to hear if the sound would come back. It didn't, so I sat down, a little more unnerved. I remember being terrified that a bat had found its way on the bus, as if that would have been the worst case scenario. Now I wish it had been a bat, or even 100 bats. The noise happened again a few times over the next hour, but I could never pinpoint the source. It was driving me nuts. Then it dawned on me that maybe there was an animal stuck in the bathroom. That was the only place I couldn't really see. I didn't particularly want to come face to face with a rabid bat, but I also really needed to know where that weird noise was coming from. I made my way down the aisle, passing a few rows of seats. At some point, a dark smudge appeared in the periphery of my vision to my right, but I didn't dwell on it. I absentmindedly rubbed my eye and kept going. When I reached the bathroom door, I placed my ear on it and waited. Nothing. The green vacant sign near the handle was lit up, but I still knocked and waited another beat or two. Still nothing. I pushed open the door with my foot, not wanting any skin showing part of me inside if there was a bat in there. The hard plastic creaked a little, sending creepy shivers down my spine. I jumped when the bathroom light turned on automatically and almost ran away, but managed to calm myself down. I looked inside the small space, inspecting the yellowed toilet seat, the mirror speckled with water drops, and the tiny sink from afar. Nothing moved in there. Nothing was alive that I could see. I removed my foot and the door snapped closed. Relieved, I turned around to make my way back to my seat. I noticed again a dark smudge at the corner of my vision, but this time it was on the other side. I blinked hard, wondering if I had an eyelash stuck in my left eye. I kept walking, rubbing my eye until it burned. That's when I heard another noise. This time it was clearly coming from behind me, and it was more like plastic slowly sliding across the surface. I stopped and turned around in the aisle. The first thing I noticed was that the smudge was back,
but on the right side again. The second thing was that the vacant sign on the bathroom door had shifted to occupied. Warmth drained from my whole body. I stood there frozen. Only a few moments ago, there had been no one in the bathroom and no one behind me. I stared at the door long enough to notice that the dark smudge in the periphery of my vision was swirling slowly, like gray milk on a black coffee. Yet every time I tried to look at it directly, it disappeared. I did it a few times as I started panicking, looking straight at it. Nothing. Looked away, there it was. Again and again, very fast, unable to stop myself. I wanted to examine it so bad to understand what it was, but I just couldn't. I took a few steps back and realized the smudge was anchored in the same place, right above a seat a few rows down. My breath caught in my throat. I looked directly at the seat for a while, my heart beating in my ears. Everything looked normal, but when I finally dared to move my eyes away, the smudge reappeared in the periphery of my vision. Bigger, closer. A scream caught in my throat. I fumbled back, then ran to my seat, searching for my phone with trembling hands. I texted my mom, but there was no signal. We were on a stretch of highway in the middle of nowhere, darkness surrounding us through the windows. The sudden feeling of being stranded and alone hit me so hard that it knocked the wind out of me. I looked towards the bus driver. He seemed completely unaware of what was happening at the back of the bus. I considered asking him to stop so that I could get off. Every cell in my body was telling me to run. Honestly, I wish I had listened. But my logical brain kicked in and pointed out that it was dangerous to walk on the side of the highway, in the dark, and that it would be no better out there in the night than in here. I convinced myself that I was just having a panic attack, and that I couldn't trust myself to make the right decision until I calmed down. So I sat down and closed my eyes, forcing myself to take breaths. I told myself that it was just an illusion, probably caused by the dim light reflecting on the window, or a weird shadow created by the seat. Nothing to worry about. And as for the bathroom sign, it must have slid when I let the door slam shut by itself. That was all. I reminded myself that in about 2 hours, I'd be safe and sound at the bus station in Belmont. I even imagined myself telling the story to my mom and laughing about it with her. She'd no doubt give me a logical reason for what had happened. She was good at calming me down when I was claustrophised like that. All I had to do was sit tight until then, and try not to think about it. I bit my nails obsessively for the next 30 minutes, trying to concentrate on an ebook I had downloaded on my phone. It was pointless, as no words really made it through the thick fog of anxiety in my mind. And then the bus rocked, violently. I screamed as I was shoved towards the window, hitting my head on it. I hadn't even had time to react before the bus rocked backward, slamming my body against the seat in front of me. I grabbed a hold of the headrest and stood up, calling out to the driver. "What's happening?" It took me a second to realize that there was now a dark smudge directly to my left. I whimpered, looked straight at it to make it disappear, and I looked back towards the bathroom to see if the shadow was still there. It was, and there was another one to the left as well, swirling by the corner of my eyes, bigger than the other two. The bus rocked again, almost making me fall. I yelled at the bus driver, panic strangling my voice into a shrill. The shadow across the aisle from me seemed to grow larger. I closed my eyes, my entire body tensing with fear, then ran towards the front of the bus. I didn't look back, but I swear I could feel the shadows behind me, looming like a spider crawling up my spine. When I reached the driver, I put my hand on his shoulder. "Something is wrong. Please stop the bus." He didn't react. I moved to his side to get his attention, and froze. His face had disappeared, leaving behind a featureless head, like an egg-shaped sack of skin under a hat. His hands were still on the steering wheel, adjusting it slightly as if he was still consciously driving. The world spun, and my vision blackened for a moment. It took everything I had to will myself not to pass out. I grabbed onto the railing behind me, my legs wobbly. Outside, the bus's headlights illuminated a small portion of the road as it sped through the highway, looking eerily normal. Everything shook again, almost sending me flying down the stairs. Yet there was nothing outside that could cause the bus to rock so much. It was as if we were partly in the real world and partly outside of it. "You're not supposed to be here," said a voice coming from the driver. I snapped my head back towards him.
He now had a face, but it was a grotesque excuse for a human being. His nose was crooked and asymmetrical. Both eyes looked different and weren't at the same height. His skin was deeply wrinkled, like that of an old lady. The whole thing looked strangely familiar in a horrifying way. "You shouldn't be here," the thing repeated, its voice womanly and almost soothing, a sharp contrast to its appearance. I suddenly realized why it looked so familiar. It was like a mix of my grandma and my mom. I recognized my grandma's favorite blue eyeshadow on a brown eye that looked like hers, the high cheekbone of my other grandma under her blue eye, and my mom's mole near the nose. It was as if the monster had tried to conjure up something I could relate to. "How do I get out?" I whispered, my vocal cords paralyzed by fear. The unblinking, unmoving face stared at me. "Get in the bathroom." The bus was now trembling and shaking like an unending earthquake. That's when the noise started. It was a deep, vibrating growl, barely audible. I felt it more than I heard it. But it grew, and morphed as it expanded. It was sometimes guttural, and sometimes more of a deep scratching, like a train's emergency brake. It got so loud that it felt like it was taking up space around me, pushing against my skin. I thought my brain would explode. "Now," yelled the thing driving the bus. I turned around, my palms pressed against my ears, and I saw them. All the shadows in my peripheral vision, maybe 10, 20 of them. Above them, balls of blinding lights descended, and sparks flew as they touched the shadows. My eyes darted from side to side as I tried to understand what was happening, but I could never focus on anything. Everything disappeared whenever I looked straight at it. Suddenly a shadow appeared to my right, taking up almost all my side vision. "Go." The voice sounded disembodied, more like an otherworldly screech than a human speech. So I closed my eyes and ran down the aisle. I opened them once or twice to see where I was going, but every time I did, the shadows would swallow my side vision, swirly tendrils extending towards me. At some point, I swear I felt one of them touch me. It was colder than I ever felt before. It was like being burned by the void. When I finally reached the bathroom, I pushed on the door, but it was still locked. As I battled with it, I could see shadows coming towards me from the corner of my eye, and balls of light clashing with them in the background. My brain couldn't make sense of what was happening. There was just so much noise, and shaking, and sparks and darkness. I started kicking and punching the door, desperate to get in, and managed to get it open. I rushed in and closed the door behind me, putting all my weight on it to keep it shut. The sound had become a permanent screech that vibrated in my brain and made me scream, my fingers shoved in my ears. I remember a violent shake, and feeling that the bus had been lifted from the ground, and then I blacked out. When I woke up, everything was quiet and dark. I first felt the asphalt against my cheek, the fresh air on my face. The air smelled like wet dirt. Relief. My backpack was on the ground next to me. I found my phone nearby. The screen was cracked, but it was still working, so I used it to shine a light around me. I was on the side of the highway, alone. There was nothing else but me and my stuff. No bus, no shadows, no lights. I walked a few miles until I found a signal, then called my mom to pick me up. I told her the entire thing, from start to finish. She threatened to drive me straight to the hospital and have me on psych hold. She didn't have any explanation to calm me down, and we didn't laugh. I ended up telling her I must have fallen asleep and had a nightmare. She didn't ask how I'd ended up on the side of the street in the middle of nowhere. I didn't point it out. I don't know what happened that night on that bus. If anyone has any idea, please let me know. I'm still trying to figure it out. In all the research I've done, I've never heard of anything like this. For a few years I convinced myself that I'd had a psychotic breakdown, but after finding this sub, I'm convinced that it all happened exactly as I remember it. All I know is that I'll never set foot on a bus again.
This story starts off rather simple. It is summertime and I'm a 19-year-old guy living in the middle of nowhere in South Dakota. I work at a meat market, which for most people seems like a hard job to stomach, but it has never really bothered me. I don't particularly like seeing animals be slaughtered for food, but it helps pay the bills at my apartment. Oh yeah, I should probably mention. I live with my father in a one-bedroom studio in a small town of about 500 people. This leaves me with the living room and him with the bedroom. Money has always been tight, but we seem to make it by just fine. My father spends his weeks working his factory job and his weekends mostly drinking with his buddies. Might seem a little bit dysfunctional, but it has always worked for us. Anyways, one Friday afternoon when I get done with my shift, I come home as normal. The meat market is only across town, so I typically just walk. I get home and my father informs me that he is going to have a girl come over around 9 p.m. and she will be staying the night. Although I was happy for him since he didn't date very often, I wasn't particularly excited. You see, I'm a bit antisocial, and being that our apartment is so small, I would be crammed at home with them. Even if they were to stay in his room, the walls are paper thin, and I don't really want to hear whatever they might be doing. But I decided that I would stick it through since my father seemed really excited for me to meet her. So 9 p.m. rolls around and she arrives. She seems like a really nice girl, someone who really has their life together. She must have been in her mid-30s, very good looking as well. To my surprise, we spent about an hour or so just joking around and drinking a few beers, when my father offers to take her to his room. I didn't want to be rude, but I just really didn't want to be around. So I had the bright idea of maybe just going to go get some food at McDonald's. It was only about a 20-minute freeway drive, and one of my good friends, David, lived relatively close to it. I searched my wallet to see if I had any money since it was the end of the month, and I typically don't have much around this time. Damn, no money. So I decided that I would ask my father for a few bucks to go get some food, and he told me he didn't have any money that he could give me. However, the lady handed me a $5. I think it was because she understood why I was asking. So I told my dad that I was going to go get some burgers from the city and stop over at my friend's for a few hours since he was typically up pretty late anyways. He immediately told me this was a bad idea because my truck has been having some issues, and he didn't want me taking it too far, especially this late at night. Which I mean, he wasn't wrong. My truck was an early 90s beat up stick shift Ford Ranger. Extremely rusty, and on top of that, it has been having issues with the starter, and would occasionally shut off. It would sometimes take a few minutes before I could get it running again, but it would only shut off rarely, and it wasn't really a concern of mine. So I assured him that I would be going straight to McDonald's, hit the drive-thru, and go straight to David's, so I wouldn't have to shut it off until I was at my friend's. Then he brought up the fact that I didn't pay my cell phone bill this month, so I would have no way of getting a hold of anyone if something were to happen. I told him that once I got to McDonald's, I would use their Wi-Fi to send him a message, to let him know I'm alright. He reluctantly agreed. So I said goodbye, grabbed my keys, and headed out the door. I hopped into my truck and slammed the door, since that was the only way to shut it, and turned the key. No start. Try it again. No start. Must have been the 4th or 5th try and it finally started, shooting burnt oil out of the tailpipe. I threw it into reverse, pulled out, and started heading down the road. I took the freeway the whole way there, only about a 20-minute drive. My truck seemed to make it just fine. I pulled into McDonald's and went through the drive-thru. I got a few McChickens, made sure I spent the whole $5, and pulled into a parking spot as close to the building itself as I could. I made sure to not shut off my truck, and connected my phone to the Wi-Fi. I sent my dad a message letting him know I made it just fine. He replied saying for me to be safe. Then I sent a message to David asking if I could come hang out for a couple hours. He responded relatively quickly, and told me that he had his girlfriend over, but if I wanted to come hang out for a bit I could. I guess we were just close like that. No matter what he was doing, he was always down to hang out. But I didn't really want to interrupt his time with his girl either. So I told him that I would come over tomorrow or something. So here I am, my face full of cheap sandwiches while my best friend and my dad are getting laid. Story of my life. So once I finished my food, I decided it was probably best to just head home. So I started heading back out of the city and somehow missed my turn on the freeway. Since I was alright with directions, I figured I would just take the back roads instead, maybe burn up some time. I'd only taken this road one time in the past, when the freeway was shut down for construction. but I was pretty sure I knew my way through it. I got about 6 or 7 miles down the road when the worst thing that could happen happened. My truck turned off. Since I was used to this happening, I gave it a few minutes and tried turning the headlights back on because that was the easiest way to tell if whatever electrical problem my truck had was working properly again. Thank God they did. I then tried to turn the key and as usual it didn't start on first try, so I tried again. Still wouldn't turn over. I must have tried about 15 times before I finally decided to pop the hood and try hitting the starter a few times. Occasionally when my truck was being a real asshole, this would do the trick. So I hopped out of the truck and into the foggy dark nights. I used a crowbar that was behind my seat to try love tapping it a few times. But this was not working. So I tried hitting it a little harder, but still to no avail. Well, great. I'm out in the middle of nowhere and my truck won't start. I decided to turn on my hazards, since I still at least had power, and it waited about half an hour for anyone to drive by that I could wave down for help. Not a single car came. I contemplated a few things. Perhaps I would just stay the night in my truck. I didn't like this idea because what if someone came by and attacked me? Might sound like a strange thing to think, but I was a slightly paranoid person. Then I thought about maybe hiking the rest of the 13 or so miles back to my place, and coming back from my truck the next morning. No, even though I think I can make it back, I'm not sure if I know it exactly. Then I realized that there was a light about a quarter mile away from me, gleaming over what was probably a farmhouse. Perhaps I could use their phone to call David and ask him to come pick me up. I didn't want to call my father because I knew it would be a big "I told you so" argument, and he would also wonder why I took a back road, knowing that my truck is messed up. The gravel road leading to the farmhouse was only about 10 yards in front of me to the right, so I hopped out and started heading towards it. The gravel road leading to the farmhouse was surprisingly steep, but it was fine to walk down. So I took the short walk to the farmhouse and saw that their lights were still on. Awesome. I didn't think they would be up since it was now approaching almost midnight. Their house was slightly run down, but nothing out of the ordinary for this area. So I walked up the creaky steps and knocked on the door. After about maybe 30 seconds, an old man, very tall and slender, but still very fit, answered the door. As soon as he opened the door, I smelt a very strong smell, very similar to the one at the meat market that I work in. This didn't concern me too much, because it was a farmhouse. Maybe he was a butcher. I guess I was just thinking positive. He seemed very confused as to why I was there. I explained to him that my truck had broke down, and I needed to use a phone to call my friend so he could come pick me up. He spit at the ground and began closing the door when I heard an old lady start walking towards us, asking who was at the door. Unlike her husband, she was very welcoming, and after I explained my predicament, she invited me into their house. She motioned to the living room where there was a whole bunch of taxidermy covering the room. She told me she was going to go grab the phone. From my view, I could see directly into the kitchen, where the old man was opening the fridge. I don't think he was aware that I could see him. When he opened the fridge, something fell out. It was fairly long and wrapped in plastic wrap. At first, I thought maybe a fish or something, but after looking at it a bit longer, it was clearly meat, and it didn't look like anything I was familiar with. When he picked it up, I got a better look at it, and it looked exactly like a human arm. I began feeling more than just a little uneasy, and I was hoping and praying that my eyes were deceiving me. Then the old lady came back into the room with a phone, and I must have been very pale because she immediately said, "Oh, how rude of me. Let me get you something to eat. You look starving." At this point, I was debating sneaking out, but then what? She came back with a plate of food. My stomach was churning because this didn't look familiar either. "Here you go, honey. It's our leftovers from dinner." I told her that I wasn't hungry, and I just needed to use the phone. The old man seemed to get upset with my attitude, and started demanding I eat. This honestly scared me. I realized that whether what I saw was real or not, this guy clearly isn't right in the head. So I started to grab the fork, and the old lady was staring at me with a very uncomfortable gaze. I tried my best to ignore it. Then I heard what sounded like a muffled scream coming from beneath me. It sounded to be from the basement. Since I was already freaked, I jumped off the couch unintentionally. I immediately asked what that was. The man grunted and said it must have been their cat. The old lady then looked at me with a disgusted look across her face, because I had knocked the plate of food on the ground. Nervously, I reached down to pick it up. As I pulled up a piece of this strange meat, I saw something that was enough for me. It was a fingernail. The old lady must have been on to me because she grabbed a hold of my shirt. I did everything I could to break free from her grasp. I started running as fast as I could to the door. Hearing the old man running behind me, I smashed right through their flimsy wooden door and began running down the road. I could still hear the old man running behind me. He was definitely not slow. As I was running, it occurred to me that I had nowhere to go. I just had to pray my truck would start. I was about 100 yards ahead of him when I reached my truck. I fumbled the keys as I tried pulling them from my pocket. Please, just start. I turned the key and it hardly even turned over. I tried one more time when an idea hit me. I put my truck in neutral and got out. I ran around to the back side of it and pushed as hard as I could. Since my truck was small and I had so much adrenaline, I had no problem doing so. After I got it going a bit, I ran back to the door and jumped in. My idea was to pop the clutch. I slammed it into first and let off the clutch. Not fast enough. And the old man had caught up to me. I thought surely this was the end. My truck was still rolling a little bit, and he started fumbling my passenger door handle. I had one last idea. I turned my truck to the right and started rolling down the hill straight back to his house. As I hit the hill, the old man jumped in the bed of my truck. After I was sure I had enough speed, I let off the clutch again, and I could hear my engine start trying to turn over as my back wheels were locking up on the gravel. I began giving it as much gas as I could, and the most beautiful sound filled my ears. My piece of shit truck started. I was still floored on the gas, which caused me to start losing control. My truck spun around, sending the old man flying out. I never let off the gas because I was too scared. My truck was about halfway in the ditch, and I barely had any traction. I let off a bit to let my wheels grab as the dust from the gravel was covering everything around me. I started grabbing some traction as the dust was clearing. I could see the old man getting up off the road. He was very bloody and his shirt was ripped clean off. For a brief moment, and maybe this was just me going crazy, I saw his teeth turn into fangs. He started limping towards me, but at the same time I finally had enough traction to climb the hill. Once I got to the top, I took a left and slammed the gas, never letting off until I got back to the city. I guess instincts told me it was a better idea to take the freeway back. It wasn't until I was a couple miles down the freeway that what happened started to process. What just happened? Why me? What next? I made it the rest of the way home and walked into the apartment. My dad must have already been sleeping. I stayed up all night that night, contemplating, wondering, what should I do? Would anyone believe me? How would my dad react? Around 8 a.m., my dad came out of his room to make some coffee. He could tell I was in distress. I broke down and told him everything. We called the police. I swear I explained what happened to at least 10 different officers. Long story short, they went out to the house and found it completely abandoned. No old couple, no bodies, no anything. They all think I'm crazy. But due to my dad believing me, I haven't been placed anywhere. Be careful out there. You never know what creatures could be lurking on your very own back roads. I used to be a reality hacker, and no, it's not what you think. I don't have some kind of supernatural or metaphysical powers. I just exploited real life the way a hacker would exploit electronics or computer systems. Just like a computer hacker wanders the dark web in search of information or restricted corporate systems, I would traverse the city looking for shortcuts through infrastructure, or in search of things no one else knew about. I don't really like the term though. Even if the parallel I just explained makes sense, I just don't understand why they have to call it something stupid like reality hacking. I prefer suburban spelunking, myself. I think the comparison to actual spelunking is more accurate, and it's a fun word to say. My best friend AJ and I would explore all the little nooks, corners, and crannies most people don't even know exist. Drains, abandoned buildings, closed subway tunnels. We hacked things like that. We bent or broke the rules for curiosity's sake, and our own amusement. Do you remember that old bootlegger's hideout that was discovered last year in the city subway system? AJ and I found it while exploring an old tunnel. Of course, we didn't get credit for the find. We couldn't. We weren't supposed to be there in the first place, and sure as hell weren't going to let any authorities know that we did. Instead, I told my buddy Jerry, who works for the Public Works Department, about it. He ended up on the local news, and got some kind of award from the local historic association. We didn't mind. For us, the thrill was in the find. I remember when we first got into the place how excited we were. The place was really dusty, a clear sign that no one had been there for years and years. We found out something everyone forgot, or never knew existed in the first place. We never found anything like that again, but the rush of the unexplored, or the thrill of the unknown, kept me exploring all throughout high school and college. AJ and I spent the summer after our freshman year at the community college exploring the city's storm drains. We had a lot of fun doing it. If you don't mind a little humidity and the occasional bad smell, you could get across town without worrying about traffic or pedestrians. Sure, we could always drive like regular people. We both had cars, but traffic can get pretty bad in our city. A good shortcut could come in handy sometimes. One day in the middle of August, we went to a park across town for a pickup game of football. It was late in the afternoon, and traffic was bumper to bumper, so we took a shortcut through one of the drains on our way home. We made good time, and cut a few blocks out of our trip. To tell the truth, we were a little smug about our subterranean shortcuts. Who else can get across town as quick as we could, without awkward hops over fences and through backyards? Most drains are either simple tubes that force you to hunch over as you walk, or they're larger corridor-like tunnels, with raised ledges for walking. The one we took was a tube. Normally I don't enjoy those, but this one was not very long, so I put up with it. The last rain was weeks ago, and the drain was pretty dry, making for an easy go of it. Our footsteps and banter echoed down the circular tunnel, and the cool underground air felt refreshing after the heat. Our route more or less ran a straight line that cut through a large hill. It connected to the main drain system at a single point near the entrance, by the park where we played football. So imagine my surprise when we ran across a fork in the drain we both could have sworn wasn't there last time. We stood there looking at it for a long time. Finally, AJ spoke. I didn't know this was here. Me neither, I said. How could we have missed this last time? Neither of us are fools. Whenever we explored, we always tried to find out as much as we could about where we went. Also, we always let people know where we were going. Research the location before physically checking it out, bringing plenty of lights, survival equipment, and stuff like that. Urban spelunking can get dangerous. That's why we didn't just charge headlong down the new tunnel. We did what we always did. We went home and investigated. After getting back to my place, we did some digging on the internet, but the tunnel wasn't on any of the city's maintenance maps, or in any public works record we could find. I called my friend Jerry from the city public works department, but he didn't seem to know about it. No, there's no branching drain off that one,
Jerry said.
Are you sure you were where you thought you were?
Yeah, man, I'm sure. I'm telling you, there's another drain down there, I said.
Well, I'm off for the next couple days. Going fishing up north. You gonna check it out?
Probably this weekend, yeah, I answered.
Alright. I'll tell Bob you'll be down there just in case you get in trouble.
Jerry said, and after a few pleasantries, we hung up. Try as we might, neither AJ or I could find anything out about this tunnel, but we did figure out a few things. First, we were pretty sure it wasn't in use. The city had an older drain system that it no longer used, and we figured this new one was a part of it. We ventured a little way down the new route when we first found it, just to see if it was a tunnel or a room of some kind. AJ noticed that the connection was pretty rough, not smooth like a connecting tunnel. Most of the tube-style tunnels are modular, like PVC pipes. They don't cut the drain tubes to make a connection. They use prefab joints. The connection from the main drain seemed like it was cut, and then connected to the old one. Another thing that caught our attention was the lack of any kind of moisture. Most drains show at least a little evidence of dampness.
Even just dried leaves or debris, but this one was dry. That confirmed for us that this drain was part of the old system, so we decided to explore it. Before we ventured down the tunnel, we took all our usual precautions and a few more. We brought materials to map the place, chem lights to mark intersections, a GPS, and we let some friends know what we were doing, and when we planned to come back. Sure, my backpack was heavier than usual, but better to play things safe, considering we planned to venture into an unknown tunnel. It didn't take long for us to get to the access points, and while we walked to the intersection with the new tunnel, I found myself getting excited. I kept thinking back to the bootlegger's hideout we found. Would we stumble upon something like that again? We might even be able to take credit for it this time. That would be something. I was lost in those thoughts, and didn't realize that AJ had stopped walking. I bumped into him and he swore. "Dude, really?" he asked in a feigned outrage. "Sorry, man," I said, shrugging. "Just be a little more careful when we go in," AJ said, pointing down the new tunnel. I was apparently so lost in thought that I didn't realize we had arrived. We stopped to check our gear and then made our way in. AJ went first and I followed. When we started walking, we kept count of the number of steps we took. We knew from experience how many feet 100 paces would take us, what orienteering enthusiasts call a pace count. That helped us construct a fairly accurate map. We knew where the new tunnel branched off from the old one, how many steps it took us to walk a certain section, and in which cardinal direction each turn led. We could even do the walking hunched over in a cramped space like this one, so even after a few twists and turns, we were still pretty confident of our location, despite having walked for about an hour. We decided to take a break and check our position, even though we felt pretty sure about our navigation skills. We were making a crude map based on our pace counts, and compared it to a city public works map. I guesstimated that we were near the slums, probably under Lake Street. We decided to check the first manhole we found to verify our position. I was also getting tired and a little sore from walking through the cramped space, and needed to stretch. To our great satisfaction, we popped up onto Lake Street. Lake and Union, to be exact. That was a little odd, not because we were lost. We were actually right on the money, but because according to the public works map, no access joints existed here. Still, we didn't question that, even if it seemed odd at the time. We were more surprised at what was on the street than a manhole that someone neglected mapping. Lake Street used to be nice a couple decades ago. Big houses lined either side, mostly run down and abandoned. These houses were close to a century old and dated back to the early days of the city, but gradually fell out of style as the years went on. Even in its dilapidated state, the neighborhood was still impressive. Most of the houses were at least 3 stories tall, in an old Victorian style. I would have felt nostalgic for simpler times, if the whole thing wasn't so unexpected. I remember the house right in front of the manhole from which we exited was particularly impressive. I knew that some big houses still stood on the streets, but this one was enormous. It was a 4-story monstrosity of an old-fashioned mansion. Most of the windows were boarded up, and the yard was overgrown, but it was clearly a nice place upon a time. The sun was getting low, and the late afternoon shadows obscured many of the house's details, but that also helped hide the blemishes of decay. "Dude," AJ said after a few moments. "I had no idea this was here." "Me neither," I replied. "I thought we knew about all the big houses around here." "Apparently not." AJ turned toward me. "Want to check it out?" "What? Now?" I said incredulously. "We don't even know if it's structurally sound." AJ gave me a look which people reserve only for valley girls, old ladies at church, and lame practical jokers. "I don't want to go inside, dum-dum," he laughed. "Let's just walk around outside and see if there's anything interesting." "Okay," I answered slowly. Walking around the outside couldn't hurt, I guess. I just wasn't sure why AJ wanted to leave an unexplored tunnel behind. As if reading my mind, he spoke again. "We spent most of summer underground, man. Let's enjoy some fresh air. We won't go inside, just walk the grounds and see if we can find out anything about it that way. We can always pick up the drains tomorrow." I thought for a few seconds. I didn't see any fault with his logic, and some fresh air did sound good. "Okay," I said. "I'm game. I just don't want to hang out here forever. It's almost dinner time and I'm pretty hungry." I patted my stomach to emphasize the point, and AJ laughed. Yeah, me too. We can hit up a burger joint on the way back. Let's go. With that, we set off. Finding a way into the yard wasn't hard since the fence was broken in many places. We didn't even have to jump it. Walking through the tall grass wasn't easy though. I made a mental note to check myself for ticks when I got home. Circling around the house didn't get us much in the way of results though. The side was just as boarded up as the front. No discernible way in or out caught our eyes. Not until we made our way to the backyard, and suddenly the ground gave way beneath us. One moment we were walking through tall grass, and the next, our world dissolved into a torrent of dirt, broken wood, and gravity. Before we knew it, we found ourselves in some sort of cellar. We lay there in a daze for a minute or so, shocked by what happened. AJ groaned and sat up. I coughed and sputtered a bit. Apparently I got a mouthful of dirt on the way down. I guess I was too surprised to notice. "What the hell?" AJ asked. "You okay?" I said, sitting up myself. "I think so." He answered. AJ stood up and brushed himself off. "Nothing is broken." I looked up as we saw the hole through which we fell. It was pretty high above us, too high to reach. Broken plywood framed the edges of the hole. It was probably fairly rotten, and gave way as we put some pressure on it. "AJ, that's a long way up, man. I don't think we're getting back up that way," I said. AJ swore. "Yeah, I think you're right." I looked around, but I couldn't see much in the limited light from the ceiling. I took off my backpack, dug inside it for a few seconds, and pulled out my flashlight. I turned it on and shined it around the room. It seemed to be a cellar typical for a house as old as this one, albeit deeper than usual. I saw a door at one end. AJ saw it too. "Only one way out, huh?" he said. I nodded and got up. We checked our gear, grabbed an extra light, and walked over to the door. It didn't seem like it was locked when I tested the knob, but an inexplicable feeling of dread came over me when I touched it. My skin prickled goose flesh, which caused me to shudder and jerk back my hand. The door opened. We both jumped at that. I was pretty sure that I hadn't turned the knob, or even got my whole hand around it, but it opened anyways. We didn't lose our heads, despite the surprise of the suddenly openness for AJ and I. We moved to opposite sides of the door so that whatever had opened the door couldn't see us. "Hello?" I called after a few minutes. "Is anyone there?" Nothing but silence answered me. I looked at AJ and he shrugged. I frowned, but I didn't say anything. We moved in front of the door and shined our flashlights in. It looked like the perfect man cave from the late 80s. A pool table sat immediately in front of us, and on the opposite wall was a large screen TV. That would have been top of the line sometime around 1985. Posters of action movies like Die Hard, The Terminator, and Predator beckoned the wood-paneled walls, along with some pro sports players like Larry Bird or Wayne Gretzky, and old swimsuit issues of Farrah Fawcett and Kathy Ireland. A couple cases of sports memorabilia stood against the left wall, interspersed with the images of late 20th century testosterone, and a bar was on the right side of the room. Dust covered everything, even the carpet. Dim light filtered through gaps in the boards covering the windows. We fanned out. AJ went to look at the display cases and I examined the pool table. Near the pool table was an autographed poster of the NFL player William Perry. I remembered the poster from when I was a kid, because my older brother had one on his wall. Perry, nicknamed the Fridge, was smiling and leaning against the refrigerator, but in this one his face was fixed into a snarl. His eyes seemed to be looking directly into mine, and I had the distinct impression that expression of hate was for me. I blinked and the Fridge was back to the smiling football player that I remembered, and not the hate-twisted visage I could have sworn was glaring at me a moment ago. I glanced over at AJ to see if he saw what I did, but he was crouched in front of a case of sports memorabilia. I gave the poster one more glance, and then made my way over to AJ. As I walked to the case, AJ straightened up and said out loud, "Dude, what the hell?" He turned to look at me, and pointed to the bottom shelf. I bent over to see what he was talking about. Right in the middle of the bottom shelf sat the strangest figurine I had ever seen. It was two people laying on the ground with their stomachs ripped open, and their entrails strewn about around them. The really weird part is that they looked exactly like us. "What the hell?" I said. "Yeah, man," AJ said. "This is really weird. How the hell did these get here? This makes no sense, dude. We need to get out of here, AJ said. Now. Yeah, I said. Let's go. We moved with more than a little urgency to the door through which we came in, but out of shock it seemed to be locked. Again. Another door sat on the far side of the basement, and we made a beeline for it. AJ wrenched it open. We could see stairs leading up into the darkness. AJ stared up at the stairs and I started to follow. Before I even climbed one step, I felt something touch my hair. The touch was so light that I could have imagined it. In fact, I thought I did. Until I felt breathing on my neck and heard faint whispering words that I couldn't quite make out. I don't remember exactly what happened next, but I found myself at the top of the stairs. I must have sprinted up to the next floor so quickly that I didn't realize it. I could hear footsteps following me, and I thought I heard AJ call out, "Hey man." I wrenched the door open, and then stopped dead. I was back in the basement, standing just inside the door we came through when we first entered the room. The only difference was that no light was coming through the windows now. The only illumination came from my flashlight. A sudden noise made me jump and drop my flashlight. The door behind me slammed shut. The flashlight rolled away from me towards the center of the room, throwing crazily spinning shadows all over the place. I moved forward to retrieve it, but a sudden motion made me freeze. Something was moving around outside the light. Scuffling sounds came from the other side of the pool table. I peered at the table, trying to make out the shape in the limited light. I was already on edge, and my fight or flight instinct was starting to kick into gear. Then, something grabbed my leg. I didn't wait to see what it was. I just bolted. No flashlight, no plan. Just getting the hell out. I reached the stairs and took them two at a time. I crashed through the door and found myself, thankfully, in another room. I looked around and saw that I was in some sort of space between a kitchen and living room. The kitchen was on my left, and the living room to my right. A large sliding door was on the wall in front of me, and a little bit of the evening light leaked through from where the boards that covered it didn't sit flush. Everything was covered with the same dust as the basement. Something was wrong, though. I couldn't put my finger on it, and then suddenly, it dawned on me. I could hear whispering. I didn't notice at first because my heart was racing, and I was breathing heavy. But now that I was starting to catch my breath, I could hear it. Faint whispers, like the ones I heard at the bottom of the stairs, seemed to be coming from the living room. I was already on edge, almost panicking, and that sent me over. I blindly rushed in the other direction, and saw AJ just ahead of me. He looked like he was leaving the kitchen through an archway on the far side of the room. I started following him and then jumped when I suddenly heard footsteps pounding up the stairs. I leapt through the archway, and came into some sort of living room or sitting room, dodging indistinct blobs in the dark. I tried to keep up with the dim shape of AJ ahead of me. The room was darker than the kitchen. I had to slow down to avoid crashing into something in the dark, even though the sound of footsteps behind me was getting louder. Even if it was a squatter or some crazy old resident who never left the place. Every instinct I had told me that I did not want to meet whoever was behind me in this house. Illumination from streetlights suddenly filled the room. AJ had managed to wrench open an exterior door, and the light illuminated the room enough for me to see my way. He stood silhouetted against the bright frame of the door for a second, and then disappeared outside. I sprinted for the door, and did not stop until I was outside. I dashed across the large porch, to the steps and into the yard. AJ stood there, bent over and breathing heavy. "Holy shit, man," I said, panting. "That was close." "Yeah," he answered, his voice strangely flat. "Close." I was about to ask him if he was okay when a voice from behind me cut me off. "Dude, what the hell? Why didn't you wait for me?" I knew that voice. It was AJ's. But AJ stood in front of me, gasping for air after a mad dash out of the house, into which we accidentally fell. How could he be behind me? I turned to look, afraid of what I might see. My stomach sank and a cold feeling of dread settled over me as I saw what was behind me. It was AJ. He was walking down the steps with a concerned look on his face. "Dude," the second AJ said. "Who's that?" The first AJ stood up. They both looked at each other, a curious expression on their faces that quickly changed into horror. I looked at both of them and then back at the house. It stood silent and dark in the night, as though no one had even bothered it. No one spoke. I know this is long, but it's important for you to hear my story. It started off so nice and innocently. I never saw anything coming. And here's your room key, ma'am. Your room is number 422. I said with a mandatory smile as I gave the key card to the young couple on the other side of the desk. Thank you so much. The woman responded with a genuine smile before taking the key. Then she and her husband walked over to the long hallway of doors and disappeared around the corner. A little backstory. I had been working the night shift at the North Peak Motel, and I wasn't exactly looking forward to it. It was 8:30 in the morning at this point, and I was close to being done with my shift, but I still had to put on a happy face for all the customers. It wouldn't be right to let anyone suffer because of my own problems, even if they really deserved it. But it would be alright. Everything would be fine. Well, how much worse could things get after last night? There had been a big concert in town the night before, and it seemed like the entire audience had decided to stay at the North Peak that day. The motel needed all the staff we could get, so I had to work that night. There was a period of time during the concert where the motel was quiet and peaceful, but that soon ended when the concert ended and everyone returned to the motel. It was loud and rambunctious throughout the entire night. The halls were filled with drunks, and several of the decorative pictures hanging on the walls were shattered by morning. We tried our hardest to keep everyone in their rooms and to get them to stay quiet, but our attempts were futile. A small group of motel workers could never overpower a hyped crowd of blasted concert goers. Eventually we stopped trying, so we let the crowd die down when they inevitably crashed. Then at about 4 in the morning, the motel went quiet. All was still. We went around to all the rooms and found that almost everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Many of them were laying sideways or dangling off the sides of beds. Some of them seemed to have fallen asleep standing up, but we simply let them be. We knew that the crowd would be terribly zombie-like in the morning. By the time the sun was up, almost the entire concert crowd had left the motel. After a few hours, the rest of them trudged out the door. It was quiet again, so quiet, and it stayed that way all day. I left a few hours after morning broke, but I knew I was scheduled to come back later that night, so I flopped out on my bed as soon as I got home and went straight to sleep, while still wearing my work uniform. At 6 in the evening, my alarm startled me awake. I stumbled around the room in an effort to silence the alarm, but it took almost a full minute for my vision to focus, and by that time, the alarm had already shut off by itself. I stood up as straight as possible and did my best to shake away as much sleep as I could. I looked over at my bathroom where an empty shower waited to be used. I looked down at my wardrobe, then back at the shower. Nah, I said to myself as I proceeded downstairs and began getting ready for my shift. Once at work, I used as much of my downtime to recall the huge mass of people who had occupied the motel less than 24 hours before. I listened to the deafening silence which currently engulfed the North Peak and surrounded my eardrums. I would often question if there was anyone staying in the hotel at all. I had to frequently check the book of rooms to reassure myself that many rooms were occupied that night. Suddenly a scream shook the entire hotel to its foundation. I found that I had dozed off because the shriek startled me completely awake. I became more alert than I had been that entire day. I looked at the clock on the wall, 1:28 a.m. It wasn't even close to morning yet, but that didn't matter. I needed to find out what made that horrible sound. It sounded like whatever screamed was suffering a great amount of pain, but I couldn't even tell where it was coming from. I began frantically running around to all the rooms in the motel. I knocked on every door and asked if everyone was alright inside. Many rooms gave no answer. I assumed that was because the motel was halfway vacant at this point. I noticed that several more guests had walked out of their rooms to see what the source of the scream was as well. They too had been startled by it. Many looked scared and jumpy, while others appeared to be lazily limping to their doorways. I asked many of the guests if they heard where the scream had come from. Many of them didn't know, because they too had been sleeping when they heard it. A few of them said they had heard it coming from the far end of the hallway. They also said they'd been hearing strange noises coming from there all day. I thanked them, and told all the guests to return to their rooms. I explained there was nothing to be concerned about, but several of the guests clearly didn't buy this excuse. I didn't even buy it myself. Once all the other residents' doors were closed, I sprinted down to the end of the hallway and knocked on a few of those doors. There was no response from any of them, but then I heard another sound come from one of the rooms. It sounded like running water. But this wasn't completely abnormal. It was a motel after all. Nonetheless, I walked over to the door of the room that was making the water sounds. But when I knocked on the door and no one answered, I could feel something inside me sink way down. I couldn't describe it. I shouldn't have had any reason to feel this way, but I couldn't help it. I looked at the number on the door. 422. My stomach sank farther. My brain and gut knew what to do next, but the rest of me was still quite hesitant. I slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out the master key. I swiped it on the key slot, but my hand acted slowly as it sluggishly reached for the doorknob. After my palm touched the handle, I froze for a moment. I slowly counted down from 3, 2, 1. I turned the handle as quietly as possible, as not to disturb any potentially sleeping guests. But honestly, who could still be sleeping after that horrific screech? The door creaked open, but I hoped that the sound of the water would muffle the door slightly. I stepped into the room and was slightly shocked at what stood before me. The room was entirely dark, but the light from outside bled in through the doorway, which gave me clear sight of the room. The shower was indeed on, but I could see that the bathroom was a mess of various shades of red that had been splattered all over the walls and floor. The typical main room setup at the North Peak Motel consists of 2 master beds, a pull-out couch, a television set, a wooden bench, and several pictures framed on the wall. But there was only 1 or 2 pictures left in the room because of the huge party after the concert the night before. I looked into the room and saw that the carpet had been randomly ripped up throughout the room. It was near perfect in some spots, and completely gone in others. The gray stone floor underneath was very visible. The wooden bench against the back wall had been broken into many small pieces. One of the pieces appeared to have been sharpened until it reached a dangerously pointy tip. Most of that piece was a deep red. Strange and grotesque images had been drawn with Sharpie onto the few remaining framed pictures in the room. The TV screen had been completely smashed, and the glass was lying on the floor all around the room. The remaining back of the TV had been yanked out and placed onto one of the pieces of wood and was being used as a makeshift flag of some sort. The pull-out couch had been flipped completely upside down, with several springs proudly poking out from the bottom side. The entire bed portion of the couch had been yanked out and thrown on top of one of the actual beds. I couldn't see much of this bed, but the other bed looked like it had come straight out of A Nightmare on Elm Street. It was completely soaked in a substance that I could only assume was blood. The springs of the bed were also massively protruding, and standing erect in the center of the sheets like a broken jack-in-the-box. The pillows had been shredded down to the bare feathers and thrown across the room. Overall, the entire room looked like it had been drenched with a bucket of red paint, and smelled like it had been sprayed with a can of raw sewage. Then something else touched the light. A person. A man rose from the shadows and stared directly at me. I nearly jumped. I didn't recognize this person at all. It didn't look anything like the man who had checked into the room earlier that day. I was horrified enough at the mere sight of the room, but now I found out there was another person in there. How long was he there? What had he done? Where was that couple? The man began to walk towards me with a completely blank expression. I couldn't read him at all. He didn't show any joy nor fear in what he'd done. I began slowly backing out of the room. The man followed me at a near limp. My slow walk turned into a speed walk, and it soon turned into a complete sprint for my life. The man's pace quickened with mine. He was nearly on top of me by the time I reached the doorway. Without another thought, I reached the door and slammed it directly in the man's face. I heard him fall onto the floor behind the door. I quickly reached for my key, but as I was searching, the door pounded open. The man aggressively reached out towards me with death in his eyes, but I pushed the door closed again. It was a vicious battle with the door being pushed open and held tightly shut, as I struggled to find my key. I suddenly spotted the small key card laying on the ground directly next to my feet. I looked back and forth between the key and the door, which was still being restlessly shoved from the other side. I knew the moment I reached down for the key, the door would be pushed open, so I stayed put for a moment and attempted, with little success, to reach for the key with my feet. Eventually the pushing stopped for a moment. I closely listened. I heard footsteps walking away from the door. Then I heard several loud stomps running towards the door, followed by a massive bang on the wood. The impact pushed me back a substantial amount. I quickly pushed the door shut again, but I realized he was trying to ram his way through the door. One more big hit would cause the door to come flying open for sure. Back towards the door. I swiped the card on the lock and heard a faint click. I backed as far as I could from the door. The next thing I saw was the door suddenly getting a massive hole in the center, and the man's head was sticking right through it. He tried to bring his head back in, but he couldn't. He was stuck like a child who puts his head in between the bars of a banister. Any movement he made would only allow the wood to scratch his neck more and more. I quickly ran to the nearest room with a resident in it, and told him to call the police. When they arrived at the motel 5 minutes later, the man's head was still tightly lodged inside the hole of the door. He had clearly tried to escape because his neck had several deep cuts from the jagged wood. The authorities carefully unlocked the door and arrested him immediately. After asking me about what had happened, they told me to go home for a while. I happily agreed. I needed some time for myself to distress about what I had witnessed in the past 2 minutes. "What happened in that room, officer?" I asked worriedly. The policeman looked over his shoulder at the room that no longer had a door in the entryway. "I have no idea." He turned back to me, "But my team's gonna get on that immediately and thoroughly investigate the entire ordeal." The officer paused and inhaled, "And we will also find the bodies of that poor couple." I tensed upon hearing about them again. I didn't want to think about what gruesome fate awaited those two. I did as I was told and went home for a much-needed rest. I couldn't tell exactly how long I had been away from work. I felt calm, more calm than I had felt in years. But the memory of it all still haunted me, every time I saw a wooden door or a broken television, or anything that I had seen in that room. All the echoes of that night would come flooding back. I would slump farther into sadness and stress. I kept telling myself to relax, but it didn't work. It never worked. Eventually I got a call. It was at about 3 in the afternoon, and I had had a long sleep the night before. I picked up the telephone before it finished ringing once. Ever since I had been home, I was anxiously awaiting the call from the police that would tell me all I wanted to know. "Hello?" I answered immediately after picking up the phone. My tone was tense and hurried. I probably shouldn't have been so jumpy about this. I didn't even know if it was the police or not. "Good afternoon, ma'am." The officer spoke calmly and collected, as you'd expect from a man of the law. "We have been examining the scene of the crime for weeks now." "Weeks? Has it really been that long?" "It certainly doesn't feel that long." "And we believe we have found enough evidence to put together a large amount of a conclusive situation." I paused for a moment. "Excuse me?" I could hear the officer give a slight disapproving sigh on the other line. "Based on our evidence, my team and I have put together a story that we believe is the closest thing to what actually happened." "That's great." I could hardly contain my joy. This is what I had been waiting for all this time. "Do you want to come down to the station so we can tell you?" The officer asked. "No," I shouted, nearly cutting him off. "I've waited a long time for this. I don't think I can wait another minute." The other line went silent for a moment. "Alright, if you want." I sat up in my chair and prepared myself. I could sense the officer readying himself to tell me. "The man who chased you out of the room attended the concert the night before." The officer gave me his name, but I didn't recognize it. "We believe he hid somewhere in the room while the hotel staff went to clean it up. After they left, he started to absolutely trash the room. We still aren't entirely sure why. We think it may have had something to do with the combination of the hallucinogenic drugs and alcohol he consumed the night before. He was highly unstable before, and these only increased his agitation. After a little while, that couple came into the room, but as soon as they saw what happened, they attempted to leave. However, that man grabbed both of them and dragged them both back into the room. We found several pieces of rope and cloth with saliva on it. We suspect that the man tied the couple up and stuck cloths in their mouth to silence them. We still aren't exactly sure what he did to them, but we can guarantee that none of them should have ever been done to anyone. If we tried him for even one of these acts, he would surely go to jail for life. We aren't entirely sure how long he tortured them either, but we do know that he eventually took the woman's cloth away from her mouth because she screamed for help. That's the scream you heard, ma'am.
The officer paused for a moment to let me gather my thoughts for a moment.
After that, he probably took the couple somewhere else to be punished.
Wait. I stopped him. So where did he take them? The officer hesitated.
We've searched for them all over the place for the past 2.5 weeks, but there's no sign of them.
I began to rapidly hyperventilate.
Ma'am, calm down. We will find them. My team will not rest until we...
I gave that couple the key to the hotel room. I could have given them any other room, but I had to choose that one. It's my fault they walked into that room. It's my fault they got captured and tortured like that by that monster. It's my fault they went missing, and it's my fault they're probably dead. I began to weep bitterly. I had lost all hope.
It's not your fault.
The officer attempted to console me.
You had no idea that man was in there. He could have been in any of those rooms. You forget that you were also the one who called us to come over there and capture him. I doubt any other person could have done that.
None of this was making me feel any better. My tears and sniffling was stopping, but I still felt the same depression inside. When the officer didn't hear me respond, he spoke again.
The motel called yesterday and said they've cleaned that room completely. They said it looks spotless. They replaced all the furniture except for one of the beds, which was still in perfect working order. When you are ready, you can return to the motel if you wish.
I anxiously inhaled and exhaled as I tried to gather myself. What's going to happen to that man?
Oh.
The officer didn't expect this question.
He's gonna go to jail for life at the very least. We have enough evidence on him that even the worst lawyer could win against him. You probably won't even have to testify.
I didn't respond.
Ma'am, everything will turn out fine. I guarantee it.
I knew deep down that this was a lie, but I wanted it to be true so badly. I tried my hardest to trust the officer. Thank you, I answered simply. The next day I went to work in the motel once again. The rest of the staff was overjoyed to see me, but I barely reciprocated the response. I said that before anything. I wanted to see room 422. No one disputed me. They gave me the key card and told me attendance at the North Peak had significantly decreased since the news of the incident broke, and no one had dared to stay in that room. I opened the door to the room just like I did only a few weeks before. It looked as if nothing at all had happened in that room. But everywhere I looked, I could see the memories of what had been there before. The horrible, scarring memories. I could see it all. Even though the room now looked like every other hotel room, I could still see everything. It wasn't going to leave. The memories of that room would never leave my mind. It was strange to think that I was only in there for a few less than a minute, but it changed my life forever. I looked over at the bed on the far side of the room, the only remaining item in the room from that night. It was the same bed that had been drenched in blood and had a couch bed thrown on top of it. The sheets had all been washed and changed, but it was still the same bed underneath. I looked at it with hatred. I walked over to the horrid reminder of that night. Why did it have to look so comfortable and beautifully furnished? I raised my fist into the air and slammed down onto the sheets. It didn't do anything, but it made me feel a little better inside. I pounded on the bed for over a minute, but eventually I began to break down again. I'm sorry, I yelled at the sky. I still wasn't convinced that the couple was alive. I also still believed that I was the sole reason for their suffering. I put my head down on the bed and sobbed. I felt completely defeated. Then I felt something strange. It felt like one of the mattresses was hard underneath. I had felt it a little when I was punching the sheets, but I didn't pay attention to it then. I was in too much of a rage. I felt around the bed for where the hard spot could have been coming from, but there was no specific point where it stopped or started. It was just all around the bed. I was highly curious, so I ripped off the comforter and the fitted sheets underneath. I found the bed had 2 mattresses, just like all the other beds at the motel, but this one was different. The 2 mattresses seemed to be slightly separated.
It was as if something was in between the mattresses and was keeping them apart. I immediately grabbed the top mattress and dragged it off the bed. Before I even saw what was under, I could immediately tell that the smell that was in the room all those weeks ago had returned as soon as the mattress was removed. I clenched my nose and looked to see what had been hidden inside the bed. And there, lying directly beside each other with neat positioning, were the bodies of the couple who had checked into the hotel less than a month earlier. They were barely recognizable, but I knew exactly who it was. It was the people to whom I had given the room key. It was the people who had been tortured horrifically for an entire day. Their bodies had been stabbed and sliced in many different places. They were lying in a large pool of their own blood. Neither of them were moving. Neither of them were breathing. Neither of them were living by any means. I quit my job that day. A standard day on the job goes downhill when one finds themselves lost when they, by all means, shouldn't be. Going about their duties mindlessly, they are snapped back to reality when they realize that they don't know where they are anymore. This is my story of how a similar event spiraled into something that I will never be able to forget. The day started just like any other. I woke up, took a shower, got dressed, and ate some breakfast. Pinning my name tag that read Jerome to my uniform, I tried to rub the tiredness out of my eyes as I went out the door. My name for the record is not Jerome, it's Jeremy. No amount of telling those people at the office seemed to change that. I should explain that the job I do isn't anything exciting. Far from it, actually. I work in a warehouse, helping put stock away and unloading the trucks that come in. It's a job so mind-numbing after the first couple of months. You either learn to go on autopilot, or you ask to be switched to one of the more thought-provoking departments. Some days I can compare it to being forced to watch paint dry. It's not that the job is hard, it's just dreadfully boring. I mention all of this to explain how it all started. You see, we use small phone-like scanners to do the job. It would bring up the next item that needed to be picked, with the amount and location of the item within the warehouse. At this point in the job, I had worked there nearly a year, so I knew the warehouse like the back of my hand, which made autopilot mode so natural to me. It was about halfway through the day. I was in the warehouse on my usual autopilot routine, mindlessly following the items I had to take off the shelves and put away elsewhere. The next item that popped up after I tapped the screen was farther away than I was expecting, but not too unusual at the time. Occasionally you'd get the odd item or two that was located halfway across the warehouse, at the end of a list, so it didn't register as strange yet. Going towards the designated location, I eventually found the shelf I was looking for, snatching the unmarked jar off the shelf. This was about the time I realized that where I was shouldn't have been possible, at least not to memory. I was at the shelf marked 101, with all the other shelves having a similar numbered system to them. Staring at the white jar, however, I realized that the hundreds should have ended at around 105. My autopilot was fully broken finally, and I began to look around. The shelf that I had taken the jar off of was mostly empty, only a couple of the same unmarked jars left on it. A thin layer of dust came off it as I dragged a finger across its surface. This shelf in particular marked the end of one of the mini warehouse hallways, almost like a sort of dead end in a labyrinth. The light above it flickered, a pale blue glow coming from it instead of the regular yellow that was everywhere else. Its placement and oddities were peculiar, sure, but when I looked back I could see the rest of the warehouse that I did recognize. I shook my head finally, scolding myself for even getting confused by this. It must have just been a shelf I never had to pick from before, and didn't notice until now. With the blank jar in hand, I made my way back out of the hallway and went back to work, feeling a nice current of warm air as I left the dead end. That moment was forgotten about almost as soon as it happened. The rest of the day was uneventful, the norm of the job. I went home, had some dinner, and spent the rest of the night gaming until finally passing out. The next day was more of the same for me, and I can't really say if anything unusual happened again for at least another couple of weeks. It was a closing shift this time. Friday night just before one of my weekends too. It's hard to keep on autopilot during times like this, because I get a bit impatient waiting for the clock to tick down. But the benefit of a closing shift is near the end, you get to listen to your own music. That helps block out that dreadful drone of the radio that never changes its playlist, and makes time move along a bit quicker. Towards the end of my shift it happened again. This time being so out of it I didn't really realize what had happened until I went to leave. Another item came up that was far away. I mindlessly walked up to the spot and grabbed the item. When I did go to leave, however, it was about 2 minutes of walking before I realized I was lost. This fact seemed impossible to me at first. Looking at the labeled number on the closest shelf to try and reorient myself, the number that was listed wasn't even recognizable to me, at least not in English. A few characters were printed down, but they were completely foreign. Looking away from the label, I realized that all the shelves around me were lit up with that same eerie blue glow I recognized from a week or so ago, bulbs above keeping steady this time. All of the shelves had the same thin layer of dust on them, and if I focused I could tell that the temperature had dropped by at least a few degrees. The first thing I did after that was pinch my arm, the pain shooting through me and confirming to some degree that I was probably not dreaming. My mind rolled over explanations to what was currently happening as I walked slowly down the corridors of shelves and attempted to find a label that I actually could read. Had I wandered into an unused part of the warehouse by mistake? The warehouse was big, sure, but I had never been told of any other areas that weren't used, and where I was seemed way too big to be somewhere that I wouldn't have noticed. From all the walking I had done, at least this place had to be quite large. More troubling than that, though, was a creeping fog that seemed to have come out of nowhere. A white wall boxing me in from all sides, and limiting my vision down to just 6 or so feet in front of me. Ultimately, I decided that either I was dreaming, or had gone completely nuts. Regardless of whatever situation I was dealing with, I was at least conscious enough to realize it, and nothing horrible had happened. With little else to do, I started to inspect the rows of shelves I came across farther. Whenever there was a sort of jar or container on it, I always stopped to inspect it. They were all pure white on the outside, and had a sort of dried paint feel to them. Around the top where a lid would normally be, was instead just a slight dent all around, marking where a lid should be, but not actually being a lid. Trust me, I tried. No matter how hard I twisted the top of any of those things, I couldn't pry off the top. I was half tempted to try and stab the things open with my box cutter, but didn't want to ruin the blade. Half an hour of walking later and there was some sort of notable change to the place. The shelves became less dusty for one thing. There were also more and more containers the deeper I got into the place. Still no luck in telling what was in them, of course, but a change was a sign. Good or bad being hard to tell at the moment. The entire time I did walk, I also never heard any sounds other than my own, and the occasional electrical crackle of a light flickering. It was eerie, but in its own way kind of peaceful. I had stopped to rest my legs a bit, propping my back against one of the shelves, when that silence was broken. In the distance somewhere, obscured by fog, was a new sound. A metal clang followed by a sort of high-pitched whine made its way through the fog to me, muffled but audible. I don't know whether I felt excited or worried about this. If it was a dream, I had nothing to fear. If I had gone loopy, I really didn't know what was the best way to deal with it. And if the third option was that all of this was really happening, I don't want to think on that too much. What I did know is I needed a way out of here, and I was already starting to freak out internally the longer I stayed. Slowly I rose to my feet, and stared off in the direction of the noise. The noise seemed to repeat itself pretty consistently, which made following it easier. I was so affixed to following this noise, however, I don't think I realized what was on the shelves started to change again. It wasn't until the noise paused, and I assessed my new location, that I stumbled back into one of the shelves, with a loud bang, as my eyes caught sight of what was resting on the shelf on the other side of me. A long white bone rested on it, alongside a few more jars and other similar bones. The warehouse wasn't a butcher shop, so seeing something that looked so real back here nearly set me off into full panic mode. That wasn't until one of the jars above me on the shelf I had fallen into crashed on the top of my head. My vision went dark, and the sound of shattering glass rung in my ears as I fell flat on my ass. When my vision finally returned, I found myself surrounded by worried coworkers. My head snapped around looking at where I was. It looked like I was back in the normal warehouse. After a bit of calming down by my coworkers, they said that they had heard a crash and had found me lying on the ground next to the smashed jar. Luckily, I wasn't bleeding, and it seemed short of one hell of a headache, I was fine physically. I didn't tell them about what I had seen, only thankful at the moment for being brought back to the normal world. I did, however, take an impromptu vacation, one which my boss was happy to grant, seeing as I got injured in their store. Funny how much they want to help, if it means you won't be trying to get them in trouble, that is. During the week I spent away from work, I tried my best to repress what had happened, playing a mind-numbing amount of video games and catching up with friends, with the only logical explanation still being that I had either fallen asleep or hallucinated what I had seen. I wasn't looking forward to returning to work. Unfortunately, rent wouldn't pay itself. If another incident occurred, I would just have to book an appointment with a psychologist and get it sorted. I'll admit, I was much more confident externally than I was internally about this. In general, things like horror movies or ghost stories never scared me. That part of my brain always seemed to recognize that there was no way it could be real, so I wasn't in any actual danger. When I thought back to my time wandering those foggy shelved halls, though, I didn't have that same reaction to it. At least not as much as I normally would have. It just felt too real at the time. The drive to work was not an enjoyable one, and all through the day I felt like I was walking on eggshells the entire time, just waiting to turn around and find myself lost again in those dusty shelves. However, nothing happened, nor did anything happen the day after that, or the day after that one. Weeks passed by and the strange event would eventually slip from my mind, as I decided that it had just been one hell of a messed up dream and I left it at that. This was my first mistake. When the automation set in again, and my old habits returned, it wasn't long before it happened once more. I think it was about a month after the incident. I was no longer really keeping track of time, and was back into my rut of working. I actually was working an opening shift this time, something that usually put me wide awake, but after a late night of gaming, I was anything but that. No, I wasn't wide awake until I felt that familiar chill of air run down my neck again, and registered that the lights had shifted to a familiar eerie blue glow. I found myself back at the same spot I had left off, or at least perhaps just as far in. To my left there was the same assortment of random white jars I was used to seeing, but with the addition of a few white bones stacked neatly on top of one another. When I got over the shock, I realized that it wasn't as though the bones I saw on the shelf or other shelves nearby were thrown onto them carelessly. They had been stacked precisely and aligned neatly, just like their regular products were. It was a realization that didn't really lend itself with much of an explanation as to what it could mean, but it did give me a very different feeling about the place than I once had. These thoughts were interrupted when from the looming white fog close by came a wet crunching noise followed by a sound of a metallic clang. It wasn't what I had heard before, it was something new. I felt as though my legs were about to buckle as I stood there shaking, eyes affixed to the direction of the sound as my mind desperately tried to think of a plan. Too terrified to call out or even speak at this point, I instead mustered up as much courage as I could and started my way slowly towards the direction of the sound. I had seen that there was no one else here on the outer areas, where the dust lined the shelves. There had been multiple dead ends around those areas too, so I felt like my only real option was to find out what, or who was making that noise. After all, if this was just some kind of dream, I had nothing to fear, right? This was the thought that propelled me forward one step at a time. The closer I got, the more shelves began to fill with bones and jars, becoming immaculate in their condition as well. The noise itself wasn't the same every time. A different kind of crunch or slicing noise followed by the clang. At this point, it sounded like it was only yards away from me, and that was proven true when I finally reached what you could call the end of the shelves. I saw the outline of a large square opening ahead, and stopped to try and approach it a bit more carefully. Ducking under a couple of shelves, I walked around the outskirts of this open square, until I finally found one of the sides of it, where I could get a closer look from the other side of a shelf instead of a hallway. I brought my face up to the opening in between the shelves, finally closing that few meter gap, so I could at least see into the room ahead without having to actually be in it, when my breath caught in my throat. In the center of the room was what looked to be a raised platform of sorts, rectangular shape jutting out of the floor at about waist height. Standing in front of it with its back turned to me was what I can only describe as a malformed being. Its skin was a pale, almost translucent white, being entirely naked from what I could see. Its arms seemed to sit too low on its body, shoulder blades almost kind of shoved downwards. The torso of it was much longer than it should have been, ending in a pair of legs that had reversed knees, and a head at the top that was bald with thinly stretched skin across it. The creature bobbed up and down gently, as its hands moved unseen in front of it for a moment, until I watched a cleaver raise up, only to be brought down hard onto a platform. It was at this point I saw what exactly the creature was working on. A body. Dead eyes peered back at me from the platform, as thin lines of blood leaked down onto the floor below. At least I thought they were dead. Help. The word escaped their lips in a wispy tone, causing me to release the breath I had been holding in. At the sound of the noise, the creature turned to face me, a massive clawed hand pressing into the ground, as a blank face was revealed. It had no eyes, nose, or even ears, almost looking as though someone had just stretched a sheet of white plastic across a human skull. What it did have, however, was a massive mouth that I watched unhinge before letting out a high-pitched shriek that rung out through the foggy halls of the warehouse. My feet had started to move before my mind even caught up to what was happening. Like a bullet, I rocketed down the hallways, hearing the sound of crashing metal and heavy thudding footsteps close behind me, while the thing forced its way into the hallways. Even though I was running as fast as I could tell that it was gaining on me, and I wouldn't be able to keep ahead of it much longer. Trying to act fast, I slowed my pace just enough to grab one of the white jars off of a nearby shelf in one hand, and readied my box cutter in the other. Just when it sounded like it was going to reach me out of the fog, I skidded to a halt, and with a turn hurled the jar behind me. I watched it sail through the air and crash directly into the face of the creature as it emerged out of the fog, cleaver in hand. The jar smashed into its mouth, and the glass shattered, ripping into its pale white skin. It was at that point I learned what was in those jars. A partially decayed head falling to the floor alongside a couple of fingers. A milky white liquid began to mix with the red blood that dripped from the creature's face. Its shrill shriek pierced my ears as it flailed its arms from side to side in anger. It struck one of the shelves to the left of it hard enough to cause it to shift. Another crash of metal rung out as the shelf toppled onto the thing. While it scrambled to free itself from the weight, I tried my best to start moving away, and trying to think of a new plan. I didn't know what to do though. It was freakishly strong and fast. That jar didn't seem to do much other than piss it off. My mind searched frantically for an answer. I'd gotten out of this place before. Twice, in fact. But how? I replayed the events over and over, hunkering down underneath a shelf nearby. The creature still angrily shrieked off in the distance, signaling I had a few moments left to spare. Each time I had gotten here had been when I wasn't paying attention, when my mind was blank. When I had gotten out of here, it had almost been in the same sort of circumstances. It's hard to think when you get knocked out, and the first time I wasn't really freaking out like I was now. It felt like one hell of a long shot, but when I heard the sound of thundering footsteps again, I clenched my eyes shut and tried to clear my mind. The footsteps got closer and closer second by second, as I desperately tried to calm myself, breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth. I blocked out the fast approaching noise, the chill in the air, all of my surroundings, except for the darkness of my eyelids. Just when it sounded as though it was about to reach me, I could feel it shift again. The cool air was replaced by a warm gust across my body, finally causing me to open my eyes again and take in my surroundings after a few moments. I was back in the normal warehouse. Down the aisles I spotted a coworker and practically sprinted to their side. They asked if I was feeling okay, seeing as my clothes were drenched in sweat, and I was as pale as a ghost. Without a second thought, I left that warehouse, only calling my boss to tell him I quit after I was at home again. I still can't fully explain what I experienced. I tried doing some research online but didn't come up with much, until I started asking questions on forums. Asking around anonymously on message boards was followed by the occasional similar experience that was shared back to me, though in different locations. All of them mentioned details that I myself hadn't shared publicly, but lined up with my own experience, that being the transition that had occurred, and what they had been doing at the time. There's one last thing that still worries me about all this. When I had come back to my world, there was a sensation I felt that I couldn't quite describe at the time, until I really thought about it. Even now, I still feel it to some degree. Occasionally, it will feel as though something is gently pressing against me, an invisible force that just barely registers, almost as though something is still trying to get to me from the other side, something that's still waiting for me to come back.
I made the decision to become an exorcist before I finished high school. I've known I had spiritual powers since early childhood. The transparent, screaming people that nobody else could see was a bit of a hint there, but it wasn't until 10th grade when the idea of using it to make a living crossed my mind. Now, I had been trained before that. I started my exorcist training when I was 10 or so. A therapist with experience in those matters told my parents that the invisible things I was seeing were actually real, and referred us to a retired exorcist she knew, who trained me in the basis of defending myself from spirits. But up until high school, I always figured I'd get a normal job and just use exorcism to defend myself from whatever happened to notice me. Then, during some class in 10th grade, I've honestly forgotten what subject, we read an article about just how much money exorcists can make. That was enough to make the decision for me. That was a long time ago, of course. Now I run my own business. It's just me, but I have business cards and everything. Kea Awara, licensed exorcist. I passed the government's official exam and became a full exorcist 6 years back, and I've been at it ever since. And one thing I've learned from dealing with my customers is this: nobody has any clue how ghosts or exorcism works. I figured I'd write this up to give some clarity on that, maybe drum up some extra business, and share a few stories while I'm at it. The first thing people don't get about ghosts is, they seem to think that the ghost is basically just a see-through version of whoever it used to be. It's not. That flying screaming head might look like your Grandma Myrtle, but trust me, there's nobody home. You can't reason with a ghost any more than you can reason with a leopard. They're not humans anymore. All they ever experience is endless, indescribable pain. Because of that, they tend to lash out and attack people, which is why you hired me. So please, stop trying to ask the angry ghost where she hid the will, and let me do my job. 99.99999% of ghosts are not capable of rational thought, and that 0.00001% that are, you do not want to be within a country mile of them. If I encounter a ghost capable of speech on a job, I'm not staying there to finish it. I'm getting the hell out of there, and once I'm far, far away, I'll tell the government they need to send in their special agents to deal with it.
because a ghost of that power is above my pay grade. Number 2. Scooby-Doo hoaxes actually happen. On 2 separate occasions, the ghost I was hired to exorcise was literally a businessman in a costume trying to lower property values. Turns out, that's not actually illegal, at least in my state. So they usually get charged with disorderly conduct or something instead of pretending to be a dead person as part of the elaborate scam. Number 3. A lot of people want to know why their house is haunted. The common misconception seems to be that ghosts have unfinished business. That, I'm sorry to say, is completely incorrect. The actual reason is a little long, but the short version is because radiation. I can go into more detail if people really want, but basically, the reason ghosts appear is because of the special type of radiation. Number 4. Building on the prior point, there seems to be this belief that only specific people become ghosts, people who died violently and such. I'm afraid that's not true. Absolutely everyone who dies will become a ghost. They'll probably be a really weak ghost that only massively spiritually powerful people can sense. Most people do, but yes, you will become a ghost when you die. And yes, it will be worse than you can possibly imagine. On the plus side, that means I have job security. Alright, those are the basic points. I could ramble much more, but I'd like to share an exorcism story or two. Normally I'd start off with the Hellgate story, since everyone likes hearing that. But I'm a bit concerned that if I posted that story publicly, on the internet, a certain company might send their lawyers after me, so I'll hold off on that for now. I think I'll go with 2 stories here. First story is a simple one, but memorable for just how strange it was. I was hired by the new owner of some factory to exorcise a ghost that had attacked the night guard. I arrived around 8 p.m. and got to work checking the place out. A pretty standard factory. Some construction work indicating they were revamping it. Nobody there except the night guard and a few cleaners. I made my way inside, introduced myself, confirmed my fee, and started walking around. Now, factories are really spooky in the dark. I think you'd agree with me there. All the machines start looking like weird monsters, and every creak sounds like something about to jump out at you. After a few minutes, I sensed a weak spiritual presence in the break room. I took a deep breath, slowly opened the door, stepped inside, and froze. Now, one common belief about ghosts that's actually true is that they tend to look the same as they did when they died. It's not a universal rule. I've seen a lot of ghosts that were just masses of hands, or ghosts of elderly people that look like children. But about 80% of the time, they keep the appearance from the moment they died. And this poor schmuck must have died while working as some sort of mascot, because when I entered the room, I was greeted by a 7-foot-tall glowing banana with googly eyes and a stupid grin. I was completely frozen, just trying to process what I was looking at. That was a mistake. A key rule of exorcisms is that if the ghost is powerful enough to be visible, it's powerful enough to hurt you. Even if the ghost looks like a giant cartoon banana, it can still kill you. While I was still trying to figure out how to react, the ghost flew at me. The air pressure dropped, making my ears pop, and I was hit by something ice cold and invisible. All the air vanished from my lungs, and I hit the ground hard, coughing and fighting the urge to vomit, as the human banana howled and flew at me again. I rolled to the side, making a protective gesture with my hands, and struggled to my feet as the ghost recoiled. I ran back to the factory floor, diving behind some machinery. The ghost howled again, and all the machines in the factory suddenly came alive. I dove away from the machines before the ghost could turn it against me, and ducked behind a pile of crates. I heard a loud hissing noise as the ghost slowly emerged from the wall across the floor from me. I braced myself, and jumped out from behind the crates, yelling a charm and making a gesture with my left hand. With a faint popping sound, the spectral banana vanished, and yes, that's a sentence I wrote. So yeah, a pretty standard exorcism, but a very unique ghost. I still want to know how Banana Mascot ended up dying there, but I couldn't find any articles on it, and the owner of the factory was as baffled as I was. Second story is a more serious one. It was about 1.5 years ago, around Christmas. It was snowing heavily and the temperature was well below freezing. Christmas lights were up all over the city, casting green and red glows onto the dirty gray snow that blanketed every surface. Off in the distance, White Christmas played on a broken down speaker system, other than a few unfortunate homeless people shivering in their makeshift shelters, and some enforcers of the local mob boss. The streets were deserted. I was driving to my cousin's house for a pre-Christmas dinner when my car suddenly stopped. Now, one common trope in ghost stories is that electronics tend to break around them. Unfortunately, that part really is true, but the extent of the damage varies depending on the strength of the spirit. A weak ghost might make a flashlight flicker. An average spirit can burn out light bulbs or make batteries drain quickly. So imagine what sort of ghost could make an SUV stop dead. Very slowly, I stepped out of the car. My spiritual senses were screaming at me to get as far away as I could, which unfortunately wasn't an option. You see, one of the requirements of being a licensed exorcist is that if you discover the presence of a ghost that could pose a danger to public safety, you are legally required to deal with it. If the government found out I'd knowingly ignored a powerful specter, and someone died as a result of it, well, losing my license would be the least of my problems. The maximum punishment, as far as I've read, is a $50,000 fine and 10 years in prison. Though I'm not aware of anyone being given that. The point is, now that I was able to sense the spirit, I was legally obligated to investigate it. I pulled my winter coat out of my trunk, locked my car, and began to look around. The road was deserted, lit only by a pair of dim streetlights and a few flickering lines of Christmas lights. As I watched, a string of red and blue bulbs flashed and went dark. A soft breeze blew, swirling the snow around me. The presence I felt hadn't moved, as if it were waiting for me. I turned my head toward the direction the feeling was strongest, a dark alleyway. I made a sound that was a half sigh, half hiss, and walked up to the alley as slowly as I possibly could. As soon as I approached the entrance, the temperature dropped even colder. My nose and eyes stung as the water in them started to freeze, and a sudden burst of pain shot through my ears. I bit down on my tongue to keep from yelping, and forced myself to inhale. Even that act was difficult, as the coldness of the air and the sudden change in air pressure meant that just getting enough oxygen was a struggle. Once again, I debated running away and just calling for someone more experienced, but the odds of getting someone this late at night, and near Christmas at that, were too low. Plus, there was always the risk of the ghost moving out of the alley in search of victims while I was busy protecting myself. I took a step into the dark alley, then another and another. My feet seemed to sink into the ground, much deeper than the snow could possibly allow. Lifting my feet was like pulling them through wet cement. My head pounded, and spots flashed before my eyes. I focused on my breath, forcing the air in and out, as I pushed slowly through. Slowly, as my eyes adjusted to the unnatural darkness, I could make out a small shape on the ground, up against the wall. A child, probably less than 10. There was no point in checking. I could tell she was dead. As I got closer, I saw her foot was caught in the broken gate of a storm drain. My best guess is she got stuck and froze to death. The spiritual power I sensed was strongest here. A recent death, then, still staying by its body. I extended my hands, palms inward, left hand over the right, fingers splayed, and began to chant. As I finished the chant, the spirit became visible. The girl, as expected, but twisted and contorted until she looked like a giant millipede. Hundreds of black circles covered her spectral body, milky white eyes darting around within like squirming maggots. The spirit rose up into the air, then began spinning rapidly before flying towards me with a sound like a fire alarm. I dropped to my stomach and pressed myself into the snow as the ghost passed inches above me, rolling onto my back and throwing my hands upwards, twisting my fingers around each other. I did another chant. The ghost twitched, then reversed direction and threw itself at me again. I rolled to the side and jumped back to my feet, pressing my hands towards the ghost and continuing the chant. Each word was a struggle, forced through frozen lips by empty lungs. The spirit convulsed, twitching, then suddenly unfurled, growing far larger than I had expected. Before I could react, it wrapped itself around me, pushing into my pores, inside my nose and mouth, into my ears and eyes. Every nerve in my body shrieked in agony. I felt my lungs begin to collapse, my body temperature plunge. Everything became black, and blood began to seep from my nose. Drawing on everything I had, I forced myself to stay conscious. The words of the chants echoed in my skull, and I visualized the gestures, pushed the image of the ritual into the darkness that filled my mind. Slowly, agonizingly, the cold and pressure fell away, and sensation mostly pain, started to creep back into my body, and my sight began to return. Sucking in a mouthful of frigid air, I yelled the finishing words of the chant and collapsed face first into the snow. After a few minutes, I was recovered enough to stand. The presence I had sensed was gone. I knelt down by the corpse and said a short prayer for her, then went back to my car to call the police. So there you have it. 2 quick stories from my work. Dangerous as it is, frightening as it is. I genuinely do love my job. I imagine it's a lot like being a surgeon or something similar. It's a high-pressure job, and when you succeed, you really are making a huge difference, and often that difference is saving someone's life. And the pay's not bad either. If you ever want to hire an exorcist, consider me.